Kusari no Naruto. The Kyuubi no Kitsune, the nine-tailed fox, was said to be the most powerful of the Bijou, a living natural disaster. For ages, back before time immemorial when the current names of the countries were barely a thought, it had been heralded as a sign of oncoming destruction. It was known as a mass of hatred and evil, its sheer presence cowing mortals as it cut swathes across the continent. However, that same fox, for all its power, currently found itself impotent within one Uzumaki Naruto, a young blonde-haired child from the shinobi village of Kanehagakure. 7 years ago, it was released from its previous container under unknown circumstances, only to almost immediately be sealed into a newborn. Not, however, until it had cut a swathe of destruction across the village that would remain in their collective memory for generations. Right now, the all-powerful Bijou lay in the dank, dark confines of the 8-trigram seal that was his prison. Great metal bars spanned his vision, leading into the more brightly lit room beyond, where he was sure that one day his container would stand before him as the others had. If he was anything like the last two, it would also be the last time they met. He would be told to remain silent and docile like some domesticated pet. That, or his new container would demand his power and keep him in the worst kind of servitude, just like that man. Of course, the Kyuubi didn't particularly care about the idle whims of short-lived mortals. They would pass on while he remained, as it always had been and always would be. However, for such a long-lived creature, to be imprisoned for even a fraction of that time was not only insulting, but infuriating. Not only that, but to add insult to injury, it was human to do it. The weak, feeble creatures his progenitor held in such high regard. A low growl briefly escaped the beast's lips, echoing off into the empty space of the seal behind him which, as far as he could tell, was infinite. For once, though, in his 7 years of newly instated imprisonment, the echoing noise was not met by utter and all-consuming silence, but an answer, still as grumpy as ever Baka Fox. Immediately, one great, bloodshot eye snapped open in the direction of the all-too-familiar voice. Sure enough, with her vivid red hair trailing down her back, stood his former container, tantalizingly out of reach behind the bars of the seal. Kushina. It was more of a growl than an actual attempt at speech, but it got the massive beast's point across. You look a lot smaller than I remember you. I get Minakuin did a good job with the sealing. That very same slitted eye narrowed dangerously as the Kyuubi snorted once, sending Kushina's hair fluttering from the hot exhalation. You look a lot less dead than I remember you. I'd hoped you would stay that way once you were impaled on my claw. As if to punctuate its words, it lifted up one massive hand, clicking its gleaming white claws together just behind the bars. Kushina remained unperturbed, an easygoing grin splitting her face as she leant almost casually against the bars. Can't keep an Uzumaki down with a little thing like death. I'm going to protect my Sochi for as long as I can, Tebane. At that exclamation, the Kyuubi seemed to unfurl, sudden, furry bulk appearing out of the shadows that had previously concealed it. He rose up to his current full height, which was irritatingly below his prime, and stared down at Kushina, bringing his full presence to bear. Unfortunately, it was greatly diluted by the blasted seal, so Kushina was still able to grin right back at him, unintimidated by the walking catastrophe. And by protect, the beast turned its head so it could bring a single great eye around appear at the woman. Despite his diminished size, the Kyuubi's eye alone was still taller than her, and Kushina was able to see herself reflected in his sclera as the massive slitted pupil narrowed. I'm going to make sure you can never hurt my Sochi, Tebane. The woman looked down at the ground for a moment, her features furrowing into a frown. He's been hurt enough already. However, far from the reaction she was expecting, the Kyuubi simply rose back up, a barking sound that could very well have been a laugh thundering through the seal. You will be very welcome to try Uzumaki, but as you can see, this is not your seal. To punctuate its booming words, the lumbering creature slammed both of its forepaws down on the shadowy ground within the cage, causing the entire seal to rumble. Here, I am very much free, none of your chains to hold me down. Step within these shadows, and I will make your end both long and excruciating for the imprisonment you subjected me to. Briefly letting a slight look of worry pass over her features, Kushina quickly found her resolve, and steel quickly entered her violet eyes. You have only half your power now, Tebane. My chains were good enough to hold you before, and they will be again. I'll make sure you'll never be able to hurt Naruto. As she spoke, Kushina began making long, sweeping motions with her hands, drawing large black characters in the air that slowly snaked their way up and around her arm, down to her stomach. There, they created a facsimile of the seal written on her son's stomach, which, upon completion, caused a small paper tag binding the bars of the cage together to flutter uselessly to the ground, revealing a spiral-esque lock. You will regret this decision, human. Kushina grinned back defiantly as she twisted the spiraled seal on her stomach, an action mirrored by the actual lock. Bring it on, Fuzzball, Tebane. Normally, when the average villager of Kanagakure knows Sato thought of Uzumaki Naruto, and it would be a fleeting thought at best, not the most pleasant things came to mind. However, many would agree he was a rather hyperactive, ever-smiling, blonde nuisance of a child with a too large mouth and an annoying, if not exuberant, voice. That was why they might not have recognized the sad child, slumped over on a swing in one of Konoha's parks, gently pushing himself back and forth with sluggish movements of his feet. Of course, the sunflower yellow, spiky hair, and six-whisker-like marks on his cheeks gave him away, but the tears slowly leaking down his cheeks were a relatively unseen addition. It had been at a young age when Naruto had first figured out that, for whatever reason, he was not well liked by the village in general. Years of being blatantly ignored by adults, children playing with him one day only to run away from him the next, or worse, call him names and pick on him, had taught him that well enough. However, under the guidance of the nice old man he had recently come to know as the Hokage, he persevered, doing his best to get people to accept him or just acknowledge him. Of course, he was a child, and there was only so far a child's patience lasted before it snapped, so occasionally he would lash out with a prank. For a time, they seemed to get him some recognition, even if it was in the form of infamy, but soon enough people simply returned to ignoring his various outbursts. It was getting to the point that Naruto was beginning to believe he would have to do something bigger or more extravagant to get people to stop ignoring him. A quiet sigh escaped his lips as he pushed back off the ground, never taking his eyes off the ground. It hadn't been a good day. This morning he had made his breakfast, as usual, but the milk was horribly expired. It was strange because he had bought that very same milk just the day before. All the same, it had made him incredibly queasy. He had decided to make up for it by going out to the park to see if there were any kids who would play with him. No luck there. The first group of kids he had come across had offered to play ninja with him, letting him hide first. It had been almost an hour before he realized they weren't even looking for him. Then, on his way back to see what had happened, he saw some bullies a few years older than him picking on a young girl with weird milky eyes. He had stood up to them only to get the snot beaten out of him. When he had managed to pick himself up, the girl wasn't even there anymore. She probably ran off like all the others. Finally, as if to top off the worst day in recent memory, he had gone to a store to buy some replacement clothes for the ones the bullies had ripped and torn up only to get thrown out of the store. Maybe not so much physically, but the shopkeeper had made sure he knew just how welcome he was. Another sigh escaped his lips at the same time a shudder passed through his body. The sun was beginning to set and it was getting cold. His ripped clothes weren't exactly offering much protection. Still, he decided to just sit there for a while longer, at least until he could get the damn tears to stop falling down his cheeks. The QB grinned menacingly as his tails swatted away another volley of chains from the surprisingly fast-moving former Kunoichi. However, while he would never trade away his imposing size and intimidating presence, there was something to be said for having a smaller body. It made him lighter on his feet for one. He used that as he suddenly jumped into the air, shocking the Kunoichi, who was a bit more used to seeing the Kyuubi stationary, bound to the rock within her own seal. He span in midair, his tails whipping around his form like some kind of furry buzzsaw before crashing into the ground right over where Kushina stood. For a moment, his rapidly spinning body ground against the hastily erected dome of chains Kushina had brought up. But while the Kyuubi was at only half power at the moment, Kushina was a mere fragment of her former self, and his overwhelming bulk and chakra won out. However, it had given Kushina enough time to dodge out of the way, so instead he crashed into the seemingly indestructible ground. Suddenly, there were hundreds of puffs of smoke around him as a plethora of Kushinas popped into existence about his body, all of them sending out dozens of bright golden chains at him. "You're weak, human." While the chains were numerous, they were weakened by the division of the original's chakra, and the Kyuubi was able to lift himself up from where he was being restrained without much difficulty. Lashing out with his tails, he caused a plethora of smoky clouds to erupt about him, with each shadow clone's destruction. "You can't restrain me anymore." The writhing beast managed to lift its head up high as little balls of black and white energy began to coalesce above his snout, forming a roiling purple sphere of energy, which quickly proceeded to shrink to the size of the average human fist. Seeing what was happening, the remaining Kushina clones all desperately tried to get away, some of them throwing up strong barriers with their chains. It was all for naught, though, as the bijou swallowed the massively condensed mass of unstable chakra. A moment later, it opened its mouth, releasing an enormous blast of energy in a near-constant stream that split through the air with a deafening ring. The seal shook from the tremors as the Kyuubi swung his head around, indiscriminately destroying any shadow clones in the vicinity, effortlessly tearing through their flimsy barriers. When the bright white light finally died down, the fox grinned sadistically as he looked around for the original, even checking under its great paws to see if he stepped on her by accident. Slowly his tails swung behind him, flicking out every so often sending great gales in random directions, hoping to upset the little bug from her hiding place. Bared teeth, the size of two men, gleamed with saliva at the thought of the torture he would put his former container through. Near the entrance of the cage, Kushina suddenly sprang up from where she had been hiding, bolting towards the massive gates as fast as she was able. She had made a huge mistake coming into the seal. She had underestimated the Kyuubi massively, and now, not only her, but Naruto might pay for it. One arm hung limply at her side, burned and scorched, and her hair, usually a neatly combed waterfall, was a frayed mess. A smile alighted on her lips as her foot crossed the threshold of the seal, only to immediately twist into a look of pure horror and shock. "You lose, human." Shakily, she looked down to see the long white claw emerging from her midsection, an all too familiar scene. She fought through the pain, shooting out two chains from her palm that vanished into the corridors of the seal outside the gate. The Kyuubi grunted in annoyance at that, not quite understanding what she had done, especially when the chains disconnected from her hands and snaked off into the darkness of the hallways. When he dragged the defeated woman back into the dark and silence of the seal, the massive gated bars slamming shut behind her due to the destruction of the temporary key on her stomach, she had a tired but victorious smile on her face. "I haven't lost yet." Blood dribbled down the corner of her mouth as the Kyuubi lifted her up, still impaled through the midsection, so they were somewhat face to face. "You've lost, you just don't know it yet. Naruto will beat you and become the savior Mina-chan wanted him to be." For a moment, there was silence as the two simply stared at one another in the darkness of the seal, Kushina staring up defiantly despite the grievous wound. "It matters little. The boy will come to claim my chakra, only to lose himself in it. For now, I have you entertain me." At that, Kushina grinned a bloody smile as her entire form started to fade away, the chakra Minato had implanted into the seal running out. "You're too late, fuzzball. My time here's up, and I've done all I can to make sure Naruto has every weapon he needs to defeat you." For a moment, the QB frowned as he saw his retribution fade away in front of him before a far more malicious look overcame his features. Slowly, almost tauntingly, he brought one of his long, swaying tails up over his shoulder, pressing it into Kushina's chest. The woman could only look on in horror as her semi-translucent form suddenly gained substance again as she was infused with a massive quantity of chakra from the fox. I never gave you permission to die human. Suddenly, Kushina screamed as the chakra began to burn at her. As if the QB was filling her with boiling hot magma, every nerve ending in her chakra-constructed body screamed in pain. There's too many things we have left to do. Naruto groaned as he walked along the street. The sun had set a while ago, and eventually his tears had dried up, forcing him to sluggishly get off the swing and start walking back to his small apartment. As he walked, he clutched at his stomach, wondering just what that milk had done to him, as it felt like there was a small battle going on in his guts. He waved it off, wiping his brow of the sweat that had begun to accumulate there before groaning again. He kept going with thoughts that at least there was a warm bed waiting for him at home. And in a few days, the Hokage had promised to take him to some ramen stand the man said he would like. The thoughts of warm ramen filling his nose and mouth got him another few streets before he finally had enough and slumped over on a nearby wall, his vision swimming uncomfortably. He felt bile rising up his throat and forced himself to swallow it down, only making him turn a paler shade of white as his eyes began to drift. Finally, with a small whimper, he fell over onto his side, his world going dark. The last thing he felt was a warm burning in his stomach that slowly spread out through his body from the soles of his feet to the tips of his fingers. Oddly enough, though it only felt like a moment later when his eyes flickered back open and he groggily pulled himself to his feet. He did absently wonder when it had started raining, though, as he was definitely lying in some kind of puddle. Through bleary eyes, he quickly worked out he was no longer on the street. In fact, he seemed to be in some long corridor that stretched off into darkness in both directions. Confusion still racking his mind, he got up and began walking in the direction he felt wind coming from. He had explored Konoha sewers once as an inquisitive child, and that was the method he had used to find his way out. He kept walking for another 5 minutes, never encountering so much as a bend in the corridor. His fear began to show in the slight tremble in his lip, wondering just where he was and if he would ever get out. His worries were put to the side as he finally emerged into a large, cavernous room that ceiling stretched far up into the darkness. One wall was completely dominated by an enormous metal gate. Hello," he called. It was far more timid than he would have liked, but in this oppressive, empty room, with what looked suspiciously like prison bars, he couldn't help but feel nervous. Even now, he felt warm gusts of air blow past him, ruffling his tattered clothes. Yet he got the idea that venturing past the thick bars would be a terrible idea. "Hello," he tried again, louder this time, only to hear his own voice echo through the darkness beyond the cage, with no answer for a good few seconds. "Naruto." Suddenly, from the darkness that seemed like a tangible wall, just behind the bars, a single feminine hand emerged, gripping the cold metal. It was quickly followed by the rest of her as a tall, red-haired woman emerged from the bars, her violet eyes tearing up as she looked at the young boy who wasn't sure what to make of all this. "Is that you, my Sochi?" Naruto unconsciously took a step back, wondering what kind of messed-up dream he had fallen into. Seeing his recoil, the woman frowned, taking another step only to meet some kind of invisible wall. Who are you?" The woman reached her hands out imploringly for a moment, a look of genuine longing in her eyes as she took in the young blonde-haired boy's reaction to her. "Don't you recognize me, Naruto? I'm your mother." Naruto took another step back, his mouth working uselessly like a fish as his breath caught in his throat. Finally, though, as a tear was about to escape his eye, his face became indignant. "You're not my mom. The old man said she died, a hero of Konoha." Almost instantly, that warm, longing look on the woman's face melted away as if it had been nothing more than a thin mask. revealing a cruel smile and two slitted red eyes. The body dispersed into what looked like dust before flowing back into the seal where it was wallowed into the darkness. Instead, what emerged were those same vicious eyes, only scaled up 100 times as Naruto felt an almost tangible weight settle over his shoulders. Oh well, it couldn't last forever. A very different voice boomed. Naruto fell back, his breath quickening as the demon, standing just a few meters away from him, continued to bore into his small form with his gaze. Pitiful. This is the child they chose to be my container. At least the others could stand in my presence. As if breaking the trance over him, Naruto shook his head, managing to work himself onto his feet shakily, if nothing else to prove to whatever this creature was that he could. Vuvuka. Naruto shook his head again, trying to throw off the oppressive feeling falling across his body like layers of stiflingly hot snow. What are you? His answer was an enormous gust of wind that was likely the creature snorting derisively. How original. Why don't you ask something interesting, like where you are? Naruto, surprisingly, found a scowl on his face at being so easily dismissed. He had enough of that from the villagers to get it from whatever this demon was. I asked you a question, Tabeo. One of the great red eyes beyond the gate quirked up in amusement at that before both lowered, so they could better stare at Naruto's now less shaky form. Oh, some backbone appears in the little human. Very well. I am the Kyuubi no Kitsune. At that, Naruto blinked, his mind going blank for a few moments. This was the creature that ravaged and nearly destroyed Konoha on the day of his birth. But the Yondaime dash. He was cut off by another large gust of warm breath that nearly bowled him over as the creature snorted again. Could do little to stop a creature like me without sealing it into a human, and even then he could only do it halfway. Naruto's mind was now working overtime. He knew little of ninja arts like Fuin Jutsu. He would be learning those in a month's time when he joined the academy. However, one thing became starkly obvious to him as he looked up at the creature. Sealed in a human. Suddenly, something new appeared from the shadows, a great long row of teeth in a vicious parody of a grin. Specifically you. Suddenly, so much made sense to Naruto. His birth date coinciding with the Kyuubi attack, the villagers' hatred of him, the hushed whispers just out of earshot. But why? Why do they hate me if you're you and I'm me? Either his whisper to himself had gone unheard by the bijou, or the fox hadn't deigned to answer. It was obvious enough to him that he wasn't the Kyuubi. After all, he was standing in front of the creature right now. For a moment, Naruto looked down at his feet, his face rushing through a flurry of emotions before finally settling on one of determination. I don't care. Behind the bars, the Kyuubi simply watched on impassively, still grinning that gruesome smile. I don't care if they hate me, because I'll just try harder and one day they'll recognize me. That's what the old man said. There was silence as Naruto panted, feeling a little hoarse from his sudden bout of screaming up at the Kyuubi. You are foolish child. Naruto looked up in surprise as the Kyuubi finally broke the silence, his grin never wavering for a moment. Humans are weak, idiotic creatures, slaves to their baser emotions. They are full of hatred and greed and will never break the endless cycle of suffering and pain they inflict on themselves. They will never accept you because you represent what they fear, what they hate. Despite the grin, the Kyuubi's words were spoken forcefully, nearly making Naruto take a step back again. Their own weakness. Naruto frowned up at the colossal mass of chakra, his stomach wavering as its oppressive presence pressed down on him. Why would I believe anything you say? You're a demon. Another gust of air met him, casing his flimsy clothes to sway in the artificial breeze. A pathetic human title for beings beyond their comprehension. It matters little what I am, just that I accept it. Power is the only thing that will get you anywhere in your brief, fleeting life. Without it, the acknowledgement you seek will forever be out of your grasp. Suddenly, the wide grin behind the bars grew even further as the massive beast inched his face forward until it was almost pressing at the bars. I can offer you that power. Right now, Naruto believed the saying, deal with the devil, never seemed more appropriate. I don't need what you have to offer. I can become strong on my own. Tabeo. The fox merely grunted as it pulled its face away, the grin disappearing into the shadows and the eyes slowly closing. Believe what you will, mortal. One day you will return for my power. Until that day, struggle on with your pathetic life. You will come to see what I say holds true. With that, the great eyes closed, and the interior of the cage was once again nothing but darkness and shadow. Only the slow, steady breathing and the rushes of warm air showed the QB was still very much in there, a constant reminder of the burden Naruto was now aware of. Before Naruto could retort, he felt his world turning dark once again, his body fading away. When his eyes opened again, it was to the darkened street corner he had collapsed on. With a groan, he dragged himself to his knees before shakily standing up. For a moment, he wondered if all of that was just some strange hallucination brought on by bad milk. But as a shudder passed down his spine, some intrinsic part of him knew that had been all too real. He had felt every one of the QB's warm breaths and shuddered at the reminder of the beast's overwhelming presence. Still feeling groggy from it all, he stumbled out into the street and just so happened to bump right into the one lone drunk staggering back home. The man almost absently swatted Naruto aside in a stupor with the end of the bottle held limply in one hand, some of the liquid sloshing out and over Naruto's shirt. The young blonde fell to the ground in a heap, clutching at his head as the man turned to look at him. To apologize or complain, he would never find out as the man took one look at him, sneered, and turned to go. Naruto wasn't sure what it was right at that moment. Maybe just a lot of pent-up frustration. Maybe the QB's words had stuck core with him, or it could have been the sliver of the beast chakra that had leaked into his body thanks to Kushina weakening the seal. Either way, he suddenly had enough, with all the villagers ignoring him like his presence was meaningless. So what if he contained some monster? He was still Uzumaki Naruto, Kami damn it. Hey, watch where you're going, jerk. Tabeo. The drunkard froze at the fiery words, his head tilting to one side as if he couldn't quite believe what he had just heard. Slowly, he turned back to the blonde who by now had picked himself up. He was obviously quite drunk as he was unsteady on his feet and his eyes weren't quite focusing. What was that, Gaki? His tone was dangerous, but Naruto couldn't find it in him to care. Just for once, he didn't want to put up with it. He wanted someone to acknowledge him. I said, watch where you're going, team. Quite suddenly, the drunk's unfocused eyes narrowed, gaining a dangerous glint as he glared at the young boy who stared defiantly back. I'll give you another chance to apologize, kid, before I get angry. He took a step forward, and for a moment Naruto faltered, but suddenly there was again that warm feeling spreading out from his stomach. A burst of determination filled him, and he squared up to the man who was over twice his size. You're the one who should apologize, Bakayaro. The drunk nodded slowly, almost as if he was agreeing, a small chuckle escaping his lips that didn't sound all that warm. He turned, looking as though he were simply going to leave. That was why Naruto was completely unprepared for when he suddenly snapped back around. Before the boy knew it, something cracked against the side of his skull, and he was thrown off his feet. He couldn't even do anything before there was another blinding pain in his side as the man kicked him again. You should apologize, kid. Naruto couldn't respond. His face was scrunched up in pain, tears streaming down his face as he attempted to curl up into a ball to avoid the worst of the beating. He felt so weak at that moment, so utterly helpless. And worst of all, he knew that tomorrow he would wake up and nothing would have changed. The people would continue to ignore him, adults would keep hating him, and he was powerless to stop any of it. Abruptly, he realized that the beating had stopped. He tentatively opened his eyes, hoping the man had decided to just leave. Vuvucha. His eyes shot open as he looked up into the face of the drunk who, only moments ago, had been stomping him into the ground. Only now he was lifted into the air, impaled through his body in various places by gleaming chains made of ethereal golden light. In his shock, it took Naruto a moment to realize the chains were coming out of his own body. Trembling, he turned to look up at the man, only for his eyes to widen. There was an expression he had never really seen outside of the mirror on the man's face. It wasn't anger or hate or even indifference, it was fear. The man was looking down at him with fear because he no longer had the power to harm him, because Naruto was the one in control. Slowly, Naruto raised a shaking hand up towards the man, only for the drunk to flinch, his whole body shaking as blood dripped from his wounds. A long stream of it flowed down one of the chains to pool on Naruto's hand. It was oddly warm. Naruto just looked at it for a moment as it flowed over his skin. The warmth was new, and, for a fleeting moment, he was reminded of the Kyuubi's deception. He wondered if this was like the warmth of a mother's touch. The man, still being held in the air by glowing chains, whimpered as the child finally looked up from staring at his blood-covered hand. Except, it wasn't the same child that had looked down. Naruto now sported a deep, unnerving scowl. He raised his hand again, only now there wasn't so much as a tremor. The man whose name he didn't even know died without a whimper, as a final chain burst from his palm, impaling him right through the heart. Demon! Naruto's head snapped around, catching sight of an elderly woman whose eyes were wide with horror and fear. She quickly turned to run away, to warn someone of what Naruto had just done, only for a timid voice to call out behind her. "Wait, please." She slowed, only to regret that decision a moment later, as in a single moment a thick red-stained chain ripped through her chest, holding her in place. A moment later, Naruto appeared in front of her, looking up into her eyes with a strange, searching expression. "Sorry, I just wanted to see that look on your face again." Gradually, as the woman stopped convulsing, the expression twisted into a cold, slightly manic smile. Konoha had always called him a monster. That night, he simply decided to agree with them. Kasari no Naruto. Hiruzen's tired eyes watched as a ring of smoke lazily drifted away from his pipe. It was carried over to the open window that looked out on the village he loved dearly. His hand were placed behind his back, and he stood with such rigid poise he might have been mistaken for a sculpture at first glance. However, the illusion was shattered when he let out a troubled sigh that really spoke of his age. A migraine was coming, and the reason was one Uzumaki Naruto, or perhaps the two civilians he had killed. They're howling for blood, Hiruzen. You can't keep them at bay for much longer. Any attempt to sate them now and preserve what innocence the boy has left will be a fool's errand. The lightest of frowns creased the aged man's already wrinkled features as one of his oldest friends, if not perhaps the closest, spoke up from behind him. He didn't turn, though, still looking out over his village, framed by the setting sun lighting the sky up in brilliant hues of red and orange that made Hai no Kuni so famous. "Don't think I don't know that, Danzo." Another tired sigh escaped his lips. It was a bad day when he had begun to agree with the old war hawk over matters concerning Naruto. The boy is obviously unstable. He can't remain among the normal populace as he is. Hiruzen's frown only deepened, but he quickly calmed himself by taking another long drag from his pipe, a gift from his son before their relationship became so strained. "And whose fault is that, Danzo?" There was no accusation in the tone, more one of general hopelessness. The boy has every right to be unbalanced, with everything that has been thrust upon his shoulders. He could hear the tap of Danzo's cane on the wooden floor of his office as the crippled man crossed the room to stand beside him, a rare sight as of the last few years. All the same, he is a risk to the village at large. This isn't just a case of an average shinobi having emotional issues. The boy is a literal bomb. The yondaime is no longer among us. A pained expression crossed Hiruzen's features as he was reminded of yet another failure of his that he had made over his long life. Some might say too long, and we would not survive another attack from the beast. Slowly the sun slipped down behind the horizon, casting more and more of the village into shadow. "So you would have me hand him over to you? To have his emotions stripped away, just so he won't be a threat anymore. He didn't need to turn to see Danzo's curt nod, yet it still managed to elicit a small, frustrated sigh as Hiruzen closed his eyes for just a moment. Destroy one life to preserve thousands, even if it was a child who already had far too large a burden placed upon them. Was this how the Yondaime had felt? It is the only safe option at this point, and we both know this to be true. You had your chance, and it turned into yet another debacle, unsettling the already delicate situation with the Uchiha. We cannot wait and hope this passes Hiruzen. The academy proved that well enough. The tapping started up again as Danzo walked out of the office, the old men separating once again as Danzo returned to the darkened shadows of Konoha, leaving Hiruzen standing in the light. He was ashamed to say it, but sometimes Hiruzen had wished it was the other way around. The expectation upon him were supposed to have been relieved 9 years ago. You will eventually have to agree with me, Hiruzen. We both know it. And with that, the sound of tapping faded away until once again Hiruzen was left with nothing but his thoughts and memories. I can't believe that. Not yet. He turned up to the Hokage monument, drawing strength from the silent visages of his predecessors and the man who was supposed to take these burdens from his shoulders. I couldn't do that to Minato. However, as much as he told himself these things, an alternative did not present itself. It was true that Naruto needed to disappear from the public eye, preferably somewhere where he couldn't hurt the people around him. He would need to be with people that could understand his situation and could contain him if worse came to worst. However, he couldn't just neglect the fact the boy was a Jinchuriki. He would eventually need to be trained. For his own safety, if nothing else. Hokage-sama. A lone ANBU dropped from the ceiling, seemingly out of the shadows themselves, and without even a whisper of sound. Hiruzen didn't turn to face the masked shinobi, but they still knew to continue. Saru's squad has returned to the village ahead of schedule. Do you wish me to redeploy them as soon as possible? At that, Hiruzen wanted to throw his head in his hands. If there was any contender for something that gave him almost as many troubles as Naruto, it would be that damn squad. However, just as Hiruzen was about to acquiesce to the ANBU's suggestion, his hand paused in midair, a tiny flame suddenly alight behind his eyes. Actually, no. Bring them to my office as soon as possible. He couldn't see it behind the emotionless porcelain mask, but the Hokage was sure the ANBU had his eyebrow raised. There was no questioning the village leader's orders, though, and the only visible response he received was a slight tilt of the head before the ANBU was gone as quickly and as silently as he entered. Slowly, Hiruzen nodded his head just once. This may just work. Naruto felt particularly good as he walked down the central road in Konoha, shown by the toothy grin that rested on his features. As he passed, people gave him an incredibly wide berth, some even walking off in different directions when they saw him. Some turned away, others whispered to people close to them. All of them had looks of fear in their eyes. This is what Naruto had wanted. Not their respect, not their love, but their acknowledgement. He finally had it through simple fear. It might have had something to do with the fact that, as he walked, long golden chains flickered out around him, tipped by vicious, serrated blades that almost looked like kunai. Some swayed behind him like tails, others reared up over his shoulders like cobras poised to strike. All of them looked menacing. Then again, he might have been smiling because he couldn't help but replay a particularly funny memory over and over again. Around a week ago, the Hokage had told him he would be entering the academy, and to be honest, Naruto relished the idea. It seemed perfect. Go in, learn how to kill people and become stronger, walk out and do those things. The reality was far from that, though. Naruto was bored, very bored. So bored that chains started to subconsciously appear from his shoulders, looking around as though they were living entities of their own. On the bright side, it really seemed to freak out the mousy-haired kid to his left. Way to his left, nobody wanted to sit next to the demented-looking freak after all. Not after he had thrown a boy he had later found was called Kiba across the room and nearly through a wall. Naruto wasn't sure why they had looked at him strangely. The boy had made fun of his height, saying he didn't look strong, and the only thing an Inuzuka could respect was strength and dominance. Naruto had just educated the boy that appearances can be deceiving. He wondered if Kiba respected him now, or would, when the kid woke up from unconsciousness. Right now, the new academy entrants were sitting in a tiered classroom listening to a lecture from the man who would be their instructor for the next year or two. Naruto had tuned him out half an hour ago when he had started talking about some flaming will or something. His ears twitched when he finally heard something interesting. His chains twitched too, but that only seemed to make people shuffle even further away from him. The instructor smiled brightly as he looked around the room, everywhere, but at Naruto, of course, and clapped his hands together. The very same man only minutes ago had asked Naruto to put away his chains because it was unnerving the other children. Naruto had responded by pinning the man to the wall. He was a little more accepting of the golden attachments after that. In Naruto's opinion, he was lucky he had only pierced him through the clothes. The holes were still there. Huh, maybe that was why the other kids gave him a wide berth? All right, kids, as a fun exercise to ingratiate you to academy life, we're going to the training fields out back to have a few test spars, just to see where you guys are at. He quickly answered a few questions from some of the civilian children, mostly him settling their worries that they had no prior training, before leading the class out to the back of the academy. There, a small ring was set up. It was just a simple rope laid out in a circle to mark a boundary, but that was all they really needed for academy students. After all, they didn't know any devastating or landscape-altering jutsu yet. Okay, would anybody like to volunteer for the first spar? When he got no takers, he just smiled warmly. No need to be shy. It's all friendly here. Slowly, one of the boys near the front of the crowd raised their hand. A dark-haired boy with bright black eyes. Sasuke, perfect. The boy smiled timidly before stepping into the ring. The Chunin turned back to the crowd of students only to pale as he saw another hand raised up. Anybody like to spar with Sasuke? The hand stayed up, but the Chunin managed to keep his eyes anywhere but on it, even when a gold chain snaked up into the air to make the child more visible. Anybody at all? Unfortunately for him, at that moment Naruto got tired of waiting and simply stepped through the crowd. Okay then, Naruto against Sasuke. The instructor's eyes nervously glanced between the two kids. Naruto didn't even have his chains out, but something about his expression, the longing for the fight, it was unsettling. First, we make the seal of confrontation. This is an important art of traditional shinobi sparring. It acknowledges that you are equals. A quiet snort came for Naruto, but the instructor ignored it, showing them both the hand sign. Afterwards, you will make the seal of reconciliation to show that there are no hard feelings after the spar is over. Again, the Chunin showed them the seal before finally stepping back. Okay, on my signal, he raised his arm, and you could just feel the tension in the air from the group of silent students. Hajime. Sasuke suddenly bolted forward. As an Uchiha, he had been receiving training for much of his young life, so naturally, he felt as though he had an edge over most kids, especially in taijutsu. Of course, Naruto had no intention of only sticking to taijutsu, where he was sure his scrawnier and smaller stature would be an immediate disadvantage. That was why Sasuke was shocked as a bright gold chain suddenly lashed out at him from Naruto's stomach, all without the blonde moving an inch. It struck him just beneath the ribs, sending his skidding backwards on his ass with the breath knocked out of him. However, Naruto didn't do it hard enough to knock him out of the ring. That would be too short. It wouldn't be any fun. Sasuke's eyes immediately widened as he saw another serrated chain flying at him, forcing him to roll to the side. Of course, the chain simply diverted course, looping around Sasuke's ankle before picking the boy up of the ground and dangling him there by the leg. Naruto stopped this. It's supposed to be a taijutsu match only. Naruto snorted loudly as the chain whipped the young dark-haired boy across the arena, slamming him painfully into the ground before picking him back up again, dragging his face along the ground while he was at it. Why would I limit myself like that? I would only get beaten. For a moment, his spiky hair fell across his eyes, shadowing them as his head tilted forward, his hands clenching into fists. I refused to lose anymore. Suddenly, the chain holding Sasuke cracked like a whip, sending the boy flying into the air. The instructor moved to catch him, but the chains were just a construct of chakra and were as light as Naruto wanted them to be. They were faster. One shot out from his palm, slicing through the air before impaling the poor Uchiha right through the thigh, painfully pulling him back to the ground. Naruto grinned at the scream he had managed pulled out of the young boy while their classmates looked on, half terrified and half disgusted. He would have slammed the boy into the ground again had the Chunin not just gotten beneath him, catching the boy and quickly pulling the chain out his leg. He took consolation from the second scream Sasuke gave. He had nothing personal against the boy. He didn't even know him before today, but he was unlucky enough to have volunteered. Giving the blonde a quick glare, the Chunin quickly rushed Sasuke off to the hospital, but not before Naruto called after him. "But Sensei, I thought we were supposed to make the seal of reconciliation." The Chunin was already gone, leaving a smirking Naruto alone with the rest of the class. He turned to see them staring at him with varying levels of fear and unease. "What?" They all flinched, making him grin again as he walked right past them. He supposed the academy wasn't so boring after all. He still had that smile on his face as he walked towards the training grounds, not even realizing he had arrived before stepping over the boundary into the large grassy clearing. After the incident with the Uchiha, he had been temporarily pulled from the academy. The Hokage had told him he was just unsuited to study there. It was only recently, though, that he had been told there was now an alternative, which was why he was here. He leant against a tree as he waited for whoever was supposed to turn up, watching the sun begin to descend below the horizon in the distance. Suddenly, he dived forward, eyes wide, as a line of kunai that would have ran the length of his body thudded into the tree trunk he had just been resting against. Breathing suddenly fast and shallow, he forced a few chains out of his body. It was just in time to swat away another volley of the deadly ninja tools. Better than I thought. I honestly wasn't expecting him to survive the first volley. A calm voice from seemingly all around Naruto, making his head dart about nervously before he forced that expression away and replaced it with a deep scowl. "Who's there?" A short laugh from a different, more nasally voice was his answer, causing Naruto growl at the casual disregard. Whose turn is it now then?" "Nezumi, perhaps you want a shot?" There was rustling in the trees, but Naruto couldn't tell from where. In the still, darkening conditions of the evening, his visibility was dropping by the second. Suddenly, reacting on nothing more than instinct, he threw himself forward, sending a volley of chains bursting from his back. There was the clang of metal on metal, and he felt resistance through his connection with the chakra constructs. But when he rolled to his feet in a low crouch, there was nobody there. Again, though, a sort of sixth sense told him there was someone behind him. This time he spun, the chains around him whipping out wildly. Through the sparks created between his weapon and his opponent's, he caught a glimpse of a pale white mask and long, dark hair in a ponytail. However, they quickly vanished in a flicker of motion far too fast for him to keep up with, leaving him alone again in a seemingly empty training ground. To his immense shock, he noticed that a few links on one of his chains were almost completely severed clean through. True, the lighter and therefore faster his chains were, the weaker they became, but he had never even seen so much as a scratch on them when he was testing them out. The sight made him even more nervous despite the cold scowl he wore. A quick burst of chakra through the chains. Not that Naruto knew it was chakra, healed them up. Doing so was rather draining, though, and while Naruto was generally considered quite lively, he was not a bottomless well of energy. Kuma's turn. A second voice, much louder, more lively and more childish than the first, made itself known as Naruto's eyes went wide. What could only be described as a roughly human-shaped beast suddenly rushed out of the surrounding shrubbery. Kuma kicked. It was so fast that Naruto only briefly caught a glimpse of light blue hair and tan skin covering a mountain of muscle, before he saw nothing but stars, then just nothing at all. Did Kuma break him? Dizzying pain. That was what the young blonde felt as his faculties began to return to him. It was a confusing feeling, Not one he hadn't felt before, but given the circumstances he had fallen unconscious in, not one he had expected to feel again. For a moment, he heard a roaring laughter that sounded as though it was echoing down a long corridor before his head stopped swimming, and he slowly faded back into reality. Stand the hype about the kid. Other than the chains, I didn't see anything all that special. He remembered that voice. It was the second one he had heard in the clearing. What was going on? Oh, I don't know. There was something to be said about the boy's reflexes. He must have a good set of ears on him at least. That was the first voice, calmer and more disciplined than the other, but he still spoke with a trace of amusement. Naruto was seriously confused. He had been attacked, and yet wasn't dead. Did his attackers want him alive for some reason? His chains were sharp. Another new voice, this one definitely a woman's. However, it was low and quiet, and whoever it belonged to certainly took their time with their words. Naruto wanted to crack an eye open to see what was going on, but he didn't want to let them know he was awake. Oh ho, that's high praise from Unizumi-chan. Don't you think, Kuma? There was the second voice again. Slowly, Naruto worked a chain out through his back, digging it into the earth. He wanted to be prepared. These people were strong, stronger than anybody he had ever met before. At least it felt that way to the blonde. Ah, Kuma is sorry for breaking him. He couldn't help it. Hearing that loud, childlike voice made a single shudder run down Naruto's back. The chain he was extending, though, was almost. Don't worry about it too much, big guy. In fact, he's awake right now. Suddenly, Naruto sprang to his feet at being caught, pelting off in a random direction as fast as his small legs could carry him. At the same time, his chain burst through the ground, branching off into as many smaller chains as he could make. Each randomly shot out in every direction like shrapnel. It was for naught, though, as he hadn't taken 3 steps before he was grabbed by the back of his shirt by a slender but strong hand and quickly hoisted into the air. Please don't. For just a moment, Naruto's legs continued to pump desperately before he realized he had been caught. Immediately, Naruto scowled, crushing the helpless feeling within him as he prepared to launch as many chains as he could and turn the person holding him into a pincushion. He would have 2, had they not placed a sword's edge dangerously close to his throat, causing him to freeze in place. Please, don't. This time it was said just a little more forcefully, even if it was in that same dull, husky tone. His body immediately went limp in the woman's hand. He didn't even dare to gulp, the blade was so close to his throat. Now, Nezumi-san, there's no need to be so forceful with the boy. Naruto was turned around, still held by his shirt, and for the first time got a good look at his attackers. It was only for a moment, though, as hearing the kind but stern words the woman had almost immediately dropped him. Okay, Saru Taishu. Naruto winced as he hit the ground before looking back up, wary for what he had seen in that brief instant. Sure enough, when he saw his kidnappers, they bore the white porcelain masks and slate-gray body armor of the ANBU, Konoha's watchful protectors that he would sometimes see darting about rooftops late at night. The one who stood slightly in front of the others, wearing a vaguely monkey-esque mask done in red, spoke in a voice that immediately identified him as this Sir Titan. Well, aren't you a quiet one? Got a bit of a bite, though, don't you? There was that same irritating hint of amusement his voice always seemed to carry, although it seemed warranted as the man was somehow holding the chains Naruto had launched out. All of them? What do you want with me? The blonde growled, not bothering to get up off the ground. He couldn't outrun these people anyway. As much as it pained him to his core to admit, even to himself, he was helpless in front of them. Ooh, Kuma wants to say. The man Naruto had been doing his best to try and ignore, if he could even be called man, started bouncing up and down on the spot. Sure enough, the blue markings on his mask denoted him as a bear, and Naruto couldn't have thought of a more fitting animal to represent the mountain of a man. He was all tan muscle, so much so that it didn't even look like he would fit into one of the dark cloaks the other ANBU wore. The blonde swore if he jumped a little higher, he was going to start making tremors in the ground. However, the last man, a short man who might have been mistaken for a child had it not been for his voice, calmed him down. Maybe you should leave this one up to us, Kuma. Your explanations tend to get a bit. He genuinely seemed to think of the right word to say as the brute of a man stared at him with a cocked head like some sort of dog. Ah, boisez-vous? The massive, light blue-haired man just nodded quickly before turning away. Naruto could almost feel the dumb expression on his face. The leader of the three men, Naruto, still couldn't see the woman standing just behind him, seemed amused by the whole interaction before turning to Naruto. Yes, well, anyway, as Kuma-san was trying to say, Dapper tried to say, but was quickly cut off by Naruto, who hadn't stopped glaring at the trio since they had begun talking. Why didn't you kill me? They all paused at that before suddenly the man Naruto assumed was Takeo by process of elimination began laughing. Kill you? What gave you that idea? Naruto blinked before tensing up as the man suddenly approached him, coming down to a crouch right in front of him so that Naruto could pick out every abstract line on his mask. Suddenly his hand whipped out behind him. Just as Naruto was about to try and spear him through the chest, though, it came back around holding an ANBU uniform. This was your initiation. Welcome to the Corp, Gaki. Naruto could only blink dumbly as he stared at the simple black clothing atop the standard gray armor, seemingly made in his size. What? That was the limits of Naruto's eloquence at that moment, as he lamely stared at the uniform and the blue, bird-esque mask lying on top. He quickly recovered, though, his scowl returning as he glared back at Takeo. Chains began to writhe out of his wrists menacingly. Why would I want to join YNBU? I'm not even a shinobi yet. Takeo didn't give him an answer he was expecting. Instead, the short man just chuckled, reaching forward and ruffling Naruto's hair before the blonde could even react. Who said anything about you wanting to Gaki? Or should I call you Karasu? Crow? Now that Naruto looked at the mask, it did bear somewhat of a resemblance to the carrion bird. Slowly the chains retracted and Naruto got to his feet, looking around at the four ANBU members. He wasn't sure how, call it some childish intuition, or maybe a killer's perspective, but each one of them looked poised to kill him at a moment's notice. Yet their postures were calm and relaxed. So what? I join YNBU and just disappear? I'm guessing that is why the old man sent me here in the first place. Now that he actually looked, they had never actually left the clearing he had been ambushed in. Saru answered him with an easy, amused tone. He didn't seem to take much seriously. Pretty much, Hokage-sama believed that ANBU would provide an outlet for your more unsavory tendencies. Not to mention you have killed 2 civilians, injured a clan child, and attacked a full squad of ANBU. Naruto snorted indignantly at that, but kept his eyes narrowed all the same. Under normal circumstances, you would be lucky to see the outside of a prison cell for the rest of your life. As it is, you have special circumstances. Naruto smirked at that, knowing what he meant. I contained the QB. Without missing a beat or showing any surprise, or even any real care, the masked Taicho simply nodded. The Hokage had theorized some kind of interaction with the beast might have triggered Naruto's sudden lapse in personality. Yes, so now you'll be trained by us, live with us, eat with us, and go on missions with us until you're either deemed safe to re-enter the normal shinobi corp, or you die in the line of duty. The mask hid all of the man's features, but Naruto could still tell he was smiling at the blonde. Welcome to ANBU Karasukohai. Naruto stared at the 3 men in front of him, taking in their calm but dangerous posture. The arms that looked like they could snap his body like a chopstick on Kuma, and the slight gleam of metal he could see in Taiko's sleeves. These people were trained killers, little more than dogs for the village to release on their enemies. Sounded like fun. When do I start? The 4 ANBU smiled lightly behind their masks. Naruto sat in the small, Spartan room he had been provided in the large apartment complex that apparently all ANBU operatives shared. It would seem that extended periods in what they colloquially called the Corp tended to bring out some stranger parts of their personalities, and most weren't the most stable types. Well, in that respect, Naruto fit in perfectly, although he did stand out as being exceptionally short. However, for some reason, that just made people look at him warily, Konoha had a long history of child prodigies and the dangerous people they could become. Right now, he was sitting on a hammock made out of the thinnest chains he could make. The bed in his room was less comfortable than what he was used to, and this provided good training, so his teammates actually encouraged it. He could do nothing about the slight glow that his chains gave off, so it would be useless on a covert mission, but that didn't bother him too much. Then again, that might be because he didn't understand what the word covert meant, but he was sure he'd find out eventually. For the last few days, his so-called squad mates, consisting of the group that had kidnapped him in the first place, had been running him through various drills to gauge his skill levels. It was tough, and by the end he was battered and covered in cuts, but at the same time he was oddly excited being surrounded by new, strong opponents to test himself by. They would make him stronger because they in turn were incredibly strong. They had proven that enough. He stared down at the mask in his hands again. He was told that once he put on, it basically stayed on. Uzumaki Naruto would cease to exist, and in his place Karasu would walk away into the world. He grinned at that. It was fine by him. The uniform was comfortable and warm, even if the new tattoo he now sported on his right shoulder stung a little. The people around him were strong and would be taking him on missions where he could test himself, where emotions like empathy meant little, and the only thing of importance was the next target. In ANBU, he was just another monster among monsters. Karasu was home. Kusari no Naruto. Naruto grinned like Shark as he backflipped across a small training field, chains erupting from his body to deflect the sword slashes of his opponent. A few shot into the ground, anchoring him and allowing him to use the newfound leverage to suddenly plummet towards the earth. Over the past few months, he had refined his chain use to his second nature. No matter how many he produced, they continued to feel like extensions of his body, 1,000 spindly arms and legs. It helped that, whenever he used them, there was a strange sense of familiarity he could never place. It was like he had been using them for years. It had been nonstop training for him amongst his teammates, as they quickly brought him up to a suitable level for the missions they would be taking. Mostly that involved stamina, strength, and speed training. However, playing to his strength, they also spent a great deal of time working with his chains. He had quickly found the chakra constructs to be almost infinite in their versatility and was still just now working to expand what he knew about them. He would spend hours thickening them, sharpening them, making them as thin as he could, and seeing just how long he could make one before he succumbed to pure chakra exhaustion. The answer? Very, very long. He had a lot of chakra. On that note, though, his abundance of the fundamental shinobi energy also proved an annoyance, as an important factor for every ANBU operative was stealth. Right now, Naruto was a literal beacon for any potential censors. His so-called comrades, on the other, could suppress their chakra, so it appeared as nothing more than a civilian's. When he asked why they didn't suppress it completely, they told him that a spot with no chakra was just as suspicious to a censor as one with an abundance. So another large swathe of his training was getting him to reduce his chakra levels, or at least how they appeared, to less blinding levels. He darted back, his body spinning and causing his chains to spin about him. Where a few months ago they would have flailed randomly, they now moved in sync with his body, creating a thin, buzzsaw-like effect. There was the grinding sound of metal clashing, and suddenly Naruto was jerked to the side as his chains became tangled up around the Naginata his sparring partner had produced. His eyes narrowed as he dodged back, creating two chains that just sat in the palm of his hands like kunai so that he could continue to bat away his attacker's sword swipes as his chains moved to disentangle themselves. One major downside he had found to his chains was that they were enormously chakra draining, however, not in the conventional sense. When outside his body, they only radiated or leaked a small amount of chakra, and as his control improved, that amount decreased. Most of the time, he could retract them and not feel even the slightest change to his reserves. However, if he had even a section of the dense chains cut off from him completely, or he forcefully dissipated them, he would feel the massive drop in his reserves almost instantly. It wasn't often a problem, as the chains themselves were tough, but that never seemed to stop his Kenjutsu trainer. Nezumi was the most enigmatic of his new squad mates. Saru was a mystery, but only because he said strange, sagely things all the time. Naruto was lucky if he heard Nezumi say more than a sentence in one day. On the other hand, her skill with weapons was undeniable. Even a common wooden spoon became a deadly tool in her hands. She favored the long, simple-looking katana she always carried, although Naruto couldn't figure out why. The blade was painfully plain, with a simple linen cloth wrapped around where the hilt would be, and not even its tsuba for decoration. Then again, it was longer than he was tall, and Izumi could swing it faster than he could even follow if she wanted. So who was he to complain? Again he leant back as a line of white appeared across his vision, and for a rare moment, he thought he saw an opening in Nezumi's guard. Immediately he rolled forward, the chains in his hands extending as he forced the individual links to become rigid, so it was almost like he was holding a sword. He lunged forward, aiming for her hip, but it was for naught. In a fluid motion, Nezumi circled around him, long dark hair and her trademark ponytail whipping out as she cleanly severed through the chains emerging from the blonde's back. The blonde gasped in shock as his body reeled at the sudden loss of chakra. He stumbled, but didn't collapse as he might have a few months ago. He couldn't really do much else, though. There were a lot of chains wrapped around that damn Naginata, and Nezumi had severed them as close to his body as she could with the opening he unwittingly presented her. Slowly, he sank to a knee and panted heavily, feeling a surge of anger as Nezumi returned her blade to her back. These sparring sessions excited and infuriated the young chain wielder, because while they provided strong opponents, and he could feel himself in turn becoming stronger, they confused him. At the end, he would always be at their mercy, yet they let him live. Why? He was weaker than them, obviously. They could beat him with almost piteous ease, and yet he continued to breathe. Why? Nezumi turned to look at him, her mouse-patterned mask tilting quizzically even though it showed no emotion. It is a spar. The woman had a very meticulous manner of speech, as if she was measuring every word. Naruto just figured she was a bit socially stunted, but who was he to talk? What does that mean? Even after all this time, he hadn't figured it out. It just went against everything he had told himself. Nezumi came over and crouched down in front of him, the small black dots of her mask's eye holes staring at him for a long few moments. I don't know. Naruto blinked, feeling the rest of his energy leave him suddenly and letting himself fall back onto his ass, supported by his arms behind him. But isn't it fun? The woman seemed to be genuinely questioning him, the thin pink ribbon tying her hair up fluttering in the breeze. Finally, Naruto grunted unintelligibly before pushing himself to his feet. The rest of their squad had just entered the clearing. Now, what? Suddenly, Suru disappeared from where they were emerging from the treeline, and Naruto felt a sharp, acute pain on the back of his head. Now what, Taicho? The tall man reappeared in front of a grumbling Naruto, and the blonde could just tell a smug smile was hidden behind that monkey mask. There was a pregnant pause before Naruto muttered out what he wanted to hear, filled with scathing sarcasm. Now what, Taicho? The man just nodded once as he stroked the bottom of his mask thoughtfully. You should be happier, Kohai. After all, I came to tell you we finally have our first mission. Naruto's head shot up so fast there was almost an audible crack. Really, a shark-like grin began to grow behind his mask. Saru was quick to put a damper on it as he was quickly clipped around the ear again. Really, Taicho? Another long pause followed as Naruto stared at the ground so hard one might almost expect it to burst into flame. Really, Taicho? Saru nodded again before waving his hand dismissively. I wouldn't get excited. It's nothing too serious, just a domestic dispute. However, depending on your performance tonight, you might be going outside the village next time. Naruto didn't risk saying anything that time, just nodding stiffly. Saru was a dangerous man, and his hand could move like a viper, more so than even Naruto's chains. He was the man that kept this ragtag squad functioning, and for that he may just have perhaps almost squeezed a tiny bit of respect from the blonde. Yay, Kuma will try not to kill anyone this time. After all, Anyone that could rein in that beast was worthy of some praise. He ignored Kuma's happy clapping, though, and turned back to his commanding officer, his toothy grin returning slightly. So, Taicho, a domestic dispute. He could almost feel the man smile in return. Hana Inuzuka was not exactly having the best of days. Today was the first time the head vet had allowed her to perform surgery on one of the older, retired ninkin. The poor mutt had died on the operating table with Hana's hand still inside it. For a 14-year-old girl, that was traumatic in of itself. But Hana was an Inuzuka. She was made of tougher stuff. Of course, not even minutes later, she had been called to the academy to pick up her brother. That mutt had apparently been causing a ruckus and was sent home. Their mother was out on a mission with Kuramaru, and Kami knew where their father was. So it was up to the recently promoted Chunin to pick him up. Around Konoha in general, Hana was known as that Inuzuka that wasn't completely nuts, the responsible one even. Hells, she even lacked the wild hair that distinguished them. That was just the surface. Anybody who knew her at all knew she could be every bit her mother's daughter. Apparently, though, Emi Inuzuka forgot that little fact when she walked over to the clan heir and made fun of her for having her hair dyed bright orange a few days prior. It wasn't her damn fault that her teammates thought they had a sense of humor and her sensei was a lazy idiot. She quickly reminded Emi of that fact at the same moment. She introduced her fist to the annoying girl's nose. Of course, as any scuffle in the Inuzuka clan compound inevitably ended up, the two were eventually found rolling around on the ground, tugging at clothes and generally trying to claw each other's eyes out. That usually wouldn't have been so bad. However, Hana's ninkin had seen what was going on and decided to join the fray, only they weren't so inclined to hold back at somebody attacking their master. Naturally, Emi's wasn't too far behind, and it just deteriorated from there. You call this a domestic dispute? Naruto felt an evil presence rise up behind him and caught himself quickly. Taicho. Suddenly the presence vanished, and Saru appeared alongside him on the branch above the Inuzuka compound wall a moment later. Well, they are fighting, and we are within the village. So what do you think, Kohai? Naruto's eye twitched once. He hated being called that. However, as he looked over what could only be described as a full-on fight zone, he could hardly dwindle it to a mere dispute. However, it did get his adrenaline pumping quite furiously. Ooh, Kuma can stop them. The brute of a man wasn't too far behind, his bulk causing the branch to bend threateningly. No. On the other hand, Nezumi was like a feather. Her presence barely felt at all as she alighted on the other side of the tree with the grace her codename would suggest. Aha, I think Nezumi-chan is right, Kuma. Your solutions tend to end up with a lot of people dead. Teiko was the last to join them, the short man appearing underneath Nezumi's branch upside down in a crouch, his mask not hiding where his eyes were going at all. That was something Naruto was quick to discover about the short ANBU. He was the worst kind of pervert. Kuma doesn't mean to. People are just too fragile. As Nezumi soundlessly stomped on Teiko's face, causing him to fall off the branch with an intentionally muffled yelp, Kuma twiddled his fingers together. A moment later, though, Teiko appeared above them again, looking no worse for wear save for the tiny crack on his mask. How about we let the rookie take this one? Karasuken. Sara looked up thoughtfully for a moment before shrugging. The team would be there if the boy got out of hand. I don't see why not. Have it a Kohai. Naruto glared at the man for a good few moments before soundlessly dropping off the branch. That was one thing the ANBU uniform was good for, at least. Besides being surprisingly comfortable, it naturally muffled any sounds his body made when it moved. Plus, he was fairly certain the sturdy body armor and arm guards had saved him from a few nasty cuts when Nezumi forgot just how to properly hold back, or bruises with Kuma in, well, just about every spar with Kuma. That bundle of muscle actually didn't know how to hold back. He walked quickly through the compound towards the two fighting girls, Inuzuka members that were watching, immediately parting for the ANBU, despite his small stature. It was odd. While Naruto relished in the fear of others, the look of respect he received from people when he wore this uniform was almost similar. At the same time, It brought a scowl to his face. It was too fake. The moment he removed the mask or revealed his chains, they would realize who he was, and they would either hate or fear him. Oh great, now his mood was ruined. Still with a scowl on his face, long golden chains suddenly whipped out of his body like an octopus unfurling its tentacles. They snapped at the ground, causing great rents to be torn from the earth and a loud cracking sound to ring out through the compound. Many of the Inuzuka nearby, due to their sensitive ears, cringed at the noise, but the two brawling girls didn't even seem to notice. A wicked smile crossed Naruto's face as he remembered the words of that Kiba boy he had met during his brief stint at the academy. The only thing they respect is dominance, eh? Suddenly the chains whipped out again, a few of the more savvy Inuzuka having already backed off after recognizing just who this particular Yenbyu was. There was a loud, yelping noise as four ninkin were suddenly hoisted up into the air with a gleaming chain about each of their midsections. That finally managed to get the girls to snap out of their scramble on the floor, but it was too late. Suddenly, two chains crashed into their ribs, flipping them over onto their backs with their heads just inches apart. Another moment later, and Naruto's boot-styled sandal was pressing down on Emi's neck, while Hana was unfortunate enough to be pinned to the ground with her clothes. Seed. The two Inuzuka women, high on adrenaline and their natural canine instincts, growled at the ANBU. Literally growled. It nearly made Naruto chuckle. He just pressed down harder on Emi's neck and moved his chains so that they began to lightly dig into Hana's skin. I said sit. It was spoken with no more volume than before, but there was now a presence behind it as Naruto suddenly brought the full force of his chakra to bear. The two girls felt it almost as a physical weight pressing down on them, and immediately they were snapped out of their battle daze. Emi even let out a slight whimper, causing Naruto to smirk as he finally released the pressure on her neck. Just what the hell is going on here? The young blonde looked up to see a rather vicious-looking woman with spiky brown hair walk through the front gates of the compound, followed closely by an equally grizzled canine wearing an eye patch. Naruto took the opportunity to tear his chains out of the ground, but made a show of letting them slowly re-enter his body with an unsettling rattle. Just cleaning up a dispute. He layered the sarcasm on thick as he looked about the compound's grounds. It was covered in finger-sized scratches and what looked like drill marks. Keep a tighter leash next time. He walked off, leaving some looking down at the two sheepish-looking teens still lying on the floor and breathing heavily. The bestial woman couldn't help but notice the red tint to both the girls' cheeks, causing a smirk to break out on her face. Hana was certainly her daughter, all right if she was getting flushed for being dominated like that. All right, girls, get over here. You're on punishment duty for the next week. Naruto didn't hear any more as he dashed up to where his squad was waiting for him. So, Saru cocked his head at him, making Naruto sigh, before quickly amending his statement. So, Taicho. The man nodded and stroked the bottom of his mask slowly, almost as if he had a beard. Naruto was almost certain he didn't, though. Good enough, I suppose. I might have handled things a bit more diplomatically, but I suppose the direct approach has merit. Naruto smirked beneath his mask as he looked to the others. Nezumi looked indifferent as usual, but at least she tried by holding up an awkward thumbs up. Pretty good if I say so myself, kid. You'll be beating off the ladies with those chains of yours if you keep up that domineering attitude. The girls love that stuff. Teiko suddenly cringed, looking over to see Nezumi staring at him silently, a noxious purple aura bleeding off of her. Kuma liked it, and Karasu didn't even kill anyone. The blonde smirked at that, feeling something stir in his chest. It felt odd to be congratulated, to have something he did validated by people and actually have it sound genuine. He did his best to ignore the feeling, though, instead thinking of when next he might get to go on another mission, maybe something a bit more exciting. A small group of shadows moved unnaturally in the night as they darted through tree after tree. They moved without a whisper, just another part of the scenery. Not even a single branch creaked with their passing. Finally, they stopped toward the crest of a large hill, the faint glow of campfires lighting up the sky just beyond. Slowly, the shadows melded into people, their black and gray armor serving to naturally blend into the background. The only thing that stood out in stark contrast were the white porcelain masks, gleaming in the moonlight as the hunters surveyed their prey. Their leader, bearing the likeness of Monkey, even if his calm demeanor would infer anything, but quickly flashed through a few hand signals, waiting for the nods of his companions. As he made a quick head count, he noticed one of their number missing. Flashing through a few more signals, all he got were shrugs or silence from his squad mates, making the man place a hand on his mask in exasperation. "Where did Karasa go?" he said, in a hushed whisper, so low not even somebody standing right beneath him would have heard. Again, nothing but silence from his team, causing his eye to twitch in irritation. "Maybe we left the kid behind?" We were setting a hefty pace. Takeo offered lamely, looking about to see if Karasa would appear if he thought hard enough. "No, he's fast." Saru sighed. Nezumi was right. Naruto wouldn't have been left behind so easily. He cursed at having such a loose cannon operative under his command, even more so than Kuma sometimes. "Can't be helped. We're on a deadline here, and that bandit encampment is going to overrun Okazu town at first light." He shook his head before going back over the plan with his team. Getting the all clear, he slowly led them over the crest of the hill. Below them, a massive collection of tents, scattered amongst a few campfires, sprawled out across the valley. This was the group of bandits that had been terrorizing this region of Hainokuni. They would amass their forces, quickly overrun and take over a town, drain it dry of alcohol, women, and money before moving on to the next one. The only reason they hadn't been dealt with sooner was they rarely left anybody alive to reveal what they were doing. However, what they were expecting to see didn't quite match up with the reality. Instead of drunken bandits wandering around or men sleeping in their tents, they saw what looked like a hurricane sight. Tents were destroyed beyond recognition. Fires burned brightly where they were not supposed to, and then there was the blood. Everywhere, the ground was drenched in it. Bodies were strewn haphazardly, left where they had been cut down without mercy. And of course, there right in the thick of it all, laughing and holding up 3 bandits by the throat, was Naruto. He was covered in blood, his normally blonde hair slicked into a murky brown color by it. He watched in almost insane amusement as he slammed the limp body of a man who was already likely dead over and over and over into the ground until the earth began to crater from the repeated impacts. To the side, the other 2 men watched on in horror, clawing at the golden chain around their throats before they could meet the same fate. Just as Naruto was getting bored with his current play toy and had turned his attention on the remaining survivors, the chains around their necks were suddenly severed. Naruto winced, but otherwise remained fine. It was only a small section of chain. The following clip around the back of the head, on the other hand. "Ow, what was that for?" He looked up at Saru, and despite the mask, he felt the man's eyes boring into him with a dangerous intensity. "You acted out of line." Naruto winced. He knew the man was serious, as he hadn't even called him Kohai. "I completed the mission, didn't I?" "Taicho," he grumbled. Saru just stared at him for a few moments longer before looking across at the 2 men, now gasping on the ground. "We needed at least one alive to question. I told you in the brief their movements were too organized." Naruto shrugged lamely. He rarely listened to those, as they tended to go on for ages. He swore Saru just like the sound of his own voice. "Well, there were no shinobi here. Or if there were..." Naruto smiled darkly beneath the mask, only to have the back of his head clipped again, immediately snapping him out of it and causing him to glare up at his commander. "Irrelevant. You disobeyed orders, acted on your own, and..." He motioned about the bloodied camp. The stench was beginning to become something fierce. Used unnecessary brutality. At that moment, Kuma walked over, the 2 survivors under each arm. He carried them with the same ease one might a duffel bag. What does Taicho want Kuma to do with bad guys? Saru took one look at the 2 struggling men before sighing. I said we needed one to question. With that, he turned back to Naruto, and in the same instance, Nezumi's sword flashed off her back, cleanly decapitating one of the men in a single motion. She didn't even get any blood on the blade. Naruto pointed weakly at the woman indignantly under Sara's gaze. Oh, so what? She gets to kill people, and I don't. Nezumi looked at him curiously as she replaced the sword on her back, while Saru sighed loudly. We are Ambu Karasu. We kill people. The difference is what you did was not killing it as slaughter. Naruto shrugged, not really seeing the difference. The look of fear on their faces was all the same to him. There's a reason we are on the right side of the law. A shinobi must know how to show mercy as much as he should know how to kill. Naruto huffed, bowing air out between his teeth in frustration. What's that even supposed to mean? Saru's hand twitched. Taicho. The man didn't answer for a moment, turning back to his squad and quickly issuing orders for them to destroy the camp. Taicho. Saru turned back to Naruto, and a note of silence hung between them for a few moments. You'll learn eventually. That's one of the few things I can't teach you, Karasu. And with that, he walked off to help his team burn the camp down. Naruto was left standing there looking around at the destruction he had so easily caused. Previously, he had felt joyed, hearing the bandits scream and beg. They acknowledged his existence just like he wanted. Now, though, the blood that used to be so warm for him felt cold. The screams echoed in his head, and he just felt hollow. Naruto stared up blandly at the plain white ceiling of his apartment. He wasn't sure how long he had been lying there now. Maybe 2 or 3 hours. He swung lazily in his hammock, hands resting under his head as he just let his mind drift for a while. Normally, he would like to keep his mind occupied to stop that very thing happening, but recently he had changed. He hadn't noticed it at first, and it was definitely a gradual change, but lately he hadn't felt the need to just do things. He supposed it was because with his introduction to ANBU, he actually had things to think about for once. There were the rules and regulation he had to memorize, the complex but still simple enough hand signal system they used, and even his squad mates. He heard a thump upstairs and sighed. It was probably Kuma rolling out of bed again. For such a giant of a man, his room was surprisingly Spartan. Other than a small cot to sleep on and a little table that almost seemed comically small when he sat at it, he had little in the way of furniture. The only defining features were the 2 large fridges full of food and the stack of children's board games in the corner. He thought about the glimpses of his other teammates' rooms he had seen briefly, his mind wandering. He had never seen inside Teiko's room. Every time he was invited, Nezumi would be there to stop him, usually hitting Teiko for suggesting it. He had caught glimpses inside, though, and it seemed to be filled with a myriad of strange artifacts he couldn't recognize. In a way, it was similar to Nezumi's room. However, hers was filled to the brim with weapons and nothing but. There were more types of weapons in that woman's room than he knew existed, sometimes multiple copies. The strangest thing was that Nezumi seemed to value them all the same. Old antiques sat alongside brand new, standard-issue Ninjatos. Apparently, to a weapons expert like her, all weapons were equal as long as they did their job. Then again, the woman still seemed to value that one katana on her back more than anything. None of the rooms could compare to Saru's, though, if it could even be called a room. It was more like walking into a museum or art exhibition than a place somebody lived in. Masterfully painted artworks littered the wall, sharing space with beautiful calligraphy and seemingly handmade sculptures of varying sizes and materials. There was always the heady scent of tea in the air and stacks upon stacks of books piled up every corner of the room because the few shelves he has were completely full. If it wasn't books, it was scrolls, and sometimes Naruto wondered if the man wouldn't have a better calling as a librarian than a trained assassin. But he remembered the man's lightning-quick chops and forgot that line of thought. As he was thinking, his head drifted up, only to jerk in shock as he suddenly fell out his hammock. Right above his bed was Nezumi, clinging to the rafter with her toes. She wasn't even using chakra to do it, just her natural dexterity. She cocked her head quizzically at Naruto's reaction before dropping down without a sound. Naruto took the opportunity to stand up and place his signature scowl on his face. He was glad the mask at least hid his surprise. "How long were you there?" Nezumi looked up for a moment, and Naruto could almost hear her counting in her head. "Half an hour." Naruto blinked. How did that woman so still and quiet for so long? Wait, that wasn't the problem here. Why? Again, the woman looked up, and Naruto just wanted to sigh. Kuma may have been a simpleton, but Nezumi was just strange. "I didn't want to disturb you." Naruto placed his hand on his face. "Whatever, just get out." Nezumi quickly shook her head as she moved over to the window. She didn't have to say anything for Naruto to know she wanted him to follow her. Questioning it would just lead to a bigger headache, so he quickly took off after her. All he saw was her ponytailed hair swaying as they hopped across rooftops for a while before they finally reached a training ground Naruto didn't recognize. From a multitude of slash marks he could see on the ground and trees, he assumed it was for Kinjutsu practitioners. Okay, now what? Nezumi held up a hand and a moment later produced a long, thin ninjato that looked perfectly crafted as it glinted in the weakening light. Naruto just raised an eyebrow at it. Not that Nezumi could see. "What do you expect me to do with that?" A chain leaked from his wrist and tentatively poked the blade, making Nezumi pull it back to her body protectively. Too reliant on chains. Naruto's scowl deepened at the accusation. "So what? It's not like I ever run out of them." Suddenly Nezumi was gone, and Naruto felt a crippling exhaustion rip through his body, forcing him to take a knee. It was as if he had forced out the longest chain he could only to have it severed at the base. He looked back to see Nezumi behind him having just placed a tag with a few squiggly lines on his back. What? Was all he could manage. Nezumi cocked her head as she walked back around to his front, crouching down near him. Chakra, suppressor. Naruto grit his teeth and forced himself to his feet. The shock was tremendous, but once it passed, he could actually move again. He felt as feeble as a toddler, and his entire body was suddenly incredibly cold, but he could move. Again, Nezumi held out the sword toward him, and for a while he just glared at it. He knew if he simply made to rip the tag off his back, Nezumi would stop him. After a while, Nezumi's head cocked the other way, and she slowly pointed to herself. "Sensei." She then pointed to Naruto and, after a hesitant pause, continued, "Student." Naruto grimaced before simply snatching the sword out of her hands. Fine, fine. Let's just do this." Nezumi seemed to bounce on her feet for a moment in almost childish excitement. He couldn't see her expression behind the mask, so it made for a strange sight. Instead, he turned his eyes to the sword in his hands. He had never held one before. However, as he looked at it, running his hand down the steel and over the hilt, he felt a sort of familiarity. It was almost as if... Ah! Nezumi's eyes widened as Naruto suddenly collapsed to the ground, one hand on his temple as he suddenly began to scream. All the while his hand closed tightly around the blade, his knuckles turning white and blood leaking from his palm. "Kusari no Naruto." Naruto took a long, deep breath. It was a cold night, so he was able to watch the slight mist escape his mouth and float off before dissipating. In front of him, he held out his blade, a long, straight ninjato, without ornament or decoration. It was a blade for killing, not for ceremony. The few scratches along the steel and the wicked gleam to the edge showed that clearly enough. He took another few long breaths, regulating his breathing with his eyes focused forward. Looking from his perspective, with the sword raised horizontally, it looked as though he was splitting the waterfall in two. Slowly he took a step forward, his foot light and weightless before it pressed down on the damp ground. The slight crunch of the dewy grass was lost in the roar of the waterfall. It was why Naruto liked this clearing so much. It was so easy to focus. His foot pressed down completely, and like that, he just moved forward, a stab, sidestep, a sweeping slash diagonally up. Hop back, block from the left with a dodge to the right. He dropped down and swiped out to both sides, so fast his blade left a silvery trail in the air. More stabs, Another invisible opponent dropped to the ground as the blade spun once in his hand. It was needless movement, but it diverted attention from his footwork. A sudden and unexpected backstep took him within another shadow enemy's guard, and a lightning-fast jab through the crook of his shoulder finished him. His body bent back in an unnatural angle, the sword keeping him propped up so his back was just a hair's breadth from the damp ground. He spun, legs flashing out to take the footing from his final two attackers, only he could see. With a final flurry, Naruto flicked the imaginary blood from his blade and resheathed it all in one smooth motion. His breaths were calm and collected, if not a bit deeper than before. Even after hours of practice, he only felt slightly winded. His eyes traveled up to the moon, hanging sentinel over the sky like an observer sent to watch his practice. Speaking of observers, he was shocked out of his daze by a sudden slow, rhythmic clap from behind. Wow! He turned, blood rushing to his cheeks and a small, bashful smile appearing on his face as he nervously rubbed the back of his hair. What that? That was nothing, Tebane. The young blonde-haired boy standing across the clearing from him just smiled warmly as Naruto took that opportunity to allow his long red hair to fall messily about his face, like a curtain he could hide behind. Are you kidding? The Chunin exams won't know what hit them. If anything, the blush on Naruto's cheeks only intensified as the boy was suddenly there, brushing the hair out of his eyes and over his ear. For a moment, he was lost in those startling blue eyes, like deep pools that he could look into forever. After a moment, he realized where he was staring and immediately looked away, his face aflame as his fist clenched at his side. A second later, and he was back to his usual self, a fire burning in his violet eyes. Damn right, Tebane. The blonde boy just chuckled in that irritating but adorably flaky way of his. You'll never change, will you, Ku Dash? Arg! Naruto shot up straight in a flash, his eyes wide, and his chest rose and fell rapidly with his quivering heartbeat. For a moment, he just sucked in lungfuls of air, unblinking and unmoving as his mind struggled to comprehend what he had just seen. No, seen wasn't strong enough. He hadn't just seen that, he had lived it. Every sense was there, from the slight damp on his skin from sweat to the scent of the wildflowers. It was more like a memory than a vision, a memory that certainly wasn't his. Are you okay? He finally looked around to spot Nezumi sitting a few feet from him, her legs tucked up to her chest as she regarded him curiously. He blinked a few more times behind his mask, thankful it stopped the woman seeing the full effect of his panic. What happened? He asked, only receiving a shrug that jostled the large blade on her back. You screamed and fell unconscious. Naruto frowned. Was that all some kind of messed up dream? He looked down to see his hand trembling slightly and immediately grabbed his wrist to stop it. No, it was definitely not a dream. Suddenly his hand came up on instinct and caught a blade out of the air as Nezumi threw him one. With a start, he realized it was the same one he was holding earlier and nearly dropped it, but his hand wouldn't let go. On reflexes that were not his own, his hand naturally slid into a more comfortable grip on the hilt. The action caused Nezumi's eyebrow to raise behind her mask. What happened to you? Naruto just continued to look at the blade for a while. It was roughly the same length as the one he had seen in whatever that was. It glinted in the moonlight slightly, giving the edge a vicious gleam to it that made the blade seem almost hungry. I don't know. Both were silent for a while, with just the wind blowing their hair to show they were more than just statues on the grass. Suddenly, though, Nezumi stood up and drew her blade in one smooth, immaculate motion that left the tip just lightly brushing a stalk of grass. Show me. Naruto frowned at her, but stood up all the same. He found his eyes naturally drawn to the way her feet were positioned, the way her hand gripped the hilt, even how her shoulders were slightly tensed. Without him even noticing, his feet moved in unconscious movements that weren't practiced, but at the same time felt as though he had made 1,000 times. Nezumi's head cocked at the odd but familiar movements. She swore she had seen a similar stance somewhere before. Deciding not to give Naruto time to gain his bearings for whatever was going on with him, Nezumi flashed forward, her blade leaving a streak in the air. To her surprise, Naruto's eyes immediately followed the motion, and he immediately stepped to the side, holding up his blade and diverting the slash to the side before immediately flowing forward with a swipe of his own. To Nezumi's confusion, the perfectly executed maneuver fell short, the swipe only blowing air at her. Naruto looked similarly confused as he looked down at his hands, wondering where all these movements were coming from. It was like he saw Nezumi move and his body just responded automatically. Nezumi pressed the attack again, this time coming down with an overhead slash. This time Naruto dodged back, but much further than he should have needed to. It was almost as if he had something on his chest he needed to protect with the way his body curved away. He tried to use the momentum to swing around and take out Nezumi's footing. Normally, that would have been a good strategy. However, Naruto overextended his footing, almost like he was used to having longer legs, and stumbled. His legs fell out from under him, and suddenly Nezumi was straddling his midsection, blade poised at his throat. After only a moment of struggling, where Nezumi just pressed the blade a little harder on his skin, but never breaking it, Naruto finally stopped. "I give," he grunted irritably. Nezumi immediately got off him, offering him a hand up that he ignored as he stood up by himself. What was that? The only thing Nezumi could compare it to was when she saw inexperienced Yamanaka genin take over a person's body that was too dissimilar to their own. They would make clumsy movements due to the different lengths of the arms and legs, or naturally stand a certain way that didn't match the person they possessed. Like I said, I don't know. When you move, my body just reacts on its own, like reflex. Nezumi's eyes narrowed slightly. That was like no reflexes she had ever seen before. A young trainee does not suddenly inherit the reflexes and style of a kenjutsu master, even if their body is wrong for it. Show me again. For a while, Nezumi danced around Naruto, carefully observing how his body reacted to the things she did. All of the blonde's footings, save when he over or underextended, were perfect. Likewise, his grip and the way his eyes tracked her was immaculate. The only problem was he seemed to be trying to use the movements of somebody both taller than him and oddly somebody with breasts. He lacked the flexibility for many of the stunts he attempted, and it showed. "Stop. You need to learn the limit of your reach," she chastised, as Naruto growled at her for slashing him lightly on the arm to remind him of his mistake again. At this point, the boy was littered with tiny scratches no deeper than a paper cut, each a mistake he had made, and one he wouldn't soon repeat if possible. The problem seemed to be the fact that these reflexes were deeply ingrained, only they were wrong. This meant Nezumi would have to first make Naruto unlearn all of this before teaching him again. It was going to take longer than she thought. "No. Too far again," she intoned blandly as a tiny cut appeared on Naruto's wrist, nearly making his drop his blade from the shock, but he didn't. "Take smaller steps." Another cut on the back of the leg, again never deeper than half an inch. Nezumi's control was perfect. There's no need to lean back so far. Another thin scratch to the small of his back, causing the blonde to wince. "Stop protecting things that are not there." A scratch just above Naruto's heart, and the boy finally snapped, throwing his sword into the ground where it easily bit into the earth before lightly vibrating where it stood. "Damn it, I'm trying, Databane." Immediately, Naruto's eyes went wide as he slapped his hands over his mouth over the mask in shock. What the hell had he just said? Likewise, Nezumi just stared at the boy for a good long few moments. She had never heard him use that verbal tick before. All of this was very strange for her. She had never dealt with something quite like it, and in ANBU, she had seen a lot. This was more a job for Saru. The man was a lot more knowledgeable than her. He always knew what to do. "We're done for tonight." Naruto just grunted with a small nod. His hands were by his sides again, and he quickly stuck them in his pockets as he stalked off back towards his apartment. Nezumi watched him go with curious eyes before silently vanishing into the night with barely a flicker. She was sure that whatever was going on with Naruto would pass, maybe. Hopefully, it wouldn't affect him on missions. Two guards stood idly in front of the gates to a large compound, the impressive stone wall rising up behind them to deter any attackers. One sat in a chair, leaning back on it and swinging his feet idly. The other just leant against the wall, tapping his long naginata on the ground to a tune only he could hear. Both would have been heavily admonished by their captain had he seen them lounging like this, but neither could be bothered to care. It was late, and they weren't even supposed to be on this shift. They had to cover for a couple of idiots that had gotten a bit too handsy down at the local geisha house and had been thrown in his cell for the night. "Hey, would you stop tapping that thing? I can't think for shit." The one with the bladed spear scoffed, never noticing as a long, glowing chain slowly descended from the shadows behind him. "Yeah, and what would you be thinking about, Kisuk? Tell me your deep ponderings, oh sagely one." His sarcastic voice masked the subtle clinks as the first chain was joined by an identical twin, this one creeping up on the seating man. "Hey, you never know, man. I could have this amazing idea for that story I'm writing." As he sat forward on the chair to argue with his partner, the two chains moved into position, the bladed ends poising to strike at the chink between their helmets and the back of their breastplates. "Oh yeah, that story you started 2 years ago after reading that stupid smut. It would be a quick death, painless and sudden as their spines were cleanly severed. One moment there, the next gone. Hey, Aika is not smut. It's a dedicated tale of a lone shinobi willing to cross any boundary for love." The chains quivered in anticipation and harmony with their wielder, only for both to suddenly jerk as a hand reached out and grabbed them, tugging them back into the darkness. Yeah, the boundary of a hot spring maybe. It's totally for perverts. Neither of the guards ever realized how thin a tether their lives had been hanging on that night. Further around the compound, a young blonde was slammed bodily into a wall as his octopus-masked superior glared at him stonily, the glowing golden chain still grasped securely in hand. "What the hell are you doing, kid?" Teiko's voice couldn't even be compared to a whisper, concealed in the shadows like that the two ANBU operatives were completely invisible. "What are you talking about?" Naruto's tone lacked the experience, but it was still suppressed, so they wouldn't be found. His eyes didn't meet the small holes in Teiko's mask, and his voice was gruff and dismissive, at least as much as an 8-year-old could sound. "I'm talking about those two guards you were about to kill. What about silent infiltration and assassination did you not understand?" Naruto huffed as he pushed Teiko off him, the older but short man being forced to let go of the chains as spikes suddenly grew from the glowing links. After whatever had happened to him back with Nezumi, his control over both his chakra and his chains had improved dramatically. It was like he had been dealing with large amounts of chakra for decades. Whatever, if they were dead, they couldn't call out to anybody. Teiko just placed his masked face in his hand and shook it for a moment. Normally, the short man was fairly calm and lighthearted, so it was rare to see him this irritated. "Oh yeah, and we're gonna kill every guard on patrol to stop them noticing as they walked by." Naruto's eyes narrowed as he dropped to the ground quietly, his chains retracting into his body with only a dulled clinking. "Maybe if I had to." Teiko shortly joined him, staring right at the younger operative their squad had taken under wing. They could understand him somewhat, as they were all outcasts in their own way, but that didn't mean they had to stand for insubordination and attitude. "Listen, Kohai." Naruto winced at the stressed word. He knew if Teiko was saying it, he was being deadly serious. "Our unit, while dysfunctional, has a near-flawless mission record. I'm not letting you ruin that for everybody else just because you think you need attention. You may be just a little kid, but you're also an ANBU operative. There's supposed to be a measure of responsibility that comes with that title, so start acting like it." Naruto growled, but he said nothing. Throughout the entire speech, Teiko had never raised his voice or given an aggressive edge. He was just stating facts. "Fine." Naruto finally ground out between gritted teeth. It wasn't like he had much choice. Teiko was a master of infiltration and always seemed to be everywhere at once. If Naruto stepped out of line, he would know. Then Saru would find out, and it made Naruto wince just thinking about the consequences. The team captain wouldn't just give him a verbal grilling. No, he would set him some tortuous task and call it training, all with that smug, self-righteous tone of his. Is everything okay? Suddenly there were three of them, as Nezumi seemingly bled out of the shadows like some kind of phantom, her body noiseless. Teiko simply patted Naruto on the shoulder fondly and cocked his head at the woman in his usual flippant way. On Nezumi-chan, you didn't think to check up on old me, did you? That's so cute. Nezumi stared at the diminutive man for a few moments before lazily pointing at Naruto. Not you, him. Immediately, Teiko's whole body seemed to slump forward, an imaginary rain cloud over his body as his voice came out in a sulky, but still quiet, tone. Oh, so cold, Nezumi-chan, so cold. Nezumi simply regarded them for another few moments before dissipating back into the shadows like she was never there. Almost immediately, Teiko straightened up, shot Naruto a warning glance, and vanished over the wall, leaving the youngest operative to himself. He growled once before following them over. It was all just so frustrating. All these rules, all these regulation, this chain of command, these limits on what he was allowed to do, these damn flashbacks, visions, memories, or whatever they were. It was really starting to get to the blonde. It wasn't just an isolated incident, and as Naruto hopped the wall into the large, sprawling estate they were infiltrating, he had the feeling they would only get worse if he didn't do anything about them. The problem was he just didn't know what to do. Naruto walked listlessly through the quiet nighttime streets of his village, although thinking of it as his village made him internally scoff. Konoha was as much his village as the sea was a piranha's. He may live there, but he certainly wasn't welcome. Luckily, his ANBU mask and uniform kept his identity somewhat secret, especially when he wore his dark cloak to cover up his hair. It wasn't too much of an issue tonight, though. There was a light rain, and it was already past 1 in the morning, so most people were in their homes asleep. It was peaceful, quiet, and Naruto hated it. He had gotten used to the general activity ANBU life had brought him, so these moments of inactivity, however brief, were irritating. Whether it was out taking missions that pushed his body and mind to their limits, then passed them, or just eating in the canteen with the other operatives, he just wanted to be busy. Although having his squad mates steal his food when he wasn't looking was beginning to grow annoying. The real reason he hated all the quiet was because it let him think, and when he thought, his mind drifted to less pleasant topics. His past, his treatment, his burden, the things he had seen in ANBU, the things he saw in his visions. On his own, they were inescapable. The only reason he didn't try to sleep them off, because in his dreams they became even more vivid, even harder to ignore. Often he would see the memories of this person that seemed to inhabit his mind. Normally inconsequential things like a stroll around a familiar village or running through a kata in a training field. He sighed as he passed by a nearby alleyway, only to wince and place a finger against his temple. Over here, the blonde boy called to him, a wide smile on his face as he took Naruto by the hand and dragged him down the alley and out of the rain. Already his long crimson tresses were soaked through and hung like a sopping curtain over his eyes. All the same, a grin split his face as he just allowed himself to be pulled along, enjoying the warmth in that simple contact. Naruto groaned as he shook his head of the brief memory. They seemed to be growing more frequent ever since that training session with Nezumi. On the other hand, they were growing easier to tolerate. They were no longer debilitating on missions, which was good. On the other hand, Naruto was growing scared. What if he was growing used to them? Already he had felt himself changing, saying things he wouldn't normally say, walking in a way that he didn't even realize looked all wrong for his body structure. He shook his head, tried to regain composure as he took a deep breath, only to unconsciously smile as he caught a whiff of something that smelled unbelievably good. Hey, Tsuchiya-san, what's on the menu today? Naruto called out happily as he skirted under the curtain into the small ramen shack. The kindly man, no older than 30 or so, grinned back at him as he rubbed down a small bowl. Well, if it isn't my #1 customer. He turned back, tapping on the door to the back area of the small food stall. "Hey, Akane, look who's here." A few moments later, a young woman of around the same age as the stall owner walked out, her long brown hair tied back and a clean white apron covering her front. "Oh heyo, Tomato-chan." Naruto's eye twitched as he self-consciously brushed his long hair back over his ear, although he could never get angry at Akane. The woman was just too nice and her voice too gentle. He knew she never really meant it. "You know, I hate that nickname, Akane Obasan," Naruto whined, immediately earning a light bop on the head from a long wooden spoon, only to look up and see no such implement present and Akane with an innocent but oddly dangerous smile. "Just like I don't like being called auntie, it makes me feel old, you know." Naruto just chuckled at that as Teuchi walked over with a massive steaming bowl of ramen, a good 3 times the size of a normal portion. The normal, I presume, then, for Ichiraku's #1 customer? Naruto grinned brightly, brushing his hair back over his shoulder before tucking into the meal with a quick itadikamasu. It was demolished in no time at all, and soon he was able to lean back on the stool, a contented and happy expression on his face. "Ah, Ichiraku, make the best ramen ever, Tebane." Akane and Teuchi just chuckled as the older woman walked back into the rear of the shop, Teuchi quickly moving to prepare a new bowl. "And don't you forget it, young lady." Naruto gasped as he snapped back into reality, his eyes going wide before he forced them back into his usual scowl. That was usually the way it went. He would flash back to a memory until a strong enough reminder came along that these were not his memories. It could be noticing her breasts, someone using the wrong pronoun, or usually someone calling him by her name. He still didn't know whose memories exactly he was witnessing. They usually cut off before he got the name. He had tried to talk to Saru about it, as the man was like a fount of knowledge on every other conceivable subject. However, the normally wise and helpful captain of their squad didn't have much to say on the subject. He seemed just as clueless as everybody else about it. The only thing he could recommend was having a Yamanaka look into it. Unfortunately for Naruto, due to the QB, there was a standing order that no Yamanaka ever delve into his mind. They couldn't know the consequences. A grunt of frustration escaped his gritted teeth as he roughly slammed his fist into a nearby wooden beam, nearly splintering the poor construct. He stood there for a moment, breathing heavily as he thought about his own helplessness in the situation. He was losing himself, slowly or not, and for the first time in a long time he was genuinely terrified. But he was Karasu of the ANBU. He'd go out kicking and screaming if he had to. "Nobody subsumes my personality without a fight, Tebane." His eyes immediately widened when he realized what he had said, before his entire body slumped, his shoulders going slack as he nearly collapsed to the floor. For a moment, he just stared forward unblinkingly before quietly picking himself up and walking off. He couldn't wait for the next mission. He needed something, anything to keep his mind busy. While it was still his mind. Up on a shadowed rooftop, a set of hidden violet eyes watched with curiosity and concern as Naruto stalked off. She had watched his small internal argument and had almost intervened, but by the time she worked herself up to it, Naruto had already picked himself up and dusted himself off. It was one of the things she rather admired about the young boy, his will to never give up, even if it just came out as pure stubbornness sometimes. She was about to take off after him, keeping up her self-imposed mission of making sure he was okay, when she felt the faintest of presences alight on the rooftop beside her. "Having an entertaining night, Nezumi-san?" Nezumi didn't need to turn to recognize him. His calm voice and familiar chakra told her everything she needed to know. "Sartaicho." She inclined her head slightly, her eyes still following the young cloaked boy wandering off through the quiet streets. "I'm not sure what you hope to accomplish from up here, Nezumi. Just watching the boy won't do much." Nezumi's hand tightened momentarily. She knew it was a fault of hers, but her pensive, thoughtful nature just wouldn't allow her to act so impulsively. Then what? Silence was her answer for a while, until Naruto had moved out of sight and her legs were itching to follow after him. "You know, He's changed a lot since joining the squad. They may be subtle, but they are there. Nezumi nodded. She had noticed both the changes happening to Naruto because of environment and because of whatever inner turmoil he was going through. He's not the only one. Nezumi finally tore her eyes away for a moment to look into Saru's blank mask. Teiko-san has learned to be a bit more discreet with his less that savory habits. Nezumi's fingers instinctually twitched toward the blade on her back at the mention of her perverted teammate's codename. Kuma-san is starting to understand the limits of his strengths. Did you know he almost managed to spar with Karasu for a full 30 seconds yesterday? Nezumi blinked. That was rather surprising for the brute that supposedly had no ability to hold back. Just give Karasu-kun some time. You may even surprise yourself. And like that, Saru was gone like a whisper, and for a few moments Nezumi just crouched there and pondered his words. Had she changed since Naruto joined the squad? Naruto growled into his mask as he twisted his body in the air, quickly latching onto a nearby tree branch with his chakra-infused foot and using the leverage to launch himself away just as the tree was pelted with a barrage of Kirigakure's unique kunai. The thrower of the weapons was quick to pursue, trying to get in close only to be forced back as the ground around him was transformed into a sea of wicked golden chains. They whipped and lashed out randomly, trying to pin down the annoyingly flexible man. When he moved into the trees to get away from them, they simply sliced through the trees, once again forcing the enemy shinobi to the ground. A Konoha shinobi actually getting rid of trees? Isn't that a crime for you, tree hug dash? The man's rant was cut off as Naruto appeared in front of him, blade poised to strike. He parried it, using the perpendicular spike on his kunai to hold of the blade at the tsuba. However, it only lasted a moment before his entire body convulsed before going limp. In the split second he had halted Naruto's forward momentum, the boy had let loose as barrage of chains from his chest that easily speared through the man. What are Kirigakure doing out here? Naruto was thankful the voice modifier on his mask didn't give away his age as the gruff, slightly garbled tones emerged from his blood-spattered mask. Unfortunately for him, the man had no answers to give as he slumped over, his body giving out on him from the shock. Damn. As Naruto slid the man off his now red-tinted chains, he growled again in frustration. He was sure he aimed for non-lethal spots. Admittedly, he had fired almost a dozen chains into the man's chest, but it wasn't like he punctured an organ. A sigh escaped his lips as he wiped off his brow, only to frown as he felt his mask fall off his face, a long crack running right down the middle. Seemed the enemy's kunai were slightly more on target than he thought. Saru wasn't going to be happy when he got back from his mission. That was the 7th mask he had broken in his tenure in ANBU, and he was beginning to gain a reputation for it. For now, he simply pulled up the scarf around his neck to cover the bottom half of his features and allowed his lengthening hair to fall limply across his eyes, held down by the blood drenching it. Even at his short stature, he made for an intimidating sight covered in the crimson life fluid, glowing chains still writhing around his body. After making sure his identity wasn't too compromised, not like it already wasn't, he set off into the woods to locate the rest of his teammates. A few days ago, Saru had declared his skills roughly on par with a Chunin. At just under 9 years old, that was something of an achievement. However, for Naruto, it just meant that like every other ENBU out of their training period, he could now be assigned to other teams. He was still a part of Saru's squad, but often ANBU lacked the manpower to have such clearly defined squadrons. As he thought about his new teammates' reaction to having Kusari no Naruto on their team, even for a mission, he wanted to laugh. He thought it was a fairly stupid and unoriginal name, but you couldn't really complain to the people who made the bingo books. Naruto had checked. Today he was in a 3-man cell sent up to the land of frost for some reconnaissance. It was supposed to be fairly routine. Naruto could count the number of routine missions he had been on with both hands. Something always found a way to go wrong. This time it was likely because they had a rookie in the group, and with Naruto only having been in ANBU for over a year, that was saying something. This was the girl's first real mission, and already it had gone to hell. They hadn't expected the team of Kiri Chunin to be there. Unfortunately for them, their Jounin commander apparently wanted no witnesses to whatever they were doing. As he alighted on a tree branch overlooking a clearing, he spotted that very same commander lying in a pool of his own blood, not too far from Naruto's other teammate for the mission, also dead. Over on the far side, the rookie was holding out admirably from a combined assault from the last two remaining members of the Kiri group. The other three lying scattered about in the forest wherever Naruto deigned to drop them. He sat on that tree branch, watching the young girl get pushed progressively further and further back, spinning her metal bow staff in obviously practiced motions that, unfortunately for her, were just too slow. For a moment, Naruto considered letting the girl just die. One less rookie he'd have to worry about. It wasn't like the ANBU commander could refute his report if he was the only one left. Unfortunately, the paperwork he would have to fill out would be a pain, and he already had enough suspicion on him from the higher-ups without this on his shoulders. With an aggrieved sigh, he dropped to the ground and walked forward without a sound. The young ANBU recruit winced as another cut appeared across her arm, but she didn't relent as she managed to divert the follow-up attack to the side with her bow. She was doing well, but it was obvious if this kept up she'd go the way of Toratai-shu, and Karasu was nowhere to be seen. Even as she thought those words, desperation alone guiding her hands and feet, the Kiri Chunin in front of her suddenly paused. A moment later, and she nearly gagged at her mouth as the man was literally ripped in half at the waist, each section supported by a recognizable gold chain. The man's partner was so shocked at the sight, he couldn't even react as his limbs were suddenly skewered to the floor, although the scream that ripped from his throat was very real. And there, behind it all, was Karasu, drenched in blood and viscera, his shaggy golden hair set free by his lack of mask, something he was notorious for in the ANBU. He took one look at her with those cold, steely blue eyes that on any child should have looked youthful and bright. But on him it simply looked as though he was only seeing her weaknesses. Usagi, right? Naruto often struggled to remember the names of people who weren't his regular teammates. It didn't help the mask designs were rather vague on the animals they represented. Usagi merely nodded, her body frozen in place, as Naruto casually flicked the two halves of the Chunin off his chains and retracted them into his body with an unsettling rattle. Thank you. With a start, Usagi realized that this boy, the one that was talked about in hushed whispers in the ANBU canteen, who was slated as a demon and an unfeeling killing machine, had just saved her life. However, the boy simply looked at her, managing to look down on her despite her obvious height advantage. He huffed once before turning to the man he had pinned to the ground. You nearly died. You need to get stronger or I won't be around to save you again. And with that rather aggressive statement, he stalked off toward his new prisoner to work out how he was going to get the Chunin back to Konoha without him bleeding out, a problem he had all too often in his opinion. Once his back was turned, Usagi slumped to the ground on her knees, her eyes wide and her breathing heavy. Just being stared at by that boy was like having a house placed on her shoulders. His chakra was so dense and powerful that to a sensor like her, it was too much. Oi, get up. We have to destroy the bodies. She was forcefully yanked to her feet as Naruto appeared behind her again, picking her up by the back of the uniform. It snapped her out of it, though, and a shaky smile appeared on her lips behind the mask. All right, Karasu-senpai. Naruto paused at that and quirked an eyebrow at her. That was a first. No other ANBU had ever referred to him with anything other than impassivity or a simple kohai. Whatever. He never saw as Usagi's eyes drifted along his glowing chains, taking in how they radiated a soft, warm light. Like cracks on a plate, Naruto had a way of touching people in unexpected ways. Not always for the better. Kusari no Naruto. Naruto, or Karasu, as he was increasingly identifying with, sat on a tree branch. His legs swung back and forth lazily. He swayed his chains beneath him like some glowing golden chandelier, endlessly delighting Kuma as the massive man stood beneath, batting the swaying chains like a kitten might a piece of string. Really, the man's childishness was unbelievable, especially considering his ungodly strength. While waiting for half their squad to report back to their desolate location, Naruto had little else to do. Thankfully, his silent pleas were answered as Saru, Teiko, and Nezumi all flickered into the surrounding trees. Naruto immediately, much to Kuma's distress, stopped what he was doing and snapped the chains back into his body like noodles being slurped up. The other three members of the squad stared at the two silently for a few moments before subtly shaking their head and ignoring it. That was good, because Naruto didn't particularly want to explain himself. So what's the damage? Before Naruto knew what hit him, something fast and powerful hit him right in the forehead. If he didn't have his mask on, he was sure that would have hurt. He looked over and just caught Saru's fingers coming out of a flicking motion, which was probably connected to the small pebble, now lying at the blonde's feet. Taicho. Saru nodded happily, but wasn't the one to speak. Teiko took that honor. We scouted out the camps. Seems the reports were accurate so far. The team was out here because Konoha had been getting increasing reports of oddly organized bandit raids on nearby towns. It almost reminded Naruto of his first mission out of the village. However, these were confirmed to have some kind of shinobi or former shinobi influence behind them. The bandits weren't just organized, they were trained. Weaker than most genin they might have been, but with that many, quite possibly numbering in the hundreds, they were a threat. So, did you find a leader? There have been sightings of at least one man using high-power jutsu during a few raids, and less confirmed sightings of a group of less powerful people displaying shinobi-like abilities. They have tents. Teiko nodded, quickly taking over from Nezumi again, lest the briefing drag on into the night. A lot of them. It would be difficult for even me to search through them all without being spotted at least once, and we can't afford to tip them off to our presence just yet. Naruto growled as he dropped out of the tree, looking remarkably like a monkey as a chain emerged from his tailbone to swing him to the floor. Why don't we just wipe them all out like before? A valid question. Their team comprised of a lot of firepower, even if it wasn't in the form of widespread or flashy jutsu, things that tended to be frowned upon in the corp. Because Karasu, Saru punctuated his statement by slapping Naruto on the back of his head before the boy could react. We have a confirmed leader this time. If we tip him off and he escapes, then this will all simply repeat again in the future. Naruto just grinned. Then they just didn't have to let anybody escape. Wouldn't that just mean repeat business for us? Taicho, Konoha was, after all, a rather glorified mercenary group, as all ninja were. Saru just looked like he wanted to hit the boy again. Konoha isn't like that, he stressed. Plus, we would lose faith with the clients, he added as an afterthought. Whatever, so what do we do? Despite being at the level he could be rotated between A and BU cells, most of what he did was still a learning experience for Naruto. As much as he loathed to admit it, Saru was the teacher he had never really had. Hells, as far as Naruto was concerned, the man knew practically everything. After another clip around the ear for his lack of proper address, Saru explained, Kuma, Karasu, and Nezumi will infiltrate the camp under Hinge. You three are able to do the most amount of damage in the shortest amount of time, and the closest thing we have to crowd control. Stay undetected for as long as possible. If any of you spot the leader of the camp, you are to eliminate immediately without hesitation. Teiko and I will be waiting around the edges of the camp to pick off any stragglers that attempt to escape. That made sense. Taku and Saru were the fastest in the group along with Nezumi, and she was likely there to make sure Naruto and Kuma didn't do something stupid. Once the leader and any higher-level subordinates are dealt with, Saru paused for a moment and looked over to the faint glow on the horizon marking the massive bandit camp. Deal with everybody else as cleanly and as swiftly as possible. Naruto simply grinned. It all sounded good to him. When Naruto had heard they would be infiltrating under Hinge, he hadn't quite expected this. For himself, he had simply given himself a nondescript appearance with mousy brown hair and added more than a few inches to his height. His clothing was plain and utilitarian, and the sword on his back looked more weather-beaten than it was. Kuma seemed to have gone for the same, taking a considerable amount of his bulk off, and adding a few scars about his person. Nezumi, on the other hand, seemed to have a slight thing for the dramatic. The woman was knelt down in the mud at his feet, wearing nothing but a few strips of ragged cloth that did little to cover her modesty. Her hair, now a sandy blonde, hung about her watery and bloodshot eyes in messy bangs. She really looked the part of the beaten captive. It was lucky Naruto was too young to really be appreciating what he was seeing, as Nezumi hadn't seemed to edit any of her body structure, including her various curves. It was this attention to fine detail that got them easily waved past the entrance to the camp. Most eyes were on Nezumi's defeated form anyway, as she was roughly hauled forward by Kuma. They were quickly, and rather gleefully, directed toward a specific tent to deposit Nezumi. Naruto understood her choice in Henge when it turned out to be a tent almost solely filled with women in similar or even worse states of dress and health. Naruto stared blankly at them all from behind his Henge's scowl before simply turning and leaving the tent, a strange feeling simmering in his stomach. Then, all of a sudden, he was in the camp. It was almost surprising how easy it was when these people were supposed to have a modicum of training and organization. It seemed they weren't expecting any attackers to simply waltz right in, all the better for Saru's team. Discreetly, Naruto pressed a finger against the invisible tattoo on his shoulder and pulsed his chakra through it twice. It was the signal they had set up for when they had successfully infiltrated. After he received the correct signal back, he nodded once to himself before setting off into the main section of the camp. For while he simply milled about, as everybody else seemed to be doing, occasionally he would pass through tents where bandits drank, ate, or fought amongst themselves. Other times he would come across another of those women-filled tents, that strange feeling pulling at his stomach again. For some reason his mind kept snapping back to how Nezumi had seemed, even if it was only a Henge. The thought of the quiet woman he had come to know in a similar situation seemed inherently repugnant to Naruto, but the feeling was new and he couldn't explain it. He did his best to ignore it and focus on the mission, as he was sure his teammates were, of locating the leader. After around an hour of seemingly no progress, drifting from campfire to tent to training field, Naruto felt the beginnings of frustration creep up on him. It was seeming more and more tempting to simply flush out the leader by slaughtering a few of his subordinates. Even as those thoughts crossed his mind, he was forced to dodge to the side as the tent to his right practically exploded outward, a smoking figure being quickly blasted out through the fabric. They righted themselves in the air and landed with a crouch, a distinctly irritated expression on their scarred face. Immediately, the man's eyes locked onto Naruto's figure, and with a small start, he blonde realized his Henge had dropped due to the small pieces of debris hitting him. Those coal-black eyes narrowed before the man, straightened up and motioned for the nearest of the startled bandits around him. Konoha Shinobi, get them. And with that, he turned and bolted for it, no doubt using his followers as a meat shield to keep the shinobi off him. However, the only thing the men in the immediate vicinity could do was turn. Not a second later, each found a glowing gold chain occupying the space their heads once had. It seemed giving a bandit chakra didn't do much for their reflexes. Naruto found that moderately interesting as he was quickly joined by Kuma walking out of the smoking wreck of the tent. "The bad guy's getting away, Kuma," he called, already anticipating the reaction. Naruto could almost see the man's eye widen in childish shock behind his unsuitably ferocious mask. "No, wait, Batman." Immediately, Kuma shot off after him, and Naruto could only compare the sight to some rampaging demon. A bandit bravely tried to impose himself between the charging brute and his leader, only to having his head grabbed and summarily crushed in one fluid motion without the massive ANBU slowing down for a second. Another quickly found a knee buried rather deep in his chest cavity, only to be flicked to the side with the same ease one might swat an insect. There was a reason Naruto actually feared sparring against Kuma. Apart from the man's apparent inability to hold back in any capacity, he was damn near impossible to harm. For while people thought it might be some kind of Kekkei Genkai that just toughened the man, after all, Naruto had once seen kunai literally bounce off him. It couldn't really be confirmed, as Kuma knew nothing of his origins, having been found in an underground fighting tournament in the land of hot water by an AMBU raid. Even then, the young dark-skinned boy had been a threat to the people around him, as mentally unbalanced as he was. AMBU had taken that raw potential and turned it into a vicious weapon that could smash right through enemy ranks. However, in all that time, Kuma had somehow managed to retain a form of childlike innocence to it all. Naruto once found himself envying the man, at least until he had spotted him chasing a butterfly for a good half hour. There was innocence, and then there was stupidity, and Kuma swerved all over that line. It would have been amusing to watch the brutish ANBU chase down the leader of the bandits if said thugs hadn't immediately swarmed toward Naruto. Unfortunately for them, they had identified him as the less threatening target. They were right, of course, but that was like saying the Ichibi was a less threatening target than the Kyuubi. True, but it didn't help them in the slightest. Naruto summarily pointed out their mistake with the very pointy ends of his chains, a smile slowly slipping over his features as blood began to run through his blonde locks to stain them red. In ANB, Naruto was joked to have red hair more often than it was blonde, in the middle of that bandit camp, among men slightly more powerful than the common thug. He showed why. His chains moved like the arms of an octopus, stabbing and slicing without Naruto even having to move at all. His arm suddenly whipped around, sword held comfortably in hand, as the clang of metal rang out. Around him, a dozen kunai dropped to the floor, uselessly, easily diverted. Naruto found his swordsmanship to be a lot easier and more natural when he was standing still. It meant he didn't mess the footwork up. Uffed. MBU. We should have known your type would come sooner or later. In front of him was a tall, well-endowed young woman with cold gray eyes that burned imperiously at him. You know, I've always hated those stupid masks of yours, always looking so emotionless and superior. She snorted derisively again as she dodged out the way of a chain erupting from the ground. Look at you, just a stupid kid. That comment was met by quite a few more chains that forced the woman into a few rather flexible positions to escape unscathed. Is that all you got? The woman's eyes snapped to the men, now standing uncertainly behind the blonde ever since she had arrived. What are you waiting around for? The men quickly scrambled into action at her thunderous voice. All right, Arashi-sama. Anything they might have done was rendered moot as Naruto suddenly melted into the floor like it was liquid. That set everyone on edge, including the newcomer. A moment later, and her eyes widened. She moved to warn a few of the men, but it was too late. Evanescent chains bust from their bodies out of the ground like clinking metal vipers, only to yank them off their feet and back towards Naruto. He stood behind them and used the three bodies as an impromptu shield against a hail of kunai and shuriken. Damn it. What the hell are you, kid? Erashur had never seen an ability like this in all her time, even after abandoning Tagakure with her teammates before it could be disarmed. Her answer came from the most surprising of places, namely, through her chest. Her eyes widened in surprise, not having expected the chains to be able to extend so far, before coughing up blood and falling limply to the side. The remaining bandits in the area seemed to see her death and freeze before looking at the little blood-covered demon responsible. Run! Naruto smiled beneath his chipped mask as he watched them flee from him, the limp body of one of their commanders still suspended in the air. He walked after them at a steady pace, knowing that stragglers would get picked off by the others. He simply moved further into the camp where he knew there would be more. Orders were orders after all. Naruto stood with the rest of his squad, looking down at the two dead bodies of the bandits' leaders and the unconscious body of the last member of their group. Teiko had caught him trying to subtly make his departure once the fighting began and had swiftly knocked him out. Behind him, a large mass of dirty, crying, and barely clothed women huddled around awkwardly. Apparently, Nezumi had prioritized getting them out of the camp before they could be used as hostages. It meant little for Naruto, who was now quite thoroughly drenched in blood. It just meant more for him. Right, mission accomplished. Now, we just need to figure out what to do with the women. They weren't part of the briefing. At that point, Naruto drifted out of the conversation, as he tended to do when it turned to matters that didn't interest him. Anyway, every time Sir mentioned the women, he thought back to their treatment, and that irritating pull in his stomach started again. So he did his best to tune it out. That was why he was the first to notice the last of the shinobi on the ground stirring. He quickly helped the waking process along with a chain through the man's leg, awaking him with a start and a scream of pain. That wasn't really necessary, Karasu. Naruto shrugged at his captain with a smile he was thankful couldn't be seen. However, as he looked down at the golden chain emerging from the man's leg, he winced slightly, a hand going to his temple. "Em sorry." Naruto backed up shakily from the young boy on the floor, looking in horror at the bright chain that was stabbed all the way through his lower leg. "I didn't mean to. You jumped and I thought, I'm so sorry." His words came out as a fast jumble as he held his arms out in front of him, desperately willing his chain to retract. He wasn't very used to them at the moment, and it was like they had a mind of their own. The boy, on the other hand, just glared up at her with a wince from the pain. "Shut up and go get sensei, you tomato-headed idiot. This is why I didn't want to be on the team with the stupid foreigner." Each word was like a stabbing knife to Naruto's chest, and he felt the sting of tears in his eyes. He brushed his long hair away from his eyes along with the tears and turned to go find their sensei. However, to his horror, he realized he was just wiping the boy's blood on his cheek. He wanted to retch from the smell, but kept it in as he ran off, tears still streaming from his eyes. Naruto swayed slightly as the memory rushed through him, and apparently that was enough distraction for the team, but the now awake man saw his opportunity. He grabbed something out of his pouch and brought it to his mouth. Nezumi's sword was off her back and nothing but a silver streak, but it was too late. Her slash had simply slit open the capsule, and the man quickly swallowed the powder that fell out. Even as his mouth started to foam and blood leaked from his tear ducts, he managed a victorious smirk at the assembled ANBU before slumping to the side, dead. "Well, damn." Teiko's succinct words quickly summed up the feelings of the small squad. To the side, though, Naruto's hand clenched into a fist so tight his fingernails began to draw blood. These damn flashbacks had just cost him an important captive, and there was still nothing he could do about them. Naruto rubbed the side of his face with a small sigh. He had an itch on his nose that he really wanted to scratch, but his mask stopped him. It was testament to the success of his ANBU training that he didn't just rip the porcelain chrome mask right off. No, he rarely saw the world through something other than the holes of his mask these days, although it wasn't as though they restricted his vision in any way. In fact, half the time Naruto wouldn't even realize he was wearing something. It had become a part of him, like his uniform or his sword. The only times he would take it off these days was to sleep, and half the time he was too tired to even bother. Right now, he sat reclining in front of a medium-sized polished black stone in Training Ground 3, his eyes scanning slowly across the names scrawled in small, tight script on its surface. There were hundreds, if not thousands, of names on that stone, each a citizen of Konoha that had given their life at some point for the protection of the village. This would be where he would end up one day if he fell while in the Corp ANBU that died in the field, left no evidence in the form of a body. He had only recently been told about this place, or rather overheard some other operatives talking about it. To be honest, though, he wasn't quite sure why he was here, slowly letting his eyes drift across the names. He was quite surprised to have already found quite a few people bearing the name Uzumaki, even though currently in the village he was the only one. He wondered if they were his relatives. However, the Hokage had never told him anything about having a family. He just quietly assumed as an unnamed orphan he was given a random name. And that was the end of it. "Ryo, for your thoughts?" Naruto snapped to his feet so quickly it almost looked like his body flickered on the spot, his chain snapping out at speeds that caused an audible crack. Luckily, whoever snuck up on him so silently was also quite fast. They twisted their body out of the way of what could only be described as a waterfall of chakra constructs. The young blonde stopped short when he realized just who it was, an irritated growl coming from his throat as he retracted the chains. Tako-senpai. The short man chuckled humorously as he glanced about at the pockmarks and small craters Naruto's attack had caused in the ground. Damn, feeling a bit touchy today, kid? Naruto just grunted before swiveling back down into a seating position so he could look at the memorial again. Thankfully, he hadn't damaged it. That would have been irritating to explain. What do you want, senpai? Teiko, like Saru, had the annoying tendency of correcting Naruto when he forgot the proper suffixes for his superiors. However, in the shorter man's case, those corrections would often involve introducing Naruto to some rather confusing magazines. The young blonde found he would rather have a cuff about the head and just refer to Teiko properly. Nothing, kid. Nothing. I'm here for the same reason you are. For the memorial. Naruto blinked. Of all his teammates, and makeshift sensei Teiko was one of the more mysterious. He never really talked about himself without prompting, and Naruto wasn't the type to ask, so he knew little about the man. He knew at least about Kuma's origins, the reason for Nozumi's infatuation with weaponry, which was due to her father, and Sara was an open book if you asked him anything. Naruto could have simply ignored the passing comment, as he normally would have, choosing to remain in a more comfortable silence, but for some reason today was different. Family. He nearly choked on the word, trying to get it out, fighting with his own stubbornness and naturally antisocial behavior. There was also the small fact family was a rather touchy subject for the volatile young ANBU member, being an orphan. Teiko just chuckled quietly, though, as he took a cross-legged seat beside the boy. On here? No. The boy simply quirked his head in the older man's direction out of confusion. Picking up on it, he chuckled again. I had family, yes, but not in Konoha. Coming out here reminds me of them somewhat. I suppose it's just the atmosphere. Naruto nodded slowly, although he couldn't say he understood. Still, there was something about his answer that niggled at the back of his mind. Where exactly are you from? Even through the slight garbling of the ANBU's masked Teiko had an odd accent Naruto had never heard before, and in his brief stint in the Corps he had been to quite a few countries. Oh, you wouldn't know it. I'm from the lands out west from the elemental nations. Naruto's eyes widened fractionally. He didn't know much about that area, because it wasn't even charted on most maps. Seeming to catch his surprise, Teiko patted him on the back quickly. I wouldn't put too much thought into a kid. It's not a great place. All arid land spotted with a few towns. They have chakra, but they don't use it quite like shinobi out here do. Naruto actually found himself wanting to ask more, but Teiko seemed to beat him to it. Out there, they have something like samurai that act as a police force for the rest of the nation. All of them are under the control of one man. He calls himself the Huangdi. Naruto raised an eyebrow, wondering why the two nations didn't have as much interactions as they did. Again, Teiko preempted his questions. There's a massive swathe of land that's completely inhospitable between the two continents. Trying to bring an army across, it is tantamount to suicide. The occasional traveler or small group can get through, but it lacks the resources to even be worth fighting for. He leaned back more and looked up at the sky as silence descended on them. For the first time in a long time, though, Naruto found the quiet to be uncomfortable. You said you had family? Teiko cocked his head, as if surprised Naruto was actually asking. Even the blonde was surprised at himself, even if his question came out slightly gruff. A wife and 3 kids, 2 sons, and a daughter. His answer was rather curt, and once again an awkward silence bathed the small clearing. This time Naruto didn't try any further, sensing a sore spot with the little tact he had gained over the past 2 years. Instead, he turned back to the memorial, eyes naturally skipping between names looking for those that began with you. For about 5 minutes, neither said anything, and Naruto had begun to skim through the names from around the Kyuubi attack, for which there were a lot. However, suddenly his body froze. Uzumaki, Kushina. Teiko looked around at Naruto lazily, not having quite heard what he said, only to see the boy fall to the ground, hands clasped to the sides of his head. More worryingly, though, were the twin streams of blood trickling out the boy's ears and, although he couldn't see it, his nose. That's my little Kushi-chan. Eat up. A kindly woman's voice spoke softly to him. Although her face seemed blurry and undefined, her long red hair was vivid and very real. He reached out with small pudgy hands to grasp at strands of it, burbling happily. However, he found his little clasping hands repelled as instead a spoon was pushed in front of him. Kushina. Naruto's hands flailed madly as he was dragged away from the collapsing building. He didn't understand what was going on, but it was loud and the ground was shaking. About him, the people he had grown up knowing raced around him, those glinting steel objects they always carried around cutting through the air. He turned back. Arms reached out to the man under a small pile of rubble. His purple eyes looked back to him, expression indecipherable. Then something hit the back of his head, and all he saw was darkness. Ah, look at her, with that stupid red hair and round face. She looks like some kind of tomato. Naruto's eyes widened in shock as he looked out over the small sea of young faces staring back at her. Suddenly, they all erupted into laughter at the one boy's comment. Tears prickled in his eyes, but he fought them back, hands slowly tightening at his side. Kushina stopped this. He saw nothing but red, his hair falling messily about him as he drove another fist into the boy's stomach, a vindictive smile across his features. He was soon thrown off the boy by their instructor, who spared no time in quickly checking over the boy's bruised and battered form. To the side, Naruto just panted, feeling a dull ache begin in his knuckles. Did you hear about what she did to Kisuke? Tomato? More like some kind of habanero. Naruto smirked as he walked past the group of whispering students. I knew she was trouble. You can't trust foreigners like her. Naruto nearly faltered in his step, but managed to keep going, a short stabbing pain going through his chest as his pace quickened. It's okay, Kushina-chan, it'll be okay. Naruto couldn't stop the flood of tears as he sobbed into Mito's chest. Why did he have to come to this place? Why did he have to be the one to shoulder this burden alone? Why him? He missed his home. He missed his family. Kushina, that was amazing. Naruto felt a rush of energy run through him as he rushed into Minato's arms, letting the boy pick him up and swing him around. His brand new Chunin jacket hung off his arm, and a bright, gleaming smile was permanently plastered to his face. Kushi-chan, over here. Naruto's smile brightened as he spotted Mikoto waving from across the training ground. She looked particularly excited about something and was rushing across to meet him. Why was her ring finger glinting like that? Listen to your motor mouth, Mother Naruto. A light chuckle managed to burst from Naruto's throat as Minato spoke from behind him, only to send another racking wave of pain through his form. However, he never let go of the claw pushing through his stomach, never lost his grip with his feet. Nothing was going to harm his son. Nothing. Tebane. Act. Naruto jolted upright, panting heavily and his entire body drenched with cold sweat. After a few moments of internal panic, he realized he was in his bed in his apartment. After a few moments clambering about, he found his mask on the bedside table and slipped it on, instantly calming down with the comforting and familiar presence back on his face. He had to move it to the side, though, when he felt wetness on his cheeks and a stinging in his eyes. He rubbed them only to look in surprise at the tears on his fingers. There was a burning pain in his heart and throbbing in his temples, and Naruto just felt overall exhausted. This had to stop. He just couldn't take it anymore. Are you sure about this, Kohai? It seems a fairly extreme measure, and if this condition weren't affecting your mission capability, I wouldn't even be suggesting it, Saru intoned in a mildly concerned voice. Naruto met his gaze unflinchingly, reaching out for the small cloth strip in his captain's hand. They were standing in their squad's usual training ground, isolated away from the village by the surrounding forest. Like I said, I need a solution and there are no other options at this point. He took the small strip, which was clearly some form of thin collar, and looked at it for a moment. He had gone to Saru asking for a solution to the memories of who he now knew to be Uzumaki Kushina, his mother. The man had figured out that the flashbacks seemed to be closely tied to his emotions, so his best bet was to work on controlling them. Kuma thinks this is a bad idea. Naruto ignored the large man's unusually timid voice as he took a deep breath and quickly snapped the collar into place around his neck. It felt cool against his skin. There, problem solved. Now how is this supposed to help? Saru sighed at the boy's rashness before switching over into what his squad affectionately named lecture mode. One's emotions are closely linked to their physiological state. The seals on the collar detect these internal changes and correct you if you have one of your outbursts. Naruto's eyes narrowed in irritation. What do you mean my outburst? Naruto's hands flew up to his neck as the collar suddenly gave him a short shock that was incredibly painful. What the he gag? Again, the collar sent a wave of electricity through his body that was powerful enough to cause pain, but not enough to induce spasms. Like I said, it reacts to physiological changes. The angrier you get, the more it shocks you. Saru's words seemed lost, though, as Naruto fell to the ground, wrestling with the collar at his neck and crying out in pain each time it shocked him. Saru just quietly put a hand to his temple as he turned to Nezumi, who was watching the proceedings with an impassive stare. This may take some time. Taicho. Saru found he could only nod at her summation. However, he suddenly remembered something important and turned back to the struggling boy. Oh, and if you try to remove the collar dash. A very uncharacteristic and remarkably high-pitched scream ripped from Naruto's throat as he tried to rip the small, seal-inscribed choker from his neck. It shocks you. Oh good, you figured it out. Naruto just glared darkly up at him from the floor, at least before he jerked back from another shock. Yes, this may take some time after all, Kasari no Naruto. Naruto regulated his breathing carefully as he forced his body not to twitch even a single muscle. Right now, he was in the darkened corner of an unassuming ceiling, thankful that the meager candlelight in the room cast long and heavy shadows to hide in. Two men sat at a table, quietly discussing various unimportant topics over a simplistic kotatsu. The young blonde, now entering into his teen years at the ripe age of 13, had been trailing one of the men for almost a week now, and he had to say it was quite possible one of the most boring assignments he had ever received. Normally, considering his short fuse, it would have been a miracle he hadn't already attacked the man and decided to get the information that way, but it was undeniable Naruto had matured in his time spent in ANBU. Saru's idea, what had colloquially been called tomato therapy due to Naruto's unwholesome reaction to people using the word around him, had been a tentative success. The blonde's emotional control had improved, and after a while, around 5 months, the flashbacks to Kushina's memories had stopped altogether. Naruto continued to wear the deactivated collar, as a reminder never to slip back into old habits. His control wasn't the only thing to change, though. He had grown up a great deal, reaching a height that could be called above average for his age group at 151 centimeters. His training had given him a nice and developed muscle tone that showed clearly defined muscles without making him bulky like Kuma. His hair had also grown out, his spikes becoming longer and wavier, although over the years he was unsettled to find the occasional red hair in amongst his blonde locks. Any changes to his face, though, could rarely be seen, as the boy was seldom seen without his mask, save when it got damaged on missions, which was almost comically common. All in all, one might say he had really grown into his role as an ANBU operative and had garnered respect from a number of its members for the efficient way he handled missions. However, there was no changing the fact that he was on that squad and was bound to cause chaos wherever he went. It had simply become a part of life. Almost as much as seeing Kuma challenging other ANBU summons to board games, Teiko being thrown out of the women's hot springs, or seeing Nezumi walk around the apartment complex almost completely naked. He never said it was a normal life. He stirred slightly as the two men exchanged farewells and quickly went their separate ways. Having no intention of losing his target, the blonde quickly made his own exit, using a chain from his back to lift up a ceiling panel and slip in. Normally, his chakra chains would have been terrible for stealthy missions like this due to their inherent glow. However, over time Naruto had worked on it and managed to make them duller, becoming a pale gray color. When he did this, though, they became woefully brittle and would likely break against bare skin. All the same, they sometimes came in handy, and soon Naruto was out on the roof, sticking to the shadows the crescent moon cast. He continued to stalk his targets silently, an older man with a receding hairline in a rough and worn kimono that never seemed to stray much out of his routine of his home, his bar, and his business meetings. Tonight seemed to be an exception, as he abruptly ducked down an alley, quickly followed by his unseen tail. There was another man waiting for him by an unlit door, and both were swiftly ushered in. Interest piqued, Naruto slipped in before the door could close, nothing but a vague breeze to the people inside. I'm still unsure of this location, Aki. So close to Konoha? Why take the risk? It was Naruto's target that spoke, in a low voice that matched well with his hefty weight. They will never suspect it, Matsui. Anyway, Konoha only keeps a fledgling guard of the towns between them and Kawa. The new man explained as Naruto slipped into a more comfortable and secure position in the ceiling's corner. Any greater presence, and Suna might begin to take offense. Okay, fine. How are they? We need them in good condition after all for this to be an efficient process. Naruto's ears twitched. The reason he was even on this mission was to investigate the disappearances of a large number of farmers and villagers in towns around High no Kuni's border. They're just fine, fed, and kept healthy just like we were asked. The new man led Naruto's target Matsui to a door set into the floor, and the two quickly descended a set of stone steps into a basement. Naruto followed, but slightly more unconventionally as he slipped through hand seals and dived into the ground using Earth-style subterranean voyage. When his head poked out into the basement, his eyes widened marginally. It was a much greater room than he had been expecting, and it was nearly packed to the brim with people in cages of various sizes. Is it almost finished? Matsui asked as he looked over toward the ceiling matrix inscribed on a large scroll in the middle of the cages. They all seemed to be arranged around the scroll, so they were an equal distance from it. The people inside looked pale and emaciated, none of them appearing to have the energy to move or cry out. All they did was shuffle on the floor or occasionally moan. Naruto quickly realized why when he felt a slight tug on his chakra. Whatever the seal was, it was draining the chakra from these people. It should be done now. The seal was pulsing excitedly even as Aki spoke, and the man quickly walked over and rolled the scroll back up, carefully balancing the enormous roll of paper on his shoulder. Good. I hate being down here, Matsui muttered, rubbing his stomach slowly where he had, no doubt, felt the pull of the seal. Well, it won't be too many more now, don't worry. Naruto's face remained impassive as he sunk back into the earthen wall to report to his teammates. Something a lot bigger was going on than just kidnappings. Naruto hovered at the back of the mission briefing room, idly swaying on his feet as he tuned out most of the conversation around him. Sara would tell him what he had to do later anyway. There were more ANBU in this one room than he had ever seen before, all of them watching as the ANBU commander allocated their roles in the upcoming operation. It had turned out something much larger than just run-of-the-mill slave kidnappings was occurring in High no Kuni. Apparently, a lot of operatives had corroborated Naruto's information, and similar such chakra seals were being used throughout the border towns. Currently, they didn't know their purpose, but another squad had learned of a large gathering place for more than a few of their targets. They were going to go in, take out everybody there, and stop what they were doing. If possible, they would also find out who was orchestrating the events. That was the gist of the meeting anyway, and beyond that, Naruto didn't need to know much else. Go and kill people. That was his job, and he enjoyed it, especially when the people he had to kill really pushed his limits. There was nothing Naruto Uzumaki loved than a challenging fight. The adrenaline, the rush as he felt his opponent's fear, the pain keeping it all crystal clear. It was intoxicating. Suddenly people were moving. Naruto naturally migrated over to his squad, only to be diverted by Saru toward a small group of ANBU Naruto didn't know all that well. During his 5 years in the Corp, Naruto had worked with many operatives, from veterans of decades or more to rookies on their first missions. For what he knew, he could find no real link between this group, and they weren't a normal squad that he knew of. What's going on? Saru just kept a firm grip on his shoulder as he guided the blonde out with the other masked men and began quickly moving through the village. You weren't listening again, were you? It wasn't a question, and there was no safe answer, so Naruto remained quiet. He still got cuffed around the back of the head all the same. It irked the blonde that his captain could still do that despite all the advances he had made in ANBU. His captain was just too damn fast. You and I are on the sealing team. We're to stay on standby while the others perform the sweep. Naruto blinked. However, he was unsurprised to learn his captain knew Fuinjutsu. The man's calligraphy was impeccable, and Naruto was still convinced he secretly knew everything. Why? Sara didn't look around as they took the ANBU tunnels out of the village, skirting around the barrier surrounding the village. Because somebody is gathering a huge amount of chakra in one place, and they're using Fuinjutsu to do so. Saru intoned in a blank, intentionally emotionless voice. Konoha needs to be prepared in kind. Naruto growled lowly, a vast improvement on what he might have done a few years ago. He knew his captain knew exactly what he meant and was purposefully skirting the question. No, why am I on the team? I don't know anything about Fuinjutsu. By now, the small, unorthodox squad that Naruto now knew to be Fuinjutsu users had taken to the trees, and their pace had picked up considerably. You may not, but Saru poked the blonde on the forehead, or at least on the masked forehead. Somebody in you does. Naruto looked down, his hand clenching for a moment before he released a calming breath. He didn't like being reminded of his mother's memories, always niggling at the back of his mind. He was his own person. He was his own person. He was his own person. The mantra continued until he felt himself calm. Maybe, but evidently those memories haven't come to me yet. Despite that, he couldn't mask his curiosity when Saru produced a small scroll, opening it up to reveal a complex array on the paper. What is this? He asked, still with that emotionless yet oddly conversational tone. A barrier seal, Naruto answered without even thinking. He blinked a moment later before scowling. That doesn't mean I'll be much help in this squad. Just recognizing Fuinjutsu won't do a lot. I should be with the others on the front lines, where I'm most effective. Sara shrugged as he returned the scroll to one of his pouches. His squad mates often joked they were bigger in the inside. Considering the revelation that he knew Fuinjutsu, not an impossibility. Maybe, maybe not. Your chains have far more uses than you might imagine. Naruto's scowl didn't change, and he quickly turned away from the man, continuing to dash through the trees in silence for a few minutes. How do you know so much? He couldn't see due to the mask, but he was sure Saru smirked at him as the man tapped the side of his head knowingly. A moment later, though, and the man sighed, a sound rarely heard from the sagely captain. I knew your mother, Kushina. That little tidbit nearly made Naruto stumble and fall off the next branch he landed on, only to catch himself with a chain and swing on. What? Since when? Naruto felt his temper rising slightly, only to wince as he felt the phantom shock around his neck and instantly calmed himself, looking at his superior questioningly. I was in the class above hers in the academy, and later I went on many missions with her as a chunin before joining ANBU. He admitted softly, when you joined the squad, I had my suspicions about your heritage due to the chains, but I thought they might be a general trait of your family, so I couldn't be sure. He watched cautiously as Naruto went silent for a few moments. The boy had excellent emotional control normally, but he could still be temperamental and unpredictable on bad days. Why did you never say anything? Sara nodded at seeing Naruto wouldn't fly off the handle at him, although the testy tone made him choose his words carefully. I thought it would impact negatively on our relationship as captain and subordinate for you to know. It was hard, but Naruto could accept that at least. As long as he had known the man, Saru had never had anything but the squad's interests at heart. What changed? Sara looked at him, and once again Naruto could feel the smirk behind the monkey-themed mask. You did. You are more mature now, better able to accept the information and think about it rationally. I couldn't say the same for your younger self, especially under the emotional stress you were already facing at the time from experiencing your mother's memories. Again, Naruto was forced to accept this. He recognized that the him of today was very different to the one of 3 years ago. What does this have to do with the mission? Naruto asked, eager to move the conversation on. He felt like prolonged reminders of his mother would only induce more of her memories, a state he wasn't happy to return to. Your mother's chains had the rather unique property of being excellent at controlling bijou. I believe it was due to their density. On the night of the QB attack, she was purported to have held down the beast for almost half a minute as the yondaime performed the sealing. Naruto winced, feeling a phantom pain in his stomach as Sara mentioned that night. Kushina's memories of being impaled by a massive white claw were fresh in his mind. And you think my chains are the same? What good would that do? A small chuckle escaped his captain as the man leaped off another branch. If you had listened during the briefing, you would know, Sara shot back, with more than a hint of amusement in his voice. Naruto just growled to show his displeasure. They should make the briefings more interesting if they wanted him to listen. The ANBU commander believes that the people we are hunting may be trying to create their own bijou. Naruto's eyes widened, his hand moving to the seal inscribed on his stomach for a moment, a gesture not missed by Suru. Oh no, nothing on the scale of the QB likely. Human chakra is not dense enough to form such a creature. Saru shook his head and returned his attention to the path through the trees in front of them. No, it would be a smaller, but by all rights no less dangerous creature. It wouldn't be the first time somebody has attempted it after seeing the raw power the beasts control. They're never successful, and the process is almost always devastating. That is why we have to strike early before they can finish. For the first time, Naruto heard the slight twinge of nervousness in his normally carefree and sagely voice. So, they need me in my chains. He didn't finish, looking down as a small golden snake of lynx emerged from his wrist, the pointed end turning to him as if it was able to see. As a precaution in case they're successful, yes. Saru looked around at him and inclined his head in what passed for a smile in the ANBU. You shouldn't be too worried about it, though. Konoha has become quite efficient at stamping out such large-scale threats as these. Naruto nodded back at him after a moment's hesitation. However, at the thought of fighting a Bijou the Blonde, couldn't help but feel his blood begin to boil. His hands clenched in anticipation, and a small part of him actually wanted them to succeed. He didn't voice his thoughts for obvious reasons. As Naruto stared up at the hulking mass of energy and chakra bearing down on their small group, he decided then and there that perhaps his Taicho didn't know everything. The operation had been going so well, too. Then something had gone wrong during the sweep of the compound. They weren't sure what happened, but the end result was this. It's big. Naruto's deadpan didn't do it justice. The light blue, slightly ethereal mass of chakra towered above them, at least 5 stories tall. It seemed to lack any defined form or shape, and if one squinted, they could make out the stars through its glowing, translucent body. However, it had arms, big ones, that ended in very large and apparently very sharp claws that cut great gouges through the earth as it moved. The beast seemed in conflict with itself over what state it wanted to be in, as half the time the various jutsu A and B you were throwing at it just bounced off. The other times they passed right through the creature. It seemed confused as it thrashed about, raising up its massive, thick arms to ward off the jutsu that didn't pass through it. It also seemed very angry, its large white eyes that were its only hint of a face narrowed as it let out an inhuman roar. The noise sent shivers through every operative's spine. Naruto looked toward his captain, but the man motioned for him to wait. It was torture. The blonde was itching to move and do something. He couldn't just ignore the rampaging proto-bijou in front of him, and his blood was calling for him to get involved. Thankfully, after a few minutes of the other ANBU ineffectually doing anything to stop it, Saru finally gave him the signal. The other, ANBU, currently battling the creature with thinly veiled fear, watched in confusion and shock as a small blonde meteorite suddenly passed overhead, screaming out his excitement as long golden whips speared out of his body. The proto-bijou didn't seem to know what to make of the new arrival and moved one of its great lumbering arms to swat it away. It was rightfully surprised, then, when the swaying golden tentacles suddenly separated before spinning madly, winding their way up the thick, bulbous arm like a family of constricting snakes. Far from the jutsu that had been thrown at it, the beast could feel every one of the chains holding its arm. A moment later, when Naruto landed on the ground in front of it, its surprise was once again evident as the boy squared his feet and pulled on his chains with a grunt of exertion. The beast vainly tried to pull against the blonde, but with chains emerging from his back and rooting him to the ground, he proved the stronger of the two. With a mighty crash that set the ground around them rumbling, the proto-bijou fell to the floor with an ear-screeching cry of anguish. Naruto, on the other hand, grinned as he rocketed forward, hoping to take advantage of the fall and pin more of the beast down. He barely acknowledged the oppressive atmosphere affecting the other operatives and cried out in glee, swinging himself up and over the beast. A moment later, he found his flight path radically altered. An enormous semi-transparent hand slammed into his body with the kind of force that should have shattered his spine. Just beginning to pick itself up, the beast quickly identified Naruto as a threat and naturally tried to get the blonde as far away from it as possible. Saru watched the small blonde blur with worry as he was sent careening back into the forest. He was forced to shelf his concern in favor of the mission, turning to direct the small sealing team into their positions for when the other operative managed to finally suppress the creature. Fuinjutsu was a delicate process, and they would need all the time they could to get to have everything prepared. He allowed himself a quick glance at the path of destruction the blonde's body had made, as a group of ANBU attempted to trap the beast in a large clay oven and roast it. It didn't do much. Naruto lay in a small trench in the ground carved by his body. His eyes were wide and dazed, and his mask was completely shattered. A few cuts littered his body, and he was fairly certain his left arm was broken. All the same, an all-too happy grin split his features as he staggered to his feet, ignoring how the world seemed to lurch around him for a moment. His breathing was heavy, but he wasn't exhausted, and there was an odd tingling sensation throughout his entire body, but he felt little pain. Slowly, as red began to descend over his vision and he felt the bones in his arms snap back into place, the grin on his features took on a more malicious aspect. He didn't even realize when he started running. The world blurred around him as his periphery failed to keep up with his body. When the beast came into view from the treeline, a half-formed tail beginning to emerge from the base of what passed for its spine, he already knew what to do. Everybody else simply saw a vague red blur fly past, but what was more important was how they felt. Everybody recognized the sensation of the Kyuubi's chakra from that fateful day 13 years ago. It was more oppressive even than the beast they were fighting. Hiya! The joyous, if not slightly sadistic sounding cry coming from the boy dissuaded some of their fears that he had lost control, but did little to ease the sudden, unpleasant feeling in all their stomachs. When hundreds of bright, glimmering chains that looked as though they had been dyed in fresh blood suddenly erupted from the boy, they felt some of their worries ease. Flying through the air like that, with chains flaying out all about him without rhyme or reason, he almost looked like some kind of large sea urchin. The proto-bijou noticed his arrival too and quickly made to swat the nuisance away again. The attempt was only met with pain. Numerous chains stabbed indiscriminately into its body, eliciting glass-shattering screams of fury that caused more than a few operatives to shield their ears and look away. Naruto took the distraction in stride and grinned wolfishly as he landed on the creature's chest, the chains around him thrashing and slashing like they were possessed. Every gash bled a weak bluish mist. The beast began writhing madly in an attempt to shake off its tormentor. Nothing it did seemed to dislodge the boy. In fact, as Naruto slowly worked his way up the creature's body, More and more chains whipped out, tying up its arms, its neck, its body, until finally, with a stifled groan, the beast slowly toppled over to one side, completely immobilized. There was a shocked and awed silence for a long few moments as the ANBU simply looked at the red-tinged boy standing atop the proto-bijou, panting and grinning madly. The tension was broken the moment Saru began barking out orders, both to the regular operatives to attempt to secure the limbs properly and to the sealing team to get ready. He was worried about Naruto, especially about the deformed, spiked chains he was now producing, but that worry would have to wait until the creature was dealt with. Even so, he spared glances up at the boy, unnerved by the red-slitted eyes Naruto seemed to have gained at some point, and the increasing feeling of despair emanating from that noxious red chakra. The beast seemed to glow brighter for a moment as the sealing team began running through their long chain of hand seals, its body becoming less solid. Greater wisps of a gaseous blue substance Saru could only assume was chakra began to leak from its many wounds into the air. However, just as he was beginning to think the sealing was working, the proto-bijou managed to lift its head and let out a soul-shattering scream before exploding outwards. There was no great force or even a particularly loud sound. The beast simply swelled for a moment before bursting into that same blue mist. It quickly dissipated into the night air, leaving the clearing oddly quiet. If Saru wasn't busy coordinating the operatives around him, he might have noted how the little specks of blue light dancing about before winking out of existence was rather beautiful. His concern right now, though, was more pressing, namely, Naruto. The boy was standing in place, looking around confusedly as his mutated and spiky chains swayed ominously, looking entirely like snakes waiting to come across a fresh meal. Worryingly, his eyes were still colored red, and the malicious, unnatural grin on his lips hadn't left his features. Luckily for him, lucky in that he wasn't forced to intervene and take action against his young subordinate before he became a threat, Nezumi flickered next to Naruto's side. Saru genuinely, though the blonde was going to attack her then, but apparently a few words sufficed to calm him enough that the oppressive feeling in the air lifted. His decidedly less evil-looking chains soon followed, retreating into his body almost churlishly. Nezumi handed him a replacement mask, and that was that, a potentially catastrophic crisis averted. Saru would have to ask Nezumi what she said later. However, right now the cogs in the older captain's head were turning fiercely. He always knew this time would come, but he had hoped it would be in a few more years. With a sigh, he placed his concerns to the side and turned his full attention back to the cleanup. Naruto could be dealt with back in Konoha. Naruto clutched his head with a groan as he picked himself up unsteadily, the last few minutes a mashed-up blur in his mind. Shakily, he looked about the clearing, noting the large craters and gouge marks in the training ground that hadn't been there last time he was lucid. He looked down, only to jump back in shock as instead of his normal hand, he saw his fingers bent into claws, his nails lengthening and sharpened. When he looked again, it was gone, and his hand was normal, although he probably stared at it for a little too long. Another failure, it seems, Saru said from somewhere to his left. A moment later, the man, looking a little worse for wear with scratches in his uniform, appeared in the clearing, quickly followed by the rest of the squad. All of them looked a little beaten up, but none of them seemed angered or upset by it, perhaps just a little weary. Nezumi seemed worst off for it, her uniform shredded and her sword having gained a few new nicks to add to the collection. Naruto supposed it was because she would be the one fending off his chains when he was in that state. For the past week or so, he had been working with his squad to start to control the Kyuubi's power within him. It was part of his life as a Jinchuriki, and Naruto had accepted that. However, it turned out to be a little more difficult than they anticipated. Accessing the chakra itself wasn't all that problematic. Naruto compared it to how he would use his chains, simply digging within himself until he felt the right signature. However, the Kyuubi's chakra was denser, angrier. It didn't respond as well to his directions and had a will of its own the blonde had to constantly work to control. The more chakra he accessed, the more the QB's will bled through and the harder it was to control. It got to the point where their two wills began clashing, and his body, with the chakra running rampant inside of him, went out of control and attacked pretty much anything in the vicinity with a heartbeat. It seems that was what had just happened, and it likely wouldn't be the last time. He was lucky to have his squad acting as a safety net until he could withdraw the potent chakra back inside of him. Nevertheless, he still felt enraged by his own lack of control. Naruto breathed heavily, his eyes wide and bright as his mouth twisted into an animalistic grin that wasn't completely his own. He felt amazing, more powerful than he had ever felt as his body screamed with energy from his head to his toes. His chains swayed about him, spiked and ugly. However, Naruto saw them as perfect, just right for ripping and tearing through his enemies. They felt natural, correct, even, and it was almost as if they were agreeing with him. Just as they whispered to him that his job wasn't quite complete, and there were still people breathing around him, a familiar face flickered into view. Nezumi. His voice was gruffer than he remembered, like a much deeper voice was trying to overlap with his own. He grinned up at the woman. If anybody would understand his new power, it would be his teammates. Perhaps like this, he would even be strong enough to take on Saru. I thought you were stronger than this. And just like that, Nezumi's words brought his reality crashing down. His mind cleared enough for him to realize what he was doing and just whose power he was accessing. He immediately stopped. He pulled back, fighting against the smooth voice whispering in his ear, and tore the power away from himself. Immediately, he felt cold, weakened, but nonetheless he smiled. He was strong without the QB. He looked up and saw Nezumi nod once at him before vanishing off to help with the cleanup. A strange, almost familiar feeling swelled in his chest. Naruto wouldn't forget that. He hated the fact that he needed a reminder just to control that power, and he never wanted to feel that helpless again. He shook his head and removed the haze that had come over him. His arms were leaden and some of his muscles twitched without permission, but a quiet fire burned behind his eyes as he looked up at Saru. I'm ready to go again, Taicho. The man nodded, the chips in his mask revealing that the corners of his mouth turned up ever so slightly. Naruto would master this power. For some reason, he felt safe, knowing that as long as he had his team to support him, he could do it. Hiruzen sighed, blowing out a long stream of smoke from his pipe as he scanned through the reports on his desk from the recent Proto-Bijou incident. He was delighted for his troops at how they handled it, even after the situation escalated, and it brought a small smile to his face. He compared it to a proud grandfather reading about his grandchildren's accomplishments. The smile turned melancholic as he read Naruto's name and just what he had done on the mission. It had been almost 5 years since his decision to place the boy in ANBU, and, so far, he had seen nothing but good reports from his captain. As he swiveled on his chair and began rifling through a cabinet, his worries began to increase. It had been a while since he flicked through Naruto's file, mostly due to other matters occupying his attention and the fact the boy mostly flew under the radar in ANBU, or at least as much as he could in that squad. However, his eyes widened slightly as he began reading through the number of missions the blonde had performed in, not to mention the number of S and A-ranked missions alone. Slowly, the old Sandame's already wrinkled brow began to furrow as he worried for the boy's continued mental stability if he continued to stay in the Corp Kasari no Naruto. If he was being perfectly honest with himself, Naruto was rather confused as he stood before the Hokage, or rather knelt, as was correct for an ANBU. For one thing, it was strange that he was here alone without his squad, and on top of that, it was rather strange for him to be here at all. The Hokage had a set of very experienced and very loyal ANBU who he dealt with directly, the ANBU commander included. Simple grunts, even with 5 years' worth of experience, answered to their captains, who in turn answered to the commander. That was currently an operative under the pseudonym Ukami, the mask supposedly every good ANBU aspired to. For Naruto to be kneeling in front of the Hokage himself was unorthodox. Missions handed directly from the village's leader tended to be of the upper S-ranked kind. That, or it was for bad news, which the aged Sandaime was known to give out directly. As Naruto tried to avoid looking up at those kindly but age-wizened eyes, he had an unsettling feeling that he was not here due to the former. Finally, after a long few moments of the Hokage looking at him and gently puffing on his pipe, which quickly became awkward, the man gave him a subtle motion to rise. "It's good to see you, Naruto-kun." Behind his mask, Naruto's eyes widened considerably. He hadn't heard his own name spoken in 5 years. In fact, he was so used to going by Karasu it was almost unsettling to hear his birth name. There was also the fact that while under service in the Corp, an ANBU's name was tantamount to their greatest secret, even if their identity became compromised. "Hokage-sama." He managed in as neutral a tone as possible, if nothing else to hide the confusion that would be evident on his features were it not for his mask. While the blonde may have had a few issues with authority, and Saru was occasionally willing to let slide the occasional lack of proper suffix, he knew no such courtesies would be extended when it came to the Hokage. To his furthered confusion, the Hokage seemed mildly bothered by his proper and formal greeting. "Ah yes, Karasu-kun. I apologize for the slip." Naruto had a feeling that it was nothing of the sort. It hadn't taken long into his first year for Naruto to realize he had been placed in ANBU to curtail the more abrasive side of his newfound personality. He had thought the Hokage would be pleased, or at least satisfied with the changes that had been made to the blonde. Even he had to admit that he was thinking clearer and acting with far greater efficiency than a few years ago. He couldn't say the changes were completely welcome, but there were certainly benefits to not being a murderous psychopath with no regard for human life. Now at least, he was only a sociopath with very little regard for it. A marked improvement in his squad's eyes. "How are you doing in ANBU, Karasu-kun?" 5 years is a rather long time for any operative to stay in the service, especially for one as young as you. Naruto blinked. His confusion was subsiding as it became clear just what this meeting would be about, but it didn't make his answer any more certain. "I am fine, Oka-sama. My mission record is well above Corp standards. My training is progressing at a rate my captain finds suitable, and I have a tolerable relationship with most members." It was a clinical answer that left out the fact there were also many members within ANBU that did not tolerate Naruto's presence in the slightest. It was hardly a secret who he was to anybody that had even been on a single mission with him. He wasn't in the habit of hiding his chains after all. Despite the answer that would be met with a cheerful and satisfied nod with most members of the organization, the Hokage once again looked displeased. "Is there anything else, Karasu-kun? How about the relationship with your squad mates?" Naruto couldn't help as his head tilted to the side ever so slightly. He wasn't sure how to answer that. It wasn't as though he could simply tell the Hokage that he had never felt more like he belonged to a family than when he was with his squad mates. It would be highly inappropriate. It was enough to say the realization had shocked Naruto when it had come to him one day when training with Nezumi. Instead, he simply opted for a safe answer that wouldn't reflect badly on him or the squad. "We have an amicable working relationship." When he saw the Hokage's brow furrow ever so slightly, he worried he had said something incorrect. While positive relations were highly recommended within ANBU due to the stressful line of work, close attachments and relationships were discouraged for the same reason. There was also the high mortality rate when working within ANBU that acted as deterrent enough for close bonds to form, when they could be so easily shredded on mission. "I see." The Hokage was quiet for a while, his hands held in front of him as he appeared to mull things over in his mind. Finally, he looked up, an unusually serious expression on his worn features. "And how would you feel, Karasu, if you were to leave the ANBU?" Almost immediately, Naruto opened his mouth to protest. However, nothing but a rather strangled gasp escaped his throat. Even the Hokage didn't seem to hear it. He just stood there a few minutes, thankful the mask was emotionless, because beneath it he was cycling through them faster than he would have thought possible. He obviously did not want to leave the ANBU. For the first time, he felt accepted. While the emotions were new and confusing to him, It didn't mean he just wanted to discard them and move forward. On the contrary, he had finally started to feel like he could really open up to his squad, and for that to just end was an unpleasant thought. Unfortunately, these passionate words were stifled by the mantra that had been pounded and drilled into his head repeatedly over the years. ANBU were tools for the village's use, and when the time came, were to be discarded as such. He was a tool of the Hokage as long as he wore the mask. It was a mantra that was so deeply ingrained, he found he actually couldn't find it in him to speak. If that is what you think best, Hokage-sama. It came out through slightly gritted teeth and with a brief catch, but it came out all the same. He loathed every word. Hiruzen regarded him for a long few moments, from his stiff and proper posture to the way his hands were just beginning to clench into fists. His eyes briefly flickered to the window, taking up most of the space at the back of the office. The Hokage monument loomed above the village, judging the meeting with stony silence. Very well, Operative Karasu. From this moment, you are released from service in the ANBU to return to the normal Shinobi Corps. He stared at the blonde-haired former ANBU for a long few moments before Naruto hesitantly took off his mask and placed it on the desk. Beneath was a face that Hiruzen hadn't seen in 5 years, and in that time Naruto had certainly grown up. Where before there was a pudgy-faced boy with wide, innocent blue eyes, now Naruto had more angular features. His eyes had grown into a colder shade, like 2 chips of ice, while the whisker marks that were such a prominent feature on his cheeks seemed to have deepened and become more feral. "It's good to see you again, Naruto." Hiruzen greeted as if the blonde had just stepped into the room and Karasu had walked out. In a twisted sort of way, he had. His smile grew a little, stretching the wrinkles around his eyes as his entire expression seemed to soften. Despite the hardness that seemed to have entered the young Jinchuriki's own features, he could still see the little boy that had been so eager to play about in his office, occasionally donning the wide-brimmed hat of his position that was so comically oversized on the toddler's head. "Hokage-sama," Naruto replied with a slight nod, his tone uncertain, but at the same time clipped and brusque. Again, it only seemed to increase Hiruzen's worry over the effect ANBU had had on the boy, perhaps permanently. Naruto had no idea his irritation was only reaffirming the Hokage's decision that taking him out of the corp was the correct thing to do. "Now, Naruto, you coming out of the ANBU puts me into a bit of a situation as, by your skills alone and your mission record and your captain's reports, you easily qualify for the Jounin rank." At that, Naruto felt a bit of the tension in his body switch out with surprise. It felt like only yesterday Saru had made him eligible to move squads by ascertaining he was around Chunin level. He had always felt like that position would be beyond him until he was able to fight one of his squad mates and feel like an equal. What he didn't know was, while influenced by Naruto's impressive skill on paper, Hiruzen's decision heavily weighed on the fact that Naruto might slaughter any Genin team he was on due to sheer boredom. Despite reports to the contrary exonerating Naruto's mental stability, without witnessing it firsthand, he was heavily biased to those first days when it looked like the Jinchuriki might kill someone for simply looking at him funny. Likewise, any Chunin team he would be placed on would be heavily unbalanced by the blonde's superior skill. None of Saru's reports had ever particularly highlighted Naruto's abilities as a leader, in part because he had never been forced to assume the role. However, Naruto's hands clenched into fists for a moment at the rather patronizing suffix. Even Teiko had stopped calling him that a few years ago. Becoming a Jounin is a somewhat complicated process, usually involving myself and the Council of Clan Heads looking over your mission records and deciding whether or not you are ready to accept the position. He sighed, releasing a stream of smoke from his mouth. Unfortunately, as an ANBU, any relevant mission records are heavily classified and for mine or the ANBU commander's eyes only. There is also the unfortunate fact that you do not have any official shinobi license, which makes granting you the position difficult. Naruto's fingernails were beginning to dig into his palm as he forced himself not to interject and refute taking him out of the ANBU so pointlessly. Luckily, though, the independent Jounin exams are in the next few weeks. Any shinobi of Chunin rank or higher is eligible to participate under my recommendation, and the rank of Chunin is one I can give you immediately once you obtain a license. The aged man stopped for a moment with a pleasant smile, as if expecting some form of thanks. When Naruto remained stonily silent, though, still in a rather stiff posture, he frowned and continued. In any case, you will not be the only one from Konoha participating this year, so you will have the support of the village behind you. He smiled warmly, hoping to see a similar expression from the blonde. He got nothing. Is that all, Hokage-sama? Naruto finally said, once again in a curt and professional tone that carried little of the broiling emotion he felt. Hiruzen just sighed, releasing another billowing cloud of smoke as he leaned back in his comfortable chair. I suppose not, Naruto-kun, but remember, my door is always open if you need anything. Naruto just nodded once before turning around and quickly marching out of the office, rather enthused to not simply slipping into the shadows of the ceiling or flickering out of the window in a trademark shunshin. No, now he was expected to leave like a regular shinobi, just another face among the herd. Naruto felt cold inside at the thought. Deep inside the training ground area, close to training ground 44, which most Jounin avoided anyway, people skirted around a particular clearing. It was mostly because the sounds emerging through the tree line weren't all that inviting. The crash of toppled trees, the ground being rent open, and thunderous explosions echoed into the surroundings. It didn't help that an aura of anger, rage, and fury weighed down on anybody that even tried to approach like a physical force. Many wouldn't admit it, but it brought up old memories of the Kyuubi attack. That was reason enough for most not to bother. In the center of it all, surrounded by the pointless destruction he had wrought, Naruto snarled as his chains ripped another tree right out of the ground. He threw it in a random direction, like a petulant child might have played. It crashed through several trees before falling over with a pained creak, expanding the already tortured clearing. Naruto panted, fatigue beginning to set into his muscles and the first signs of chakra exhaustion setting in. He wasn't satisfied. A growl rose up from deep in his throat, the orange aura shimmering around his body, condensing around his fists, and he launched himself across the open grass at a boulder. His fists smashed right through it, his momentum carrying him a few more feet before his feet brought him to a halt. Not before digging two ragged trenches through the earth. Around him, little pieces of rocks fell to the ground with a satisfying clatter as the cloud of dust slowly dissipated. With a scream of frustration, he looked up to the sky and released a soul-piercing roar from deep within himself that likely would have had Anbu sprinting to his location if training with the Kyuubi's chakra hadn't recently become a common event with his team. Randomly, his thickened, spiked, and generally more vicious-looking chains lashed out at everything around them. They sliced through the ground and the trees, grasped at rocks that they quickly flung haphazardly in any direction, and generally just allowed Naruto to vent his frustrations. Finally, though, when it all caught up with him, the orange aura slowly dissipated, his chains reluctantly retracted, and he fell onto his back, breathing heavily through eyes blurred with stinging tears. I think you were right, Sarataishu. Only Karasu could mess up a training ground as badly as Kuma. Teiko's familiar voice floated across the now still air of the wrecked clearing, causing Naruto to blink and crane his neck from his position on the ground. Sure enough, when he looked over, he spotted his entire team standing across from him at the tree line. Although thanks to his little tantrum, the boundary between forest and clearing was somewhat blurred. He clambered to his feet and rubbed his eyes as subtly as he could, realizing he must look every bit the petulant child throwing a fit. Sarute. Naruto trailed off as he realized something very important. None of his teammates were wearing their masks. They still donned their customary uniforms, only without the pale gray body armor that went with it. It was a startling revelation, having worked, eaten, and lived with these people for so long and never having actually known what they looked like. Karasu, or should I call you Naruto now? The blonde nearly flinched. Hearing his own captain say his name was like the final nail in the coffin. He was really out. You don't need to call me Taicho anymore. I had thought you'd be happy about that. Although for security reasons, I'd ask you still call me Saru. He was a surprisingly kindly-looking man with a thin, scraggly mustache and narrow, pale eyes. Ah, Kuma doesn't want to see Karasa go. Naruto was suddenly assaulted as the massive man that had previously been standing behind his companions shot forward, his small, innocent eyes tearing up as the bulky Anbu wailed loudly, arms open to crush Naruto into a hug. He was stopped in his tracks, though as Teiko grabbed the man by the back of the collar, and, in an improbable display of strength given the much smaller man's size, held him back. Now, Kuma-kun, Naruto had to go his own way eventually, Teiko explained, like a parent might to their sobbing child before offering a rather saddened smile to the blonde. It was just sooner than we were expecting. Teiko wasn't what Naruto had been expecting. For one, the man was bald, which he had previously kept hidden with his ANBU cloak's hood. He also had an oddly styled bushy mustache that arced out on either side of his face. Teiko is right. Finally, Naruto let his eyes drift over to Nezumi, taking in her half-lidded, bored-looking violet eyes and the way her eyebrows had almost a zigzag to them. Without her ANBU chest armor, her large bust pressed against the simple black vest they all wore. When she looked over at him, her gaze softened considerably and a small smile pulled at the edges of her lips. But that doesn't mean he is not part of the squad, she intoned quietly. You aren't here to say goodbye? Naruto asked cautiously, almost afraid of the answer. Saru cocked an eyebrow at the young Jinchuriki, a bemused expression crossing over his features. Of course not, Saru offered, as though it was the most obvious thing in the world, leaving Naruto overwhelmed. Even if Hokage-sama decided to remove you from the ANBU, you will always be a part of this squad. What gave you that idea? He cast a sly look around the wrecked clearing. Besides, if we didn't, I would fear for the safety of training grounds everywhere. Naruto was forced to look down at the ground and grumble unintelligibly. When he looked up, he suddenly found Teiko next to him, arms slung around the slightly shorter blonde shoulders. Personally, I say this calls for a celebration. It's not every day our Kurasuan grows up and becomes a jounin now, is it? If Naruto wasn't already exhausted from venting his anger on the surrounding plant life, he might have tried to spear the man for the comment. I'm not a jounin. I have to take an exam first. It sounded rather odd, having to take an exam to become the vaunted rank, although he supposed it wouldn't be a pen and paper test like one might think. At the grumbled comment, his teammates turned to look at one another with amused expressions before Saru and Teiko began laughing. Even the corners of Nezumi's impassive lips turned up slightly as Kuma laughed along purely because everybody else was. I don't think you have anything to fear on that end, as long as you remember everything we've taught you, Saru informed him in his usual sagely manner, wiping an imaginary tear from his eye. He appeared to think better of it after a moment, and added in as an afterthought, just don't accidentally kill one of your comrades. It may not reflect too well on you. He was only half joking, but I think I agree with Teiko for once. As you're no longer our Kohai, perhaps a drink is in order. That was how Naruto found himself surrounded by his former teammates in a small bar near the seedier area of Konoha that the older ANBU often frequented. Having seen the results of alcohol intoxication before, Naruto had steered clear of the drink out of confusion for why they would want to act in such a way. However, with Kuma and Saru sandwiching him in the spongy booth, the clear and rather innocent-looking liquid placed in front of him didn't look to be a request. After a moment of hesitation, where the blonde simply swillied the sake around the little saucer, he finally just shrugged, tipping it all down his throat in one. If his teammates were expecting much of a reaction to the blonde's first drink, they were rather disappointed. The burn as the drink passed down his throat wasn't much of an issue, as Naruto had recently faced worse when training in the Kyuubi's chakra, and as an ANBU, he wasn't exactly the type to show discomfort or pain. Instead, he focused on the flavor of the rice wine, the faint hints of fruit in the surprisingly dry liquid. For a moment, he felt warmer, like his blood had been raised a few degrees, but it passed, and soon he felt no different. He looked up to notice the squad staring at him expectantly. "What? It's good." His teammates all looked at their own drinks with a frown before necking it themselves, the sight looking rather comical as Kuma struggled with his tiny saucer. So slowly, the evening progressed into night, with Naruto sitting amongst his former squad, occasionally drinking and watching them do the same. They would talk too, mostly about missions they had been on or amusing anecdotes from their time out of missions. One common vein was that all their stories revolve around Naruto in some compromising or embarrassing moment, or at least his squad trying to get him into one. And by squad, they meant Teiko. As the night progressed, Naruto caught himself wearing an uncharacteristic and vaguely melancholic smile, only to quickly correct himself. During one telling of Teiko trying to convince Naruto to peek on the women's hot springs with him, only to be caught by Nezumi and proverbially left to the dogs in this case being the furious Kunoichi on the other side of the fence, Naruto actually laughed. It was something the blonde had rarely done when not soaked in blood. He remembered the moment well, especially Teiko's screams as the man was trodden into the dirt by a crowd of towel-clad women as Naruto watched on from a nearby tree. To his teammates' consternation, the night progressed without Naruto showing any sign of becoming drunk. He had almost the same amount of sake as Kuma, having come to appreciate the sweet taste over the evening, and even the muscle-bound ANBU was beginning to look tipsy. By now, Teiko was sprawled out on the table, drool slowly leaking from the corner of his mouth. Kuma was giggling to himself for no discernible reason, and Saru, while outwardly appearing fine, was slurring his words slightly. Nezumi was the most amusing. The woman was simply staring ahead, her body swaying slightly before she would correct it with the smallest squeak of a hiccup. It was Saru who finally called it a night, still apparently disgruntled at being drunk under the table. He bid farewell to the others, promising to do it again as he slung Teiko over his shoulders and walked out, visibly trying not to sway. The man certainly had good self-control, which Naruto could attest to as he continued to slowly sip at his saucer. Kuma, apparently taking his Taishu's leave as some kind of sign, stumbled out of the booth. Lacking his usual modicum of self-control, the enormous man managed to break the bar's door frame slightly as he tried to walk right through it. Naruto, to his own surprise, found himself grinning at the sight. As he looked around again, he noticed Nezumi still staring ahead, her eyes narrowing and widening intermittently. She made no sign of moving, and Naruto could only sigh to himself, wondering if all of this would have been better if he could in fact become drunk. Still, in a rare moment of genuine human compassion that most believed the oft blood-stained Jinchuriki lacked, he managed to guide Nezumi out of the bar. The woman seemed in a complete daze and didn't seem to really understand her surroundings. Thankfully, hauling her back to her apartment was rather simple, even if it involved a lot of hand-holding that Naruto could have done without. He was tempted to carry the woman by his chains, but one, he didn't know what she might do, and two, he wasn't sure how the villagers might react to him making off with a rather buxom woman this late at night when she was so obviously dazed and confused. Instead, using a rare bit of foresight and common sense, Naruto took Nezumi through the back alleys and quieter streets he knew like the back of his hand, until he was back at their apartment complex. With a tinge of irritation, Naruto realized that as a now former ANBU, he might be forced to leave this place, despite it being his home for the past 5 years. Still, pushing his thoughts to one side for the moment so that he didn't accidentally shred a building in his frustration, Naruto quickly half-guided, half-pushed Nezumi up the stairs and through her door. It had become second nature now for him to avoid the various traps she kept around her apartment. In fact, the woman had seemed rather eager to show them to him, as she was when teaching anything to her self-proclaimed student. Thankfully, the older Yinbu operative seemed gain some semblance of coherence as she spotted her bed, a grateful murmur escaping her lips. in an obviously practiced motion that no amount of alcohol could steal from her muscles' memory. Nezumi slipped her sword from her back, span it once, and planted it straight into the wooden floor. A few similarly shaped indents in the floor showed that it wasn't the first time she had done this. Embarrassingly, Naruto also bore witness to the woman suddenly shrugging off all her clothes in what seemed like one unbroken motion. It became very apparent Nezumi wasn't one for underwear as Naruto quickly turned away, a strange, unwelcome feeling tugging at his stomach. As he made to leave, though, a slender, deceptively delicate hand snaked around his wrist and pulled him back. Instantly, a threatening amount of chains burst from his back, all angled towards the perpetrator a mere hair's breadth from her skin. Naruto breathed heavily for a moment, his eyes wide as far too much of his body was touched for him to feel comfortable. His face was in the awkward position of being pressed directly into the soft flesh of Nezumi's right breast, and all he could feel was her odd warmth and the sound of her steady heartbeat. Slightly above him, the woman muttered unintelligibly in her sleep as her body continued to curl around Naruto's to the point where his chains vibrated at the conflicting instincts to go full hedgehog. After a few moments, he calmed, the warmth from the older woman's body and the soft comfort of her chest lulling him into a drowsy state. Slowly, the chains pulled back, returning to his body where their soft glow could no longer light up the room. Now, in the darkened apartment, with Nezumi hugging him to her naked body like some kind of stuffed animal, Naruto had to admit that maybe this wasn't so bad. He would vehemently deny it and would be gone long before Nezumi woke up, but it definitely wasn't not good. Naruto stood in front of the mirror in his apartment, for the time being at least, clad in nothing more than his AMBU leggings. Today he would have to leave for the Jounin exams, but he ran into the small problem of realizing he had nothing to wear. It had never been a particular problem before, as he always just wore the AMBU uniform. He couldn't wear that anymore, so he was put in a dilemma. It had been an awkward affair, the clothes and supply shop as he, having no prior experience shopping. Never mind for clothes, had no idea what to do. In the end, he ended up buying a load of random bits of clothing around his size that were now strewn about on the floor around him. He felt fairly safe, just wearing his ANBU pants tied around his ankles with his normal shin-height sandals. That was innocuous enough. The rest of it he could only snarl at, wishing that he didn't have to worry about such stupid things. He eventually shrugged on a chain-net shirt, like the ones Nezumi wore under her uniform, only to realize he now looked like a male stripper from the underground slave ring they once busted. To fix it, he quickly pulled on a pale green shirt with a black stripe running down the center, only to get frustrated by the sleeves. He messed about with it for a few moments before growling. He ended up ripping off the left sleeve entirely, leaving the mesh shirt to poke out halfway down his bicep. The right sleeve was far too long and dangled halfway down his fingers, but looking in the mirror, Naruto just decided to leave it. He tied his new headband, that he previously had little use for, around his neck. He looked down at the Chunin jacket lying limply on the floor to his right only to sneer and ignore entirely. He didn't want to wear something so bulky and movement-restricting anyway. Instead, he grabbed his ANBU arm guards and strapped them on, in the case of his right one, under the sleeve. He remembered how often they had come in handy deflecting swords and kunai when they got too close and didn't want to part with them. Finally, he looked back in the mirror, deciding that this was good enough. As he stared, he noticed his face, the face he hadn't really paid much attention to for the past few years. A thought occurred to him about how he was supposed to look. It had never mattered all that much when hiding behind his mask. Right now, it was set into an irritated scowl, which he quickly straightened out until it was neutral and impassive. This was how people expected an ANBU's features to appear. After a moment, he tried to smile, only to get a rather awkward-looking affair with what had to be entirely too many teeth to be friendly. He quickly discarded it and ran a hand through his hair with a disgruntled sigh. That was a different problem. In his time in ANBU, his hair had grown quite long, inching down past his neck at the back and beginning to shadow his face at the front. Likewise, Two bangs had begun to form on either side of his face that rather irritated him when he turned his head without the protection of his mask. He tried sweeping his hair back with his hand, and for a moment it was successful, at least until a single lock fell back down, falling almost to the bridge of his nose across his face. He growled deep in his throat before deciding to just tie up the bangs with a bit of bandage he had lying around. Looking at his face now, beside the deep and angry-looking whisker marks on either cheek, he could almost compare his hair to that of the old clan styles before the village system. Saro had shown him a lot of pictures from back then. He had been rather insistent Naruto learn at least a bit about history. He couldn't find it in himself to care, though, as he struggled to make that one stubborn lock of hair fall in line with the rest before crying out in frustration. A chain lashed out and smashed straight through his mirror as he scrabbled ineffectually with his blonde hair for another few seconds. Akami, damn it. He finally gave up and simply left it how it was, before moving to the window and jumping out. He would sort out his appearance later. Kusari no Naruto. It was a set of rather confusing and fast-paced events that saw Uzumaki Naruto standing on a barren dirt track in the middle of Kusen no Kuni, holding a fluffy and rather nervous-looking white rabbit. The petite, effeminate creature was staring up at him with innocent black eyes, occasionally shivering as it caught the painfully neutral gaze of the teen holding it. He was sure that if his former squad mates could have seen him then, holding what by all rights should have been some young girl's pet, he would be the butt of the team's jokes weeks. As it was, he was currently charged with protecting the rather pathetic creature, naturally in an effort to make the first test of the Jounin exams more difficult. Because for what other reason would Naruto have accepted taking responsibility for the all-too-fluffy animal than lack of choice? Yes, Naruto was currently staring down an overgrown path in a darkened corner of one of the famously oversized forests. He was here because this was where the biannual independent Jounin exams took place. So again, lack of choice. The heat within the jungle environment was stifling, and he had seen a few prospective Jounin from Kumo forced to remove their bulkier clothing. They were used to the frigid temperatures of mountainous regions, not the sticky, humid heat of such thick and overbearing jungles. Even in his admittedly light clothing, Naruto found himself with a noticeable sheen of sweat without needing to exert himself at all. It was unpleasant, and as far as Naruto was concerned, the sooner he could get back to the familiar, less humid heat of high no Kuni, the better. His reception in the exams was mixed. Nobody seemed to recognize him at first, and a few even ridiculed his presence, citing the fact that a pipsqueak like him had no right to be at the big boy exams. He had quickly altered their perceptions on that matter, nearly getting himself thrown out of the exam in the process. Afterwards, though, when rumors began to spread that Kusari no Naruto was present at the exams, he received a much wider berth. On the flip side, many of the prospective Jounin now stared at him with more calculative or even hungrier looks, no doubt looking to prove themselves. The reactions from his own village's shinobi were less mixed. They simply chose to ignore his presence completely, as though he would vanish if left unacknowledged. Luckily, there were few specimens from any of the villages present, as the Jounin exams were a much more selective affair than the in comparison friendlier Chunin exams. Of course, irritatingly, there seemed to be one glaring exception to the rule. So what do you think this will be, Gaki? Naruto's eye twitched as the voice that had been pestering him for the past 2 days decided to speak up. The purple-haired woman, whose smirk he could practically feel on the back of his head, also took the opportunity to lean into him, as she was wont to do, pressing her sizable assets up against his back. Years of desensitization from such things, due to Nezumi's lack of respect for his personal space, quelled any less than professional reaction he may have had. It was still annoying. I don't know, he ground out, hoping the woman would get the message and leave. The animal suggests some aspect of protection, so we will likely either be pitted against one another or against some form of proctor. The former seemed the more likely in his mind. Kusa had already shown themselves to be rather hands-off in their approach to the exams. The first real test they had issued was simply finding the start line to the first official portion of the exam. Presumably, they were supposed to use information gathering skills to glean the information. Naturally, Naruto had threatened the nearest proctor he could find until the man told him. People tended to speak when suspended over ravines by their feet. Ah, you really need to learn to lighten up, Gaki. This stern and proper attitude's gonna add years onto you. There was a pause as the woman seemed to look up in thought, a barely restrained grin on her impish features. Although I suppose you could use him as shrimp? Again, Naruto's eye twitched rather violently as he methodically counted backwards from 10, an effective technique he had used to quell his anger in the past. Mitarashi-san, the stern and proper attitude you refer to is the only thing stopping me spearing you into a tree by your throat. Anko only looked amused as she whirled around on one foot, so she was in front of the teen, crouching slightly so that they were around eye level. She too had a small animal tucked under her arm, a terrified little cat that was shivering like it had been rolling around in a snowbank. See, that's more like it. You don't need to hold back around me, kid. She seemed rather proud of herself as she looked off into the foreground, putting on the air of somebody accomplished and wise. If I could snap Nai-chan out of her funk, I can do the same for you. Count on it. She grinned broadly, the same smile that would set anybody who knew her cowering in fear of whatever dastardly plans she brewed behind that innocent facade. Wonderful. I look forward to it. Naruto managed in a perfect monotone, his eyes lidded and disinterested in an attempt to make the woman lose interest in him. Saru's parting's words about not killing his comrades from the village played in his head over and over. It seemed not to be, though, as Anko smiled like she hadn't heard the complete lack of anything resembling enthusiasm. You'll see, Gaki. Stick with me, and I'll make an upstanding man out of you yet. She stuck her thumbs in the lapels of the oversized trench coat she wore, pushing them out like Naruto had seen some merchants do to their jackets. I'm sure. Luckily, he was saved from further interaction as Akusa Jounin finally turned up, apparently having decided that all of the Jounin prospects that would arrive had. Anko skulked off, mingling with the crowd of Chunin that were milling about on the wide dirt path, and leaving Naruto alone amidst a crowd of unfamiliar faces. Ahem, the old, gray-haired Jounin that had walked out in front of him caught everyone's attention, his voice sounding rough and hoarse. I figure everybody's pretty much here, so we'll get started. He looked lazily about at the assembled group, absently adjusting the loose headband around his arm. As you may have noticed, you were assigned a small creature to protect. He loosely motioned to the harmless little creatures they all held. If that animal dies, you are disqualified from the exams immediately. A few of the more bloodthirsty in the crowd looked down at their quivering animals in disappointment. You managed to find this place one way or another, so you are ready to proceed with the exams. He motioned to the darkened path in front of them absently. Down there is an obstacle course of a sort. Completion of the first exam is contingent upon making it through both alive and with your passenger unharmed. However, only the first 32 participants to finish will be allowed to advance, if that many actually make it that far at least. There is no killing in this portion of the exam. However, that courtesy does not extend to your fellow participants' passengers. Other than that, do not leave the marked path. This will also result in immediate disqualification. Proctors will be constantly monitoring you for breaches in these rules. Hearing all this, Naruto subtly slipped backwards, slightly behind the line of eager Chunin, his chains quietly extending from his body. All right, you will go on my signal. The man brought his fingers to his lips. At the same time, Naruto began maneuvering his chains into position, a devious grin on his features that would have made Teiko proud. The proctor looked at them all one last time, eyes lingering on the slightly concealed Naruto for a moment, before letting out a piercing whistle. A few things happened at once in that split moment. The faster the Chunin immediately took off, using their build and inherent speed to give themselves a head start. At the same time, Naruto's chains suddenly shot down, piecing the neck of over 10 different little creatures without remorse, simultaneously knocking the same amount of people out of the running. Apparently, he wasn't the only one with this kind of preemptive idea, though, as he saw a blue flash of electricity from somewhere to his left. He ignored it, though, using the other chains he had implanted into the ground in a vaguely slingshot-esque manner to launch himself forward at speed. He made sure his passenger was safe by placing it in a sort of makeshift backpack made out of some of the finer chains he could create that served to both hold and restrain the small bunny. His malicious smile only grew at the curses and shouts of outrage that slowly faded into the background as he sprinted down the overgrown road in front of him. As he turned around the first bend, his sixth sense forced him to his knees as he barely skidded beneath the humming blade of a Kyumo Chunin. Making a split-second decision, Naruto used his forward momentum to spin, releasing two chains from his hips that lashed out in a circular motion with him. At the last moment, he remembered to blunt the blades on the ends, already irritated by the no-killing rule. Instantly, the Chunin found themselves unexpectedly tangled up in the glowing golden restraints before being picked up and promptly thrown across the path into a sturdy-looking tree. Naruto didn't look to see if he got up and continued on his sprint, never having lost pace. It was mostly thanks to Nezumi's training. The woman was rather obsessed with never breaking the flow of motions. She believed that everything done in life should be a simple transition from one event to the next without faltering or hesitance. Or at least, that was how Naruto understood the woman. She didn't tell him in so many words, but then she didn't say many words, period. The first obstacle that Naruto came across seemed to just be a long pool of water blocking the path, rimmed on both sides by dense foliage that left no path but forward. Not trusting the assumed simplicity of the task, Naruto made sure to jump as far as he could before landing atop the water, in a crouch a few meters from the end of the pool. It turned out to be the right decision, as the water was actually some kind of viscous adhesive that quickly tried to suck him under, despite his use of chakra to stay afloat. He was forced to wade through it almost painfully slowly by the end, but he did at least reach the end, pulling himself out with some difficulty. He continued on his sprint down a seemingly straight path, but after a whole minute of straight sprinting, he began to grow suspicious of just how long it was taking to reach any more obstacles. He stopped for a moment to look back, but there was nothing there, not even any pursuers. That was suspicious in of itself. There were over 100 prospective jounin in these exams. He would have expected some to catch up. It was only when he looked to the side and saw a suspiciously familiar giant mushroom did he realize what had happened, quickly bringing his hands into a ram seal. Kai. The world around him shimmered for a moment as he repressed and flared his chakra in quick succession. It seemed just in time, too, as he sported a pair of Awagakure shinobi bearing down on him, having caught up after the pandemonium at the start line. He almost reacted too slowly as the larger one of the two, a burly-looking teen with a round nose, chubby cheeks, and a ragged yellow scarf, ran through hand seals in a blur of motion. "Doton, Dachibaku," he shouted, slamming his hand into the ground mid-run and dragging it through the earth like some kind of meaty plow. The effect was instantaneous, a ripple that thundered across the ground towards the blonde, tearing up the earth and generally carving out the ground in a bid to catch him. He reacted on his instincts and jumped up and away from the dangerous technique that would have swallowed him, only to realize that this was their goal. The smaller of the two, either a boyish-looking girl or an effeminate-looking boy, used the large one's shoulders as a stepping stone to launch his or herself into the air at the blonde, fists encased in a sturdy layer of tough stone. Naruto wanted to groan mid-air as he actually recognized who he now knew to be a girl. She was the Tsuchikige's granddaughter, Kuratsuchi. All AMBU were briefed on the immediate families of the various village leaders on the continent, so that they wouldn't accidentally kill them and cause an international incident. The Sandaime was very particular with that sort of thing. Still floating some ways off the ground as he reached the zenith of his leap, Naruto wondered if just roughing her up counted. His groan was because he couldn't help but think it was so much easier being an AMBU. He was just pointed in a direction and told to kill. He decided that he wasn't going to jeopardize his role in these exams. mostly because he never wanted to participate in anything like them again, just because one girl had connections. To be honest, she had a rather sound plan. Without leverage, most shinobi were useless in the air and incredibly vulnerable to attack. Even Naruto was reasonably unprotected in the air, as it was very difficult to manipulate his chains beyond stabbing and curling, which made mid-air combat awkward. Luckily, Naruto didn't have to be in the air if he didn't want to be. Seeing as the earth technique from the bulkier shinobi had passed beneath him harmlessly, Naruto shot 2 chains out of his feet, using them to rapidly drag his body down and out the way of Kuratsuchi's fists. The girl was obviously unprepared for the quick reaction. Sara had always told him his on-the-fly tactics were praiseworthy, even if he never actually praised him. She was doubly surprised when he grabbed her ankles on his way down, using his newfound leverage to throw her rather roughly into her accomplice. Both were bowled to the ground as Naruto landed in a tucked roll, a smirk on his features as his chains lashed out again. They wrapped around both unprepared shinobi's ankles before picking them up and promptly tossing them across the path into a copse of trees. The simple and familiar action allowed Naruto to breathe a nostalgic sigh. That had been one of his favorite things to do in ANBU. He and Kuma had even made a game of it once. Let's see who can throw bandits further. Naruto was proud to say he only lost 2 out of 3 times. Proud, because Kuma could throw people like they were kunai. His moment of reminiscence nearly cost him, as a blue crackling blur shot by, obviously trying to sever his chains. Luckily, he retracted them into his body with a crack, nearly taking a step back from the recoil. The blue blur quickly resolved itself as it skidded to a stop, revealing itself to be a Kumo shinobi with short-cut blonde hair, a few years older than Naruto. She was wearing the traditional white, flak jacket more like a bustier, accentuating her growing curves, and had the most piercing set of cold blue eyes he had ever seen. She seemed to give him a once-over, obviously sizing him up before her eyes narrowed and she took off in a sprint again, her window having closed the moment she missed Naruto's chains. Naruto wondered if she decided against fighting him because of his reputation or because she didn't think him worth it. With a small and uncharacteristically excited grin, he ran after her, deciding there was only one way to find out. She had the height advantage and was a bit faster than the smaller blonde, but he used unusual tactics like using his chains to drag himself forward off trees, keeping them roughly the same distance apart. He only grew more enthralled as his attempts to ensnare her or tangle up her feet were rebuked by her buzzing sword, sheathed in right hand chakra. He would have gone for her passenger, but that would have ended things a bit too quickly for his liking, plus he couldn't see the little animal. Correction, as she turned a bend, launching herself off a tree trunk to flip over another attempt to catch her. He spotted a small bird with its wings tied, nestled safely in her cleavage. The little colorful avian didn't appear to be remiss over its lodgings and was trilling with excitement with every powerful leap or sudden blurred dash. Naruto briefly lost sight of her when they both entered a pitch-black tunnel, only the glow of his chains lighting his way. However, his attention was quickly diverted as his sensitive ears picked up the sounds of various mechanisms and catches being released. Diving to the floor in a roll proved smart as he heard the whistle of kunai slicing through the air above his head. He got to his feet, chains suddenly forming a vaguely dome-shaped perimeter around him as he ran. There were a few more instances of these traps, including a rather startling moment where the entire cave was lit up in flames. But Naruto was able to bat the worst of it off and dodge the rest. He eventually emerged from the tunnel with a blonde-haired Kumo, shinobi nowhere in sight, but he would be looking out for her. Come on, Gaki, no slowing down now. In his brief pause at the exit to the tunnel, he felt somebody hold his shoulders before using the hand hold to vault over him. He instantly recognized the annoying, playful tone and looked up only to discover the fact that many had speculated but few had ever proven. Anko Mitarashi did not wear underwear beneath that skirt. Snapping out of his daze and the unusual but not altogether unpleasant sight, Naruto shook his head before grimacing. He quickly took off after the laughing Violet, her bobbing, pineapple-shaped ponytail almost mocking him as she seemed to purposefully keep a fixed distance between them. She was obviously faster and more agile than him, yet for whatever reason didn't just race ahead, choosing instead to simply pace him, occasionally turning and running backwards for a bit with a mocking grin. She seemed to effortlessly float through the obstacles, her body twisting into elegant but unnatural shapes that seemed to defy the anatomy of regular humans. However, through it all, even when a blade skimmed so close to her flesh it was like she was being shaved, she kept a light-hearted and carefree smile on her face. "That was pretty funny, what you did at the starting line. I'm glad I decided to slip into the back of the pack." She causally struck up in a conversational tone, casually leaping across another strange purple-hued plant that seemed intent on capturing anybody who came near it with sticky, adhesive vines. It was like some kind of scaled-up Venus flytrap with tentacles, and although they were more of a nuisance than a threat, there were a lot of them. "But then, you wouldn't have done something like that to little ol' me, would you?" She pouted in a facsimile of innocence that would have fooled lesser men. Naruto simply maintained his scowl as he shredded another plant without remorse. "Ah, now you're just being no fun, and here I thought I would give you the honor of having Anko-sama keep you company." She suddenly dropped back to keep pace with him, an infuriatingly mischievous grin alighting on her features. "A lot of guys would kill for that same honor, you know." Naruto wanted to snort, but didn't give her the satisfaction of rising to the baits. He hoped if he ignored her, she would get bored and leave. The opposite seemed to be true, though, and soon Naruto was having to almost constantly repeat the mantra of not hurting people from his village in his head. In fact, he was tempted to try and kill her animal right now, just to get her out of his hair. Technically, it wouldn't be hurting her, as long as she didn't put up to much of a fight. Giving her a subtle, critical, he at least gleaned her build was more for flexibility and speed than power. He wasn't sure how that would fare against his chains' almost unlimited flexibility. However, he could see in the occasional paranoid glance that she wasn't one to so easily lower her guard, even with her supposed lackadaisical attitude. The main problem was that, once again, he couldn't spot her passenger. The little quivering cat was nowhere to be seen. Thinking back to the Kimokuno-ichi from earlier Naruto's unconsciously drifted to the woman's chest before looking away as she caught him staring. "Oh, I didn't realize you were that kind of guy, Gaki. More an upstairs than a downstairs type, eh? Shoulda known." Naruto groaned internally at unwittingly giving the boisterous Kunoichi even more ammunition to annoy him with. Thankfully, before the idea of ending his misery, mostly by ending her, became too prominent a thought in his mind, they found the finish line to the obstacle course. She and Naruto were 8th and 9th over the line respectively, behind a few Kusachunin, an IWA Shinobi, 2 Sunachunin, and that Kimokuno-ichi from before. There wasn't much talking between the various groups, even as Anko went about making a nuisance of herself and earning her the ire of basically everybody there, so the remaining time passed in relative quiet. Naturally, once she found out that nobody else was going to talk to her, she began bugging Naruto for the rest of the wait. He wasn't sure how she came to that conclusion, as he wasn't exactly talking to her either. In fact, she seemed rather content to simply talk at him, as if she could hear some kind of telepathic side to the conversation nobody else could. As the rest of the Chunin trickled in over the finish line, looking increasingly haggard and worn, he heard her talk about numerous topics, all without him uttering a word in return. There were numerous mentions of various nicknames people that Naruto didn't know, like Naichan, Smokestack, Hypochondriac, and Cyclops. The blonde might have felt sorry for them if he had that much empathy left in him. He couldn't imagine having to put up with the Dango-obsessed nut on a daily basis. Luckily, the Anko-induced torture ended as the last 2 Chunin crossed the finish line, a particularly tired-looking duo from Konoha Naruto vaguely remembered from his times passing through the gates. "Did we make it?" The spiky-haired one with cloth stretching over his nose asked hopefully, smiling in relief as the Kusa proctor, who had gotten here suspiciously quickly and without a mark on him, nodded. He high-fived his friend, and despite their worn and exhausted appearance, they looked genuinely happy. Well, Izumo and Kotetsu actually made it somewhere in the exams this time around. Both men paled at the sickly sweet voice that wafted over to them from the crowd of Jounin prospects. Anko-san, you made it through, too? The woman seemingly materialized behind the two, a bright gleam in her eye as she wrapped an arm around their shoulders. Of course, you doubted me. Both paled even further if that was possible, and Naruto had to suppress his amusement from showing. At least it wasn't him. Any further spectacle was curtailed as the proctor cleared his throat loudly. Right then, now that you have completed the first aspect of the exams, I need dash. Don't get too comfy yet, candidates. The proctor was cut off by a colder and decidedly more feminine voice, quickly revealed to have come from a stony-faced woman that had sunk out of the ground like it was water. The first proctor gained a tick mark over his eye as he glared at the woman. Obviously, this was a common occurrence. The newcomer ignored him, turning to address the gathered chunin and brushing back her long black hair. You may have completed the first task, but the second task will begin immediately. Both Kotetsu and Izumo groaned while a few of the other later arrivals voiced their disapproval. They were immediately silenced by a frosty gaze. As a Jounin, you cannot expect that just because you have already completed one mission, you will not be required to immediately participate in another. You are the weapon of your village, and as a Jounin, that weapon is among the best your village has at its disposal. You will be used until you are blunt and cannot be of any further user. To complain about this is to be unworthy of that fine edge. From within the crowd, Naruto nearly snorted. It was like listening to his A and BU conditioning all over again. He didn't particularly care about all that. If being used meant he received his validation and recognition, then all the better. Now, I will explain the rules of the second test. She motioned to the large expanse of forestry behind her that the dirt path they had all been forced to trek led to. It was fenced off by a rather flimsy gate that didn't look like it could hold back a cat, let alone some of the things that likely lurked in those darkened trees. All candidates will enter that forest. They will stay there until 16 remain either alive or not incapacitated. She gave them all a stern look, her gaze briefly lingering on the small crowd of Kusa shinobi. From this point on, killing is not prohibited. However, the animals you have been assigned will remain with you. Death of your animal means instant disqualification. Attempting to replace your animal with another's means instant disqualification. Attempting to leave the perimeter of the forest means instant disqualification. Do I make myself clear? She received at least a head nod from everybody assembled. Nobody wanted to drop out now after getting this far. Good. Then you will need to assemble into teams of 2. Instantly more than a few eyebrows rose, and Naruto even growled, a guttural sound from the back of his throat. Why? I thought Jounin mostly work alone. The woman quickly picked him out of the crowd, leveling her neutral gaze on his dark blue eyes. Jounin are expected to work alongside whoever they are assigned to. Not only that, but they are supposed to be the example to others on the team. A lack of cooperation can be fatal, no matter the rank. Naruto snorted but sat back down on the tree stump he had been lounging on. In any case, this will show how good of a character you are in choosing your allies. Naruto was about to rebut again, but she turned away, ignoring him and moving on dismissively. The next exam will begin once you have chosen your partner. You have 2 minutes. Naruto lazily glanced about, noticing that the 2 Konoha shinobi that had arrived last immediately latched onto one another like they were each other's respective lifeline. He noticed the same all about the clearing, shinobi from their own villages quickly teaming up. Naruto didn't personally care. He would take whoever was left and drag them through the second exam if he had to, just as long as he didn't have to. Well, how about a partner? It was as though think and she shall appear was branded somewhere on Anko's body. The woman suddenly appeared behind him, resting her assets atop Naruto's mop of hair teasingly. The boy immediately grunted, shrugging her off and hopping off the trunk. However, a quick glance around showed that everybody else was already paired up. Anko immediately picked up on his observation and grinned impishly. Yup, Seams were stuck together, Igaki. She suddenly picked him up under one arm and gave him a rather awkward hug where it took every last drop of Naruto's willpower not to go full hedgehog. Lucky me. If Anko noticed the heavy sarcasm, she didn't say anything, instead half guiding, half dragging her new partner over to one of the unoccupied gates around the perimeter of the forest. Apparently, they were given a brief respite before the actual exam began as the new proctor chatted to the old one, apparently not to the man's pleasure. Anko immediately capitalized, grinning down at her diminutive teammate. So what's the plan, boss? Naruto blinked once, doing his best not to show any other emotion but disdain as he looked up at the woman. Boss. Anko's grin never wavered as she casually leaned up against the chain-link fence. Naruto swore it nearly collapsed from her weight alone. Sure, why not? I figure I'd take a back seat and just let you do you. Naruto blinked again before grunting and turning back to the forest, wondering what exactly him doing him meant. Are you a censor? He asked, mind going through the steps Saru had drilled into him. Anko shook her head, briefly gaining a more serious expression at his tone before slipping back into her usual grin. Neither am I, in which case we will either need to find a place to bunker down, set up defenses and wait for the other teams to come to us or kill each other off. From Anko's expression, it was clear she was not happy about that plan. Naruto was finally able to agree with her over something. Far too boring, or we keep moving and eliminate any team that comes near us. Anko's grin grew back to its usual proportions at that. Well, what do you know? Gaki knows his stuff. Kusari no Naruto. The second exam started off slowly for the pair of them. The enclosed forest hosting the task was very large, likely 20 kilometers across or more, so encountering other teams would be a rare and tactical occurrence. It stopped the exam becoming a messy battle royale that wouldn't show much of anybody's skill, even if that was how Naruto would have preferred it. This way, those Jounin candidates that didn't necessarily excel at direct confrontation could shine, showing off their other noteworthy skills in their bid for the position. So Shrimp, what's your story? Anko asked abruptly, shattering the delicate silence he had been cultivating since entering the jungle environment. Going for Jounin at such a tender young age and height. One downside to such a massive arena was the long stretches between confrontations, leaving Anko open to chatter away freely. Naruto was doing his best to ignore her, but when she was the only other person around, possibly for miles in any direction, and the fact she was Anko, it was difficult. I think I would have seen you around. People are always buzzing about little kitty prodigies like that stick-up-his-ass Hyuga or the duck-butt Uchiha. Anko continued in a cheerful and conversational manner, her arms articulating casually as she carried the conversation by herself. Bet you must be one of those ANBU Gaki, the kids they pluck out of the academy and fast-track. Am I right? Naruto's I twitched slightly, giving her all the answers she needed without him having to say a word. It irked him how easily she was able to read the situation. Yeah, I knew it. You're easier to figure out than you try to make yourself seem. She grinned cheerfully, a confident gait to her step. I pride myself on batting the stickler right out of people. You get me? She chuckled to herself as they continued their trudge through the forest, her voice the only sound above the buzz of insects. I bet that's why you're here too. Most don't take the Jounin exams, you know. Just the special circumstances types, you know? Naruto didn't know, but he didn't dignify her with her response, and she didn't care either way, continuing without permission or acknowledgement. A lot of ANBU come through these exams, got no other choice really thanks to their mission records being locked up tighter than Akamichi's pantry. I think the old man also uses it as an excuse to get them into the world a little. Not the most sociable types you ANBU, you know? She gave the blonde a cheeky wink, uncaring when he didn't even glance at her, validating her point. I'm glad you understand. She giggled, a surprisingly feminine sound from such an obviously tomboyish woman. She coughed in her hand right after, looking away as if realizing her slip before setting her hands on the back of her head and walking more upright, glancing up at the bright green canopy above them. But then, it ain't just you white masks. You get a whole horde of people looking for a challenge and other aspiring jounin. They're the crazy types. Others will want to make a name for themselves in the world. Try to make themselves into legends without war. They're usually the vain pushovers, not confident enough in their natural skill. She looked down for a moment, a dark look passing over her eyes for a split second before it was gone, replaced by her usual grinning, childish mask. Then there are the people that don't have much choice. You'd be surprised by how prejudiced some shinobi can be, so the exams become their only option for advancement. It helps they're impartial. Naruto thought he heard a hint of spite in the bubbly woman's tone, but it didn't register much with him beyond noticing it. "Do you ever shut up?" Naruto asked, his voice betraying his irritation slightly as a chain whipped out and uncaringly slashed right through a thick patch of undergrowth in their way. Anko just ginned happily at him, allowing him to do all the work clearing out the path. "If I ever find the off button, you'll be the first to know," she shot back without missing a beat, making Naruto grimace as he ripped a particularly large tree out of the ground and casually tossed it aside without ever having to lift his arms. Anko's eyes widened at seeing the sight of the thick golden chains so effortlessly tearing up the tree that had likely been there longer than her and Naruto's lifetimes combined. Useful ability that, now I get why everyone keeps calling you that nickname. "Which are you?" He ground out slowly in an attempt to divert the topic away from him. His eyes were still darting about, looking for enemies. Saru was normally the team's censor, and Naruto was feeling particularly paranoid without his captain around as a spotter. "Huh," Anko ineloquently muttered, blinking as Naruto actually responded to her for once instead of just berating her or telling her to shut up. Naruto scowled as his chains lashed out again, muttering something about annoying pineapple-haired women under his breath. "You said there are a lot of reasons people come to the exams. Why are you here?" He hoped by shifting the conversation onto her, he would at least avoid having to answer any probing questions. Maybe by the time she finished her rant, they would be attacked. Naruto could only hope. To his surprise, Anko actually fell silent at the question, looking down for a moment with what the blonde might have mistaken for sadness if he didn't know any better. "Well, actually I'm already a jounin." Naruto quirked his eyebrow at that before forcefully writing it. Showing interest would only encourage her. Cool and collected, calm and derisive, that was the way to go. "Well, a Tokubetsu jounin at least, so I don't have the full qualifications." Her features darken again. "Apparently, it's because I don't have the right attitude or a rounded set of skills or something." She snorted, blowing air between her teeth in irritation. "As if I could trounce any kunoichi in the village right now. Even Nai-chan when we spar." Again, Naruto had to force his eyebrow not to rise. The woman seemed rather vehement over this. But at the same time, Anko seemed to realize how much venom had sprung into her words and how tightly she was clenching her hand. She chuckled sheepishly, rubbing the back of her head slowly with what Naruto now knew to be a very fake grin. He supposed she narrowed her eyes like that to hide the fact. Half of a smile was in the eyes after all, or at least so Saru had told him. "I'm ramblin' arente." Naruto snorted at that, involuntarily lightening his scowl just a little. "When aren't you?" For some reason, he was unable to muster his usual indifference. He regretted it as soon as an arm looped around his shoulder, pulling him into the side of the taller woman and pressing his face right up against her mesh-covered breast. "You love me for it, don't ya?" Naruto simply shot her the most scathing, venom-filled look he was able, muted as it was by the fact he was staring up at her with half his face pressed in her womanly parts. "I will skewer you," he growled, only to have Anko laugh at the mildly muffled words before releasing him suddenly, nearly sending him tripping over his own feet. He was swiftly caught by a chain lashing out at a nearby tree, embedding into the wood, but not before Naruto noticed the faintest of ripples spreading out a few inches from the contact. Anko spotted where his eyes drifted and grinned mischievously. "Oh, did you only just notice? I thought one of you ANBU prodigy types would notice a Jinjutsu a little earlier." Naruto growled at the woman, using one of his chains to score a light scratch across his arm, which immediately shattered the world around him and snapped him back into reality. He could have repressed and flared his chakra, but with his reserves it just took too long. This was much quicker, and it wasn't like he particularly cared about the pain. A moment later, and the glazed look in Anko's eyes disappeared, rejoining him in the real world. "Why didn't you say something sooner if you noticed?" Naruto muttered, eyes narrowed and glancing about furtively. Chains slowly crept from his back, practically vibrating in anticipation. "Because they seem to just be trying to tire us out. I was humoring them." Anko replied flippantly with a small barking laugh, her own chocolate orbs drifting about more lazily. "I would have liked to see them try to attack us while I'm in a jinjutsu. Might have even gotten a few laughs from it." Her grin turned a little more sadistic as both their eyes drifted to a patch on a tree that was ever so faintly rippling. "Right, guys?" Suddenly, and without warning, the patch on the tree transformed into a tall, camouflaged man who in that same instance pushed off the trunk and catapulted himself toward Anko. "Don't underestimate us, you leaf bitch." His fist was clenched, Sunbon protruding from the spaces between his fingers like claws. Each dripped a viscous green liquid. The moment he breached some kind of invisible boundary around the Tokubetsu Jounin, everybody heard a low and threatening hiss. From beneath the woman's trench coat, a large snake suddenly lashed out, its elongated, scaly head winding up the man's arm to viciously bite into his neck. The man screamed in shock and pain, crumpling and skidding across the ground as Anko cheekily sidestepped him like a matador might a bull. Kosuke, the man's partner, who Naruto had been anticipating, suddenly melted out of the ground just behind the blonde, face twisted into anger as he lashed out with a few more poisoned Sunbon. They clanged uselessly against a sudden wall of brightly glowing chains that separated just enough to reveal Naruto's almost feral grin. Finally, Naruto snarled, and before the man could even get half his body out of the ground, he had two of those same chains impaled through his shoulders. He was suddenly and forcefully yanked the rest of the way out of the ground, scattering loose clumps of earth everywhere and eliciting a whimper of pain from the now identifiable Kusa-chunin. Naruto dangled him in the air for a moment, watching him flail uselessly and try to pull the chains out of his shoulders with little success. Before he could decide how to end him, he felt Anko pat him on the shoulder, a single glance showing him she had wrapped the other Kusanin up with two nasty-looking boas. "Good job, capturing and not killing. Thinking like a Jounin after all," Anko praised with a wink, causing Naruto to blink before looking back at his captive. "Right?" Naruto grumbled in irritation. "Capture." With a dismissive huff, he tossed the man rather roughly towards his partner, watching as another snake came out to keep him similarly secured. Anko was cooing softly to the snakes, patting them on the head and rubbing them under there. Well, snakes don't really have chins, but under their mouths at least. It almost reminded Naruto of a dog in the way they flickered their tongue out happily at their mistress ministrations. "So that's how you were so easily able to notice Jinjutsu," Naruto muttered, more to himself than his unwelcome companion. Anko heard him, though, smiling proudly as she stroked one of her serpent's sleek scales. "Yeah, never leave home without at least one as a familiar. My summons are pretty smart, and Jinjutsu don't affect animals the same way they do humans. Especially snakes, as they mostly see through their tongues. They can just inject me with a bit of their chakra, and problem solved." Naruto grunted disinterestedly, but it wasn't enough to deter Anko as she continued to play with one of the long, scaly creatures, smiling happily as it wound its way up her arm. "Why don't you say hello?" she added with a smirk, only to see a long chain, roughly the same thickness as the snake on her arm, emerge from Naruto's hand. "I'll pass. I have much more reliable friends," he tossed back with a smirk as the chain wound up his arm, the pointed kunai-like tip turning towards Anko like it was genuinely looking at her. Once again, Anko seemed undeterred as the snake slithered back into her clothes with a parting hiss. "Guess we aren't so different after all, right?" Naruto's response was to just scowl as the chain melted back into his skin, turning back to the two captive and unconscious Kusanine. "What do we do about them?" he asked gruffly, as much as he could with his rather high, prepubescent voice. Anko just stared at them without anything even remotely resembling interest. Obvious the fight was more exciting to her than the aftermath, another thing they surprisingly shared in common. Just leave him. I'm sure the proctors will come and collect them." She glanced about at the heavy foliage that did little to distinguish this spot from any other in the thick jungle. "Probably," she added as an afterthought. "Either way, they're out of the exam now." Naruto grinned at that, revealing slightly longer than normal canines. It wasn't a nice smile. "I could make sure," he offered, bringing out a chain and having it hover near one of the unconscious shinobi's throats. Anko just scoffed and waved her hand dismissively. They're not even worth dash. She was cut off, though, as two very familiar Konoha shinobi all but stumbled upon them, practically falling out of the surrounding trees with all the grace of a two-legged cat. "Oh crap, Kotetsu, it's Anko and him." The two immediately scrabbled to their feet and made tracks to get as far away as they could, only to be yanked back suddenly and uncomfortably with glowing chains coiled around their necks. Are the Eternal Gate Guards leaving so soon? What's the rush?" Anko intoned cheekily as she appeared in front of the two shivering ninja, shortly joined by Naruto. He was eyeing the newcomers up like a butcher might a fresh slab of meat. Anko-san, well, we're just..." Izumo babbled uselessly, his tongue betraying him as he failed to execute a coherent sentence. Then again, that was probably due to the kunai-like point of Naruto's chain hovering so close to his eye. "Okay, Naruto, let them go," Anko said with a flippant wave, causing the blonde to look up at her and scowl. The only ones who could order him around were Suru and the Hokage and Izumi, but that was only because she frightened him sometimes. "You don't tell me what to do," he shot back, making Izumo and Kotetsu quiver a little more prominently. They might have gulped if the chains weren't just a little too tight. However, Anko just rolled her eyes and smirked at the teen, her stance never wavering in the slightest despite his burning gaze. "Come on, Blondie, they're harmless," she drawled, not sure what part of Naruto she was appealing to here, or even if he had a part to appeal to. "Besides, they're from our village. We gotta stick up for our comrades." A glimmer of hope entered the eternal Chunin's eyes. If they weren't dangling off the round by their necks, they would have been nodding along furiously to the sentiment. "Yeah, that's right." Izumo quickly spoke up, only to get a scathing look from the blonde. He still hadn't loosened his chains. "Shut up, you," he snapped menacingly before turning to Anko. "They are my comrades." Although, even as he said it, Saru's words echoed in the back of his head. "If they're in this exam, they're against me." Anko just sighed at that, still smirking as she placed a hand against her temple. Despite the two Konoha ninja quivering in their boots, she already knew Naruto was going to let them go. He was just being stubborn. "Fine, let them go, and if by some miracle they get through this round." She sent a pointed look at the two, which had them lower their heads a little. "They'll be easy pickings in the third." At that, Naruto wore a thoughtful expression. After a few agonizing moments, for Izumo and Kotetsu at least, his chains retracted with a deeply unsettling clinking. The two Chunin didn't waste the opportunity and immediately bolted for it. A few moments later, Anko broke out into peals of laughter, trying desperately to muffle it with her hand and failing miserably. That was good. I always enjoy taking the piss out of those two. I figure it might actually get their asses in gear, you know?" She turned back to Naruto, who was already stalking off into the tree line to continue the exam. "That was a pretty good joke. You pull off the psycho act pretty well." All she heard was Naruto huff with a small scowl, a chain whipping out to clear a new path through the underbrush. "Who says it's an act?" he called back in a lazy drawl that had Anko pause for a moment before grinning and running after him. "I'm really starting to like Yugaki. Keep it up and you might get stuck with me." Naruto's small, muffled groan went ignored as they walked off at a sedate pace further into the jungle. An hour went by without anything eventful happening to the pair. They supposed as more and more confrontations occur between the teams, the number of shinobi they could come across decreased rapidly. Unfortunately, that meant a long stretch of Anko chatting Naruto's ear off, trying to get him a blush with her antics, and generally being a talkative nuisance. Naruto began to wonder if he was being tested by some divine being or receiving karmic balance for something. He dismissed that, though. His karmic balance would be a whole lot worse than a talkative purple-haired woman who had a fascination with crushing him into her breasts like some kind of living plushie. Just as he was contemplating the ways he could silently kill her and get away with it, something interesting finally happened. That itch all good shinobi developed at some point prickled at the back of his neck, and his chain shot out on pure instinct. He was rewarded with the satisfying grind of metal on metal as his attacker's blade ricocheted off his constructs. Even Anko seemed surprised by the sudden attack, not having felt it until the last moment, her body bending at an unnatural angle to dodge a blade that skimmed across her mesh shirt. Then they were gone. The two assailants vanished into the undergrowth and left the pair on high alert, their bodies tensed. Obviously, their assailants didn't feel like pressing their attack, as a second run never came. Naruto and Anko were left there in silence, their ears straining to hear anything. Finally, Anko released a small chuckle, her posture losing its tension as she straightened up, a small snake slithering to her collar to hiss in her ear. "They aren't around anymore. None of my snakes can sense them." Naruto simply narrowed his eyes and continued looking around. Lowering your guard after a failed ambush was a surefire way to walk right into a second. "I'll come off at Shrimp. They obviously counted on getting the drop on us and cut their losses when we were too fast for them." Naruto growled slightly but still lowered his chains, retracting them until only the very tips of the blades stuck out from his body. As they began walking, they too slipped back inside him as the jungle descended into the sounds of Anko chatting and Naruto ignoring her. The next time the attack came, Naruto was ready for it, chains lashing out in a wide arc that Anko was actually forced to jump over to avoid, earning an undignified cry of annoyance. It paid off, as Naruto felt one of his chains snap around something solid and vaguely leg-sized. He tugged only to hiss in irritation as a low hum invaded his ears at the same moment the chain was severed by a glowing blue blur. This time he saw the unmistakable white of a camouflage jacket, as well as an all-too-familiar shock of shoulder-length blonde hair, a few shades lighter than his own. His chains lashed out with righteous fury again, unwilling to allow the attackers to get away this time and repeat their guerrilla tactics. Trees were felled, and the local plant life was summarily decimated, but the woman was able to flip and dive out the way each time, pushing her slower and less acrobatic teammate out of harm's way. Occasionally, her glowing and crackling sword was brought around, and Naruto's chains would immediately snap back, like a snake getting too close to a flame. In the end, there were more chains than she could deal with, and she was slowly herded into a corner. "You're an annoyance," Naruto huffed, cracking his neck at the sudden flurry of fast-paced activity. Somewhere behind him, Anko was eyeing up the two Kumo shinobi. "Friend from the north," she sang, in her usual lackadaisical manner, that unsettling grin right back on her features. "What are the chances?" The woman simply gave them both that cold stare as she held her still humming tanto in a steady, even stance before finally her lips twitched up into a small smirk. "Very cool. You live up to your reputation, Kusari no Naruto." Slightly disarmed by the praise, Naruto tilted his head slightly, only to widen his eyes as the woman suddenly moved. "Kimori Damashijiri." She slashed the tanto forward, and Naruto immediately erected a quick shield. However, the Raiden-enhanced slice never came. Instead, the thick patch of trees they were backed into suddenly toppled over, giving the pair an opportunity to shoot off in matching body flickers. Naruto growled, about to chase after them, when a loud and very noticeable buzzer rang through the entire forest, causing all the participants to pause. "The second round of the Jounin exams is over," came the slightly crackling tone of the proctor over the loudspeaker system, which was remarkable as Naruto couldn't spot a single one in the vicinity. The remaining 16 candidates will congregate by the northernmost gate. Failure to do so before sundown will result in disqualification. A glance at the sky told them that there was only few hours until the sun descended below the horizon, and they were already in the southern section of the forest. They quickly made tracks to catch up with the rest of the examinees. Naruto woke up the next morning the way he always did, with a scowl on his face as he was forced to brush his blonde spikes away from his eyes. At least he didn't have to deal with his alarm clock. They were beginning to become expensive in the quantities he went through. The large and unusually heavy mass resting on his body was new. Looking down, he found his vision full of wild and messy purple hair, courtesy of one Tokubetsu Jounin. She clad in little more than her mesh underclothing. Naruto just grunted at the sight. At least she wasn't naked. A moment later, and the woman had a very surprised and confused wake-up call as she was suddenly speared to the roof by that same mesh clothing. Her eyes snapped open, and she wriggled about comically for a few moments, unable to move or free herself as Naruto had taken away most of her points of leverage. When she finally realized what had happened, and wasn't in the midst of waking up, still she grinned sheepishly down at him. "Morning, Gaki." There was an awkward silence for a few moments before Anko did her best to shrug in her current position. "Surprise." Naruto simply huffed and slid off his bed, slipping on his clothing and walking into the small kitchenette of the hotel room he had been provided. Anko struggled for a few more minutes before falling slack, sending another sheepish glance Naruto's way as the boy sat down and began eating his breakfast. "You gonna get me down from here, Gaki? It was only a little prank." Naruto ignored her, steadily making his way through his bowl of rice and other assorted foods he had quickly prepared. Suddenly, there was the sound of squirming and clothes ripping, followed by an undignified and girlish yelp that ended with a loud thud and a pain moan. The blonde looked over to see Anko slumped on the ground, now wearing nothing but her underwear, rubbing her lower back as she kept an arm in front of her breasts. What do you know? She actually had some modesty. Naruto's chains retracted, allowing her mesh underclothing to flutter down from the ceiling and land rather pathetically over her body, now in ragged tatters. She quickly picked herself up, still just about covering her modesty, even though it was difficult with their size. "So what's on the agenda today, Gaki?" She started amicably, sitting down at the other side of the table and reaching for a bowl of rice. She nearly lost her hand for it. Naruto put up with his teammates stealing his food because he couldn't stop them, and they at least had the decency to lie and call it training. "Ah, damn shrimp, those are some reflexes you have." Naruto didn't even look up, retracting the chain that had made an indent in the table slowly and threateningly. He didn't even have to try these days. Years of growing up around his food-stealing teammates had given him the reflexes he needed to fend off any untoward food theft and not starve to death. "Get out of my room, Anko," Naruto deadpanned, still picking at his food while making sure his eyes never strayed too far forward. He was not giving Anko the satisfaction. To his displeasure, though, the woman only grinned with a small clap to show her satisfaction. "Oh, first-name basis. When did we get so chummy, yeah?" Naruto's glare intensified to the point he could almost imagine burning a hole through the table. He was beginning to consider if Saru's words to him covered the sudden defenestration of his comrades. One glance told him that was how she had gotten into his room in the first place. He'd give her the fact she seemed to be an excellent infiltration expert. He wondered if that was her specialty before she was suddenly talking again. "You know, you're supposed to have this really fearsome, dangerous reputation." Suddenly Anko was leaning across the table, her modesty forgotten for the moment as he breasts pressed into the wood in a sight that would have floored most red-blooded males. "I just don't see it. You're just like every other Yinbyu out there, cold, detached, and a little more vicious than us regular shinobi." She leant back on her chair and covered up again, letting out a mildly disappointed sigh as she rocked back and forth slowly. "I'll give you. You're a tough nut to crack." Her usual predatory grin returned full force as she swaggered to her feet and towards the window. "I look forward to seeing you fight for real." And with that, she slipped out the open window without a sound. Obviously, nobody saw her, as there were no indignant cries or shouts praising Cammy. Naruto simply continued eating until he was finished before finally sighing and slumping a little in his chair, a scowl firmly plastered on his features. He really missed A and BU. The remaining candidates of the Jounin exams were assembled in what looked like a standard training ground some distance from Kusagakure. So far, none of the outsider entrants had actually been allowed into the village itself, forced to rent hotel rooms from a nearby town. Without the massive military power of the 5 major villages, the so-called minor villages were forced to use other tricks, such as keeping their village's exact location a secret, or not allowing outsiders see the various defenses they had set up. The only other person, there was a rather youthful-looking girl with her dark hair bound in a long ponytail, her bright green eyes practically sparkling at the assembled Jounin hopefuls. Alrighty guys, welcome to the last test of the Jounin exams. She grinned so wide her eyes were forced to close, reminding Naruto of Anko when she did the same, only without the I'll kill you vibe that went with the Tokubetsu. Just the idea of another of Anko was enough to make the blonde groan internally. This is the big one, candidates, she exclaimed in a voice far too chipper for this early in the morning. You'll now be pairing off to fight one another, no holds barred, until one of you is unable to continue, okay? She shouted brightly, as though they were dancing together and not engaging in lethal fights. The remaining 8 will then be paired up again, okay. She wagged her fingers suddenly, like an older sister trying to scold her younger brother and failing miserably. But you only get the 2 fights. Her face brightened again, and Naruto had to wonder if this girl was actually a Jounin. Because as a Jounin, if you can't display your skills in 2 fights, you don't deserve the position. She had cocked to the side slightly. Okay. Naruto's hand twitched, ready to stab the girl if she said okay one more time. Alrighty then, first 2 to the field, she growled out almost mockingly, like a child trying to imitate an adult. The effect was ruined by her immediately bursting out into giggles. And people thought Naruto was crazy. The fights flashed by Naruto's eye. There was nothing interesting to see, really. Each candidate was only showing enough skill to earn them the pass and nothing more, not willing to reveal their secrets. Of course, there were the flamboyant few who were obviously here just to show off, but they weren't all that special either, confirming Anko's earlier analysis. Finally, Naruto was called up, an older-looking Iwagakure teen his opponent, as the 2 stepped out on the field. At this point, Naruto was intensely bored, so when the proctor, in her annoyingly bright tone, announced the start of the match, he wasted no time. What is this? My opponent looks like he should be taking the Genin exams. Never mind Dash, the dark-haired Adamantine was cut off as 2 chains suddenly burst from the earth by his feet, snaking their way up the length of his legs before constricting suddenly. It elicited a painful-sounding crack as both of his femurs were summarily snapped. He fell to the ground, screaming in pain, and clutched at the chains desperately. Come on, entertain me. Naruto snarled coldly, his chains raising up and twisting until the Chunin was hanging upside down, still whimpering and trying to desperately pry the glowing chakra construct from his legs. Do something. Naruto shook the teen a few times, making him look like some ragdoll in the hands of a displeased toddler. Something, he shouted. The chains whipped up suddenly, earning another agonized cry, before slamming back down with a vengeance, driving a small crater into the ground with the Chunin's body. Huffed. Naruto huffed as he turned away from the fight and walked back into the crowd. The Iwagakure got up again. From the other side of the crowd, the teen's partner was giving him a cold look. It was that Tsuchikige's granddaughter again, her chubby friend from before nowhere to be seen. As he looked up and responded with an even colder glare, she broke away with a flinch. If he was going to have a stupid moniker or reputation, he was at least going to get something out of it by driving off the weaklings that would only bore him. A few more fights went by until Anko's name was called. Against his better judgment, Naruto looked up in mild interest, curious about the skills of the woman who had been bugging him all this time. However, it proved to be a disappointment as her opponent, a Kusanine, keeled over almost as soon as the match started. It was revealed Anko had managed to slip a snake onto him the moment their names were called, and it had quickly injected him with a potent paralytic. Smart, but incredibly dull to watch. She would have made a good A and BU if she could shut up for 5 minutes. The names continued to cycle through, this time with the remaining 8, and suddenly Naruto's ears pricked up in interest. Alrighty then, the next guys are... The proctor hummed thoughtfully as she closed her eyes and pointed to a random spot on her clipboard with a flourish. Uzumaki Naruto. Various looks were sent his way, none of them particularly nice save for Anko's exaggerated thumbs up and Samui of Kumo. Naruto's eyes shot up to the blonde Kumonine he had been eyeing the entire tournament, his lips tugging up into an almost feral smile as she in turn regarded him with those calculating eyes. Kusari, no Naruto. Naruto grinned viciously as he stepped out with his opponent, eyeing her in a way most women would have found uncomfortable. Samui just bore it with a cold, detached expression as her own eyes made searching passes on the much shorter blonde. She took in everything she could, from his energetic stance that had him slowly moving from one foot to another, to the way his fingers twitched ever so slightly at her every movement. The feral expression was the last thing on her mind as she absorbed what she could glean from his body language alone. It was frustratingly little. Every little tick she noticed seemed to vanish as soon as her eyes passed it by, only to be replaced by another. It was like watching some constantly changing, adapting, and infuriatingly complex puzzle that refused to conform to any standards. It was like he had taken the shinobi principle of removing any and all tells from his body and completely flipped it around, giving himself an almost whimsical number that only served to deceive and confuse. It was frighteningly effective from what Samui could tell, and neither of them had even done anything yet. Naruto, on the other hand, forewent any kind of initial assessment, as he had been warned from doing by Teiko many times. Preconceptions subverted or manipulated expectations to lull opponents into certain manners of fighting, presenting weak spots where there are none, a preference for a certain side or arm, false nervous habits. No, it had been drilled into Naruto's head to ignore anything that did not expressly come up in a fight. Fights were savage, brutal, often swift, and most of all honest. The only truths Naruto could ever believe were with his fists and chains. Then the arm descended and adrenaline slowed down time for the both of them, elongating that initial split second into a long, drawn-out staring contest. At that moment, the smoke bomb Samui had dropped as soon as the proctor raised her arm hit the ground, enveloping the small clearing in a thick gray smoke. Naruto noted it as the tactic Samui had used in her last fight, creating cover to use swift and lethally precise guerrilla tactics from the trees to whittle down her opponent. He wouldn't allow the same thing to happen to him, and in one fluid motion dived into the ground, just in time for a buzzing, electrified sword to come sailing through the spot he had just occupied. Pulling out the big guns just for me? Naruto asked with that same ferocious grin as Samui retreated back into the safety of the trees with her sword. Naruto quickly showed her just how safe the trees were when Chains excitedly burst from his body, grabbed the nearest trunk, and proceeded to throw it at her last position. It crashed through 4 of its brothers before coming to a stop in more pieces than it had left in. A few of the Jounin prospects on the sidelines winced, already imagining this fight ending just as brutally as Naruto's last. Come on out, little Ku Dash. Naruto was cut off as his chains instinctively pulled him to the floor, causing him to land like some kind of strange insect with its many legs splayed out haphazardly. The blonde scowled as he once again saw pale, yellow tresses disappear into the undergrowth. She could turn on that right chakra like her blade had a switch, meaning the hum that gave her away didn't appear until the very last moment. The girl was also annoyingly quiet, despite her swift movements. Naruto was lucky his reflexes were as sharp as they were, or he might have been missing more than a few strands of hair. These trees and that lightning chakra of yours are a pain, Naruto growled as he stood up a little straighter, a somewhat inadvisable move in most cases. However, the grin he sported dared someone to test him. The smoke from the initial distraction had cleared by now, giving the spectators a good view, as Naruto suddenly retracted his chains towards himself like a curled-up spider. Briefly, a look of concentration passed over his features before a hazy, almost insubstantial blur surrounded half the length of each chain toward the tips. "Good thing I know how to deal with both," he muttered, twisting his body into a tight, rapid spin. The chains reacted to the sudden centripetal force by splaying out as wide as they could. Both Samui in the trees and the Chunin on the sidelines were forced to dive to the ground as the golden blurs sliced through the air in a large 50-meter diameter. As they passed overhead, they gave off an almost inaudible shriek that was the unmistakable sound of Futon chakra. Then, all at once, the chains returned to the blonde, now sporting a searching but still amused expression, allowing the Chunin to stand up. There was a moment of deafening silence before every tree within that 50-meter radius, spanning far out beyond the small clearing, toppled over with a shuddering groan. By the time anybody had worked out what had happened, Naruto was already dashing forward. His feet barely touched the cleanly cut trunks as he skipped over them towards a newly revealed and rather startled Samui. The teen had enough sense to bring her now glowing blade around again and block the almighty impact of all 8 of Naruto's chains slamming into it like some sort of solid golden mass. She was immediately brought to her knees, but to her credit, the grip on her blade didn't weaken at all. To her surprise, though, her supposedly Raten-sharpened blade barely made cuts into the glowing chakra constructs. Not so sharp now, are they?" Naruto quipped as he increased the pressure, causing the ground around Samui's feet to lightly crater as her grip remained firm. When Samui managed to rasp out as she looked up to see what she had expected, the blue glow of her blade fighting the faintly white edge extending out an inch from the chains. The two conflicting chakra natures canceled each other out, meaning it was just her sword against Naruto's chains. The chains won. With a grunt, Samui watched hopelessly as, at first, a small chip appeared on her tanto. It quickly developed into a crack as Naruto pushed even harder before the end of the blade itself simply snapped off. However, Samui wasn't trained by arguably Kyomogekyu's strongest shinobi bar, the Raikage himself, for nothing. As soon as she saw the end of her blade snap back towards her, she pulled back from Naruto suddenly, her foot coming up and striking the flat of the steel and kicking it at Naruto. Naturally, a few chains immediately swarmed to protect him, allowing Samui the room needed to get some distance. She didn't leave before giving Naruto a small present in the form of a half-dozen explosive tags she quickly slapped on the ground. The explosion nearly took a few of the watching Chunin off their feet as the ground quaked beneath them. It was made clear, though, by the heavily scorched and ashen tree log left in his place, that Naruto had escaped the blast. The fact was further hammered into Samui as she made a break for the now distant tree line. By the very tip of the tanto, she had kicked at him, suddenly spearing right through her foot and into the soft ground. The Kimonin let out an admirably muffled grunt of pain as Naruto dropped to the ground behind her like a ghost. "Almost got me there." Naruto wasn't lying. There was a small blackened scorch mark on his trousers where he couldn't substitute fast enough. "Shame." Samui just grunted as she yanked the broken blade out of her foot, managing to slice in her palms in the process. Obviously not without reason, though as a moment later her hands began going through seals familiar to any higher-ranked shinobi. Before she could finish them, though, her footing was suddenly yanked out from under her. The ground exploded in a small sea of chains, each managing to find a place on Samui's body to curl around, until she looked like some image from a book on Shibari techniques. Everyone ignored Anko's wolf whistle from the sidelines. For a long few moments, especially for the Samui, Nothing happened save for a snake-like blade hovering in front of the girl's face. It was as though it were staring at her curiously. Then, unceremoniously, she was dropped to the ground. The match had already been called in Naruto's favor. Samui just blinked in surprise, wondering why Naruto hadn't become more vicious on her like he had the Iwagakure shinobi. There was also the small fact she had seen what looked suspiciously like disappointment and irritation in the blonde's features before the match was even over. She mulled it over quietly as the two blondes returned to the spectators, watching as the second-last match was called, leaving only two remaining participants they could call. Anko looked over at Kuratsuchi and gave a toothy grin as the granddaughter of the current Tsuchikage reached the same conclusion, shivering slightly and suddenly very aware of the ground. The current match ended rather blandly, and the proctor called out the two in her bubbly, hyper-friendly voice. Luckily, this one lasted longer than Anko's last, namely, because Kuratsuchi was very paranoid about snakes the moment she realized who her opponent was, and was unwilling to fall for such a tactic. It quickly became obvious that the IWA Kunoichi's favored method of attack was overwhelming force with ninjutsu. She fired off powerful water and earth jutsu like they were simple clones, upturning the landscape and very nearly succeeding in adding a large pond to the surroundings. On the other hand, Anko seemed to dodge them as effortlessly as Kuratsuchi threw them, using her unnaturally flexible body to slip around the attacks and respond with scarily precise kunai throws. That wasn't to say Anko was lacking in the jutsu department. She simply had a more subtle approach. She managed to corral Kuratsuchi into a specific spot on the edge of the vastly altered clearing with kunai, before revealing the last few she had thrown were attached to near-invisible ninja wire. Suddenly pulling on them led to the Adamantine being bound against a large and sturdy tree as Anko caught the wires in her mouth, running through a set of fast seals. Fire raced down the wires like they had been dipped in oil, and the spectators were forced to shield their eyes as the tree was quickly turned into a bonfire. For a moment, Naruto's ANBU conditioning kicked in, and he was almost tempted to check if the Tsuchikage's granddaughter was okay. Konoha didn't need an incident like her death right now. However, as the roaring flames died down, without chakra to sustain them, everyone was surprised to see a blackened wall of a strange grayish cement-like substance surrounding the tree. It crumbled away slowly to reveal Kuratsuchi on her knees, panting heavily from exertion. It may also have been from smoke inhalation. From there, Anko swiftly knocked her out with a blow to the back of the head. And, just like that, the exams were over. It was almost a little surreal for Naruto. As he was led back to town, all the participants were staying in. The bubbly, rather hyper-proctor gave them parting words, telling them their Kage would give them the news on whether they passed or not. It was with a small sigh of relief then that Naruto slipped into his temporary room, only to turn into a mildly strangled grunt of irritation when he saw who was waiting for him. "You do have a room of your own, you know," Naruto groused, twitching at the sight of Anko kicking her feet up on the kitchen table. The Tokubetsu Jounin simply grinned at his obvious irritation, at least until his features schooled and she was deprived of her entertainment. "Yeah, but then I wouldn't be able to see my favorite little Gaki, would I?" She shot back with a cheeky smile, only causing Naruto to huff as he retrieved some juice from the fridge. As soon as he tried to set it on the table, though, Anko used her feet to accidentally knock it over, her hand going to her mouth in mock surprise. "Oh no, my foot slipped." Well, that's a real shame. Her faux expression was easily replaced by a mischievous grin as she slapped down a bottle of sake in the juice's place. "Well then, I guess we'll just have to drink this instead then, right?" Naruto gave her a long, drawn-out stare that she happily returned before sliding into the opposite chair, much to Anko's obvious joy. "Do you get some kick out of getting kids drunk?" Naruto asked with a distinctly bored expression. He hadn't been expecting to spend much time in the apartment, just to grab his gear and get going back to Konoha. For some reason, he felt the urge to see his squad mates, but it wasn't like he was missing them or anything. Anko shrugged casually as she poured herself a saucer of the clear liquid. "What are you talking about, Gaki?" I'm too much of an upstanding woman to ever consider doing something so reprehensible. She gave a rather good impersonation of how a noble sounded whenever they talked to commoners like Shinobi. It was something every ninja had heard at some point in their career when they were forced to escort the upper echelons of society. There was a moment of silence between the two before Anko let out a small snigger. You had to think a moment to find that word, didn't you? Naruto deadpanned as Anko slid him a small saucer of sake for himself. A look of mock hurt flashed over the actress' features as she held a hand to her chest. So cruel, Gaki. She couldn't keep it up long, though, and was soon grinning, quickly tossing the small saucer back and downing the small drink. But I don't see your point. In a few days, we'll both be jounin'. That's about as adult as you can get in this world. A thoughtful look crossed over her eyes for a moment as she poured another drink, well, ignoring people like Kakashi and Jiraiya, of course. She grinned at the thought, confusing Naruto as to why she would think the vaunted copy ninja and Toad Sannin were not adult, but then he had never met them before. Well, until then, Naruto slid the small saucer towards himself and took a small sip. It was much fruitier than the one he had with his squad mates. I will have to decline. He got up from the table as chains began snaking from his body to collect the gear he had strewn about the small hotel room. Anko simply put on a look of mock disgruntlement as she made exaggerated motions to the still, mostly full sake bottle. Come on, Gaki. Don't you know it's rude to leave a bottle full like this? She never noticed the chain snaking under the table that chose that moment to knock the bottle over, spilling the alcohol across the table. Naruto just looked around with a completely blank face, taking in Anko's look of shock with a brief smirk. Oh no, it slipped. That's a real shame, he intoned blandly, hopping up onto the windowsill and turning away to hide his smirk. By the time Anko got up and rushed over to the window, he had already jumped out and was halfway to the outskirts. You owe me a drink now, Gaki. Anko called out in futility before looking back at the alcohol-drenched table and grinning. She was beginning to get through to him. She would continue to do so too, because if there was one thing Anko was good at, it was getting reactions out of people. It makes me proud to see you like this, Naruto, the Hokage stated as he handed over the custom-fitted Jounin flak jacket over to the blonde. Both had known this would happen, the exams being more of a formality than anything else, but still brought a happy gleam to the old man's eyes to be the one to say it. There was something else there too, just a tinge of melancholy and regret in the deepening of his wrinkles, or the way he would glance outside at the monument every now and then. Still, he wasn't the Hokage for nothing, and Naruto, emotionally stunted as he was, failed to notice anything amiss. Thank you, Hokage-sama, Naruto drawled without much inflection. Despite the auspiciousness of the promotion to Jounin, he couldn't say he felt too strongly either way about it. All it meant was that he was now essentially a free agent within the village, able to take missions as he pleased and eventually take up a Genin squad. Naruto snorted at the thought. Why would he ever want to take up a bunch of green brats? They would only get in the way, even worse than having to babysit the new recruits in ANBU. I know you'll make the village just as proud, the Hokage continued, taking a long draw from his pipe as a kindly smile alighting on his lips. I know you understand the responsibility of becoming a Jounin, but I felt I should just let you know again. You are a leader now, Naruto. People will look up to you, and I hope you will act according to your new rank. The blonde could only stare blankly at the old man for a few moments before nodding in confusion. What was that supposed to mean? As a former Black Ops member, he was no stranger to the chain of command from both sides. Hokage-sama. Naruto's eyebrow rose questioningly as the old man seemed to reaffirm his features quickly. Ah, never mind, Naruto. Just remember that you aren't a simple grunt anymore, following orders. He smiled again, sitting back in his chair and taking another long drag from his pipe. I am proud of you, though, he added as Naruto turned to leave, causing the teen to pause for a moment on the way out. He shrugged it off and carried on out of the office, then the building. He had thought it so simple before, simply grab the jacket and leave. He didn't think there would be much change with the transition to Jounin. Yet those last few words really rattled something in him as he took to the rooftops. Halfway back to the apartment, he decided to sit down on a random rooftop overlooking the seedier parts of Konoha. When he was younger, still new to ANBU and ignorant of the drastic changes it would bring to his life, he used to often come here and just stare out at the shabby buildings. It was often amusing to see the drunkards wandering back from the bars while the strange women he didn't understand at the time called to them alluringly from shadowy doorways. It had been like a whole other world contained within the idealized, bright, and cheerful Konoha. Now, though, Naruto found his gaze listlessly drifting over those same sights, his time in the corp having wizened him up to the realities of what he was seeing. The sights reminded him of what he had witnessed, and while his own memories were preferable to that of his mother's, they still weren't the best. Instead, he thought on the Hokage's words and just what the old man had meant. So what if Naruto was a Jounin now, right? He would simply take missions on his own like other Jounin, occasionally being forced into a team when the situation arose, but he was used to that. His standing wouldn't change in the village. He was still just the monster, the Jinchuriki, the reminder of what everybody had lost thanks to the QB. Hell, he might as well be the QB for all the difference it made in the eyes of the villagers. Sure, the ANBU may have gained some modicum of respect for him, but it was only because he was strong, because he was efficient, because he could get the job done. Right? A low growl rose in the back of his throat as he held up his new jacket. He had considered not wearing it. On one hand, it was rather bulky and movement restricting, especially for somebody of his size. It would also let people know that he was a Jounin. Fewer enemies would underestimate him. But then, wasn't that what he wanted? He wanted the recognition. He wanted the acknowledgement. He wanted his enemies to understand he was strong before proving it to them. His growing reputation was already doing that in part. So why stop there? Most people would likely never believe he was a Jounin without the flak jacket, and that would simply get annoying after a while. Naruto had enough triggers to set off his temper without needlessly adding another. He slipped the jacket on all the same, deciding to think about it more later. He left it unzipped, which gave him a bit more movement. Usually this was the sort of thing he would think about in irritation for a few days before begrudgingly going to see Saru and asking him about it, or perhaps Nezumi if it was more to do with his fighting. However, he had learned his squad was out of the village on a mission. It was strange to be the outsider now. He should be on that mission, and yet he was here, sitting on a rooftop in the village he supposedly protected, agonizing over something stupid like a jacket. He grunted and pushed himself to his feet, glancing about and noticing it had gotten darker since he had sat down. The sun had slipped beyond the horizon and stars could be seen twinkling behind the light cloud cover. It would probably rain tomorrow. He hopped down from the roof, deciding he didn't quite want to go back to his apartment, yet where he knew the building would be empty and quiet without the bustle of his former squad mates. He aptly dodged between wandering drunks and the aforementioned strange women as he slowly meandered through the dim streets. The ever-present glow of the various bars and shops' lights gave everything a warm haze. "Well, screw you too," came a sudden and unpleasantly familiar voice, only with an added slur. A woman was ejected from a bar down the street in front of him, the bright light of the building's interior briefly lighting up her tan trench coat before the door was slammed shut. She swayed for a moment, her eyes obviously glazed and unfocused, before throwing an empty bottle at the door. She was obviously drunk, because the bottle veered far from her target, instead smashing right through the establishment's window. Crap! The crash of broken glass and the indignant yells of the bar's occupants and owners seemed to sober Anko up quite quickly as she turned to run from the bar. Unfortunately, drunk was still drunk, and in her uncoordinated haste, she managed to barrel right into Naruto, basically throwing herself on top of him as she tripped over her own feet. There was an awkward moment as she stared down at him, where every nerve in Naruto's body ordered him to stab this annoying woman until she resembled a bloody pincushion. Then she smiled. "Gaki!" Naruto cringed back further into the floor as her alcohol-drenched breath washed over him. She was really drunk. In that moment, the bar's door slammed open, and a rather burly-looking man rushed out, glaring at Anko and, due to association, Naruto. Anko hiccuped once before looking back at the man and blowing out a long and loud raspberry with her hands. Naruto was about to roll out from beneath her, but she suddenly grabbed his hand, once again almost making him lash out at her, and began running, dragging him along for the ride and laughing as she did so. The bar owner probably hadn't chased them very far, but that apparently didn't stop Anko from gleefully running until Naruto wasn't even sure what part of the village they were in. Throughout the entire experience, he had been trying to pull his arm away, but the woman was surprisingly strong, physically stronger than he was at least. It hadn't come to the point where he wanted to dig his chains into the ground, but by the time they stopped outside of what looked to be a closed flower shop, he was considering it. Finally, Anko let him go, doubling over laughing and needing the extra hand to support herself on her knees. "Ha, did you see that guy's face?" Anko managed to say through her chuckling. He was all like, "Stop," and we were like, "Hell no." She straightened up, nearly leaning too far back and falling over, only to catch herself at the last minute and grin. "What brings you around here, Gaki?" Anko slurred as she turned to face him, her eyes glazed and trying to focus unsuccessfully. "You weren't looking for little old me, were you?" She leaned forward, so they were eye level, only to hiccup and nearly fall over again. "Hoopsie." Anko giggled, an unsettling sound from someone Naruto knew to be anything but girly. "You're drunk," Naruto stated calmly, glancing about and wondering if it would be easier to get away from Anko in her stupor. She seemed to be faster than him naturally, but maybe he could make her run into a wall or something. "Only if you say so, Blondie," Anko drawled, attempting to poke Naruto on the nose, much to his consternation. "Hey, didn't you owe me a drink?" She offered up suddenly, slurring the words almost beyond recognition. Naruto simply grimaced and tried to walk away. He didn't need to deal with Anko tonight, especially not a drunken Anko. "I have no idea what you're talking about." Really, what were the chances of running into this one kunoichi in the entirety of the village? Anko didn't seem ready to let him leave, and she was suddenly draped over his back, her chest pressing up against him in a very obvious and uncomfortable manner. "Come on, Gaki, come and drink with me," Anko murmured, her eyelids fighting a losing battle to stay up. The support Naruto offered was too good of a chance for her inebriated body to pass up. "It'll be like a celebration." She grinned to herself at having found the right word, for you making jounin and all that. Her increasingly limp body only pressed further onto him as she let her chin rest on his shoulder, a goofy grin pulling at her lips. "I bet you're a funny drunk, right?" She half slurred, half mumbled. "I don't get drunk, like you obviously are. Get off me." Naruto grunted in annoyance as he began walking again. Only now he was dragging along an extra 80 kilos of curvaceous kunoichi along with him. Anko didn't seem to hear his request as she slowly brought a leg up to hook around his waist. Before he knew it, he was suddenly giving the obviously insane woman a piggyback ride. It was as good a death wish as any, he supposed. At this point, he could practically feel the chains within him waiting to be set free to eviscerate the annoyance. "Not drunk," Anko murmured sleepily, wrapping her arms around the much smaller teen and holding surprisingly tight despite her intoxication. "Just sad, Naruto's eye twitched slightly every time she would move her head, her spiky ponytail brushing against his neck and making it itch. The Hokage's words about responsibility kept ringing within him, holding back the otherwise inevitable chains. What do those morons know about Jounin Naiwei? Nothing, that's what. Naruto blinked at that. Had Anko not been promoted? Despite her grating attitude, he had to admit she was capable as a shinobi. Hee, your hair is so yellow, Anko muttered happily, bringing a hand up to pet it like one might a dog, not exactly helping Naruto's train of thought. He swore to Kami that if anybody saw him like this, it wouldn't be good. People are always calling you a demon, I don't see it, you're just cranky. Maybe that was Anko's problem, her personality, or perhaps her flippant, lackadaisical attitude. Then again, if that bubbly third proctor was allowed to become a jounin, then Naruto wasn't sure what to think. At that moment, though, Anko giggled, pulling on two of Naruto's spikes softly so that they resembled horns. Yeah, now you look like a demon. The blonde nearly collapsed to the floor as his mind was assaulted by images. Minakuin the demon, Tebane. Naruto slurred drunkenly as he pulled the two locks of hair out to either side, ignoring the wince from the teen he was riding. That's what your enemies will call you. He leaned over, letting his long red hair drape over the blonde's head, drowning in the blood of his Enhick enemies. He giggled, a hand up at his mouth as the small bout of chuckles quickly became full-on laughter, his voice echoing in the quiet streets. The teen he was riding simply sighed, obviously less drunk than his passenger. His laughter caused him to let go, and he was suddenly slipping back, only to be caught before he could. That's naughty Minakun. Ain't it supposed to touch their dash, Tebane? He mumbled. As Minato's hands cupped his rear to keep him supported, the boy could only offer a tired smile in return. His back was so warm, it just felt comfortable to lean forward, his eyes drifting closed. Come on, Kushi-chan. Let's get you home all right. Naruto snapped back up, managing to stay on his feet and keep Anko on his back, although the woman did nearly slip off, only giggling at her near fall. He winced and held a hand to his temple, his breathing returning to normal quickly enough. A scowl swiftly formed across his features as he returned to trudging forward along the streets. At this point, he was tempted to simply dump Anko in an alley somewhere and be on his way. Of course, the woman had to go and fall asleep on him, her chin resting limply on his shoulder. He just grunted and kept going, thinking about other things so that Anko's breath right next to his ear wasn't so distracting. He hadn't had a flashback in a long time. Was being out of A and BU causing them to resurface again? Naruto severely hoped not. It wouldn't be good for anyone if Naruto returned to his old, easily irritable self from before the tomato therapy. He needed a mission to take his mind of things. He could do that now as a jounin. Yes, he would go take a mission. He paused suddenly in the middle of the street, eyes blinking once as he craned his neck to look at Anko's dozing form. I have no idea where you live.